Chapter 950. After plundering all the Zhenyuan crystals, Yi Qin waved his hand, and the mountainous pile of supreme-grade spirit stones turned into a flood and flowed into his storage ring. Yi Qin Yu. Blackwater Ancestor was furious. The most important thing in the treasury was naturally the 30 million Zhenyuan crystals, followed closely by the 5 million supreme-grade spirit stones. Although supreme-grade spirit stones were not as valuable as Zhenyuan crystals were, after all, rare commodities. If not for the Devouring Island, it would be impossible for Blackwater Alliance to have so many Zhenyuan crystals. It could be said that supreme-grade spirit stones were the hard currency among the kings of Elysium. Yi Qin taking away more than 5 million supreme-grade spirit stones in one go infuriated Blackwater Ancestor. Yi Qin glanced sideways at him and didn't pay any attention to him. Resources had to be fought for by oneself. Yi Qin naturally didn't want to seize the resources of those upright people. However, the Blackwater Alliance was different. If he didn't seize them, Yi Qin would have to work 10 times harder to reach the peak. In this world, only the strong were respected. In fact, any world could only be ruled by the strong. Yi Qin didn't want to change the world. Therefore, he wanted to be the strong of this world. After taking more than 5 million supreme-grade spirit stones, Yi Qin had more than 7 million supreme-grade spirit stones on him. Among them, more than 1 million belonged to the Fire Emperor. He originally had less than 1/10 of the total. As for the remaining upper-grade spirit stones in the Zhenyuan crystal treasury, Yi Qin mercilessly plundered them. He had no use for the upper-grade spirit stones, but the Yi family or the martial sect he would establish in the future would be able to use them. If one wanted to continue to prosper, resources would be a necessity. The consumption of resources for a martial sect would be terrifying. Worthy of being the Blackwater Alliance. There are more than 800 million upper-grade spirit stones. Adding the ones I have on me, I have more than 1 billion. What kind of concept was 1 billion upper-grade spirit stones? It was enough to support a 5th-grade sect for countless years. A titled monarch might not use upper-grade spirit stones to cultivate, but upon seeing 1 billion upper-grade spirit stones, they would definitely snatch them back. Patriarch Blackwater, thank you for your hospitality. The grudge between us has been settled. Goodbye. Yi Qin could not wait to use the quintessential crystals to increase his cultivation. As soon as he spoke, he executed the lunar path and disappeared from the quintessential crystal treasury. When he reappeared, he was already on the surface of the ocean. Whoosh! Yi Qin flew through the air. Damn it, I must kill him. Ancestor Blackwater roared and cracked the quintessential essence crystal treasury with a palm strike. Seawater surged in through the cracks. Kill him. Heavenly King was also very aggrieved. He watched helplessly as Yi Qin plundered all the wealth of the Blackwater Alliance. Although this wealth had nothing to do with him, he was envious. He never expected Patriarch Blackwater to have so much wealth. Alliance Master, are we going to Golden Turtle Island now? The Sky King asked. Patriarch Blackwater took a few deep breaths and said with a gloomy voice, I want to recover my soul injury first, then go to Golden Turtle Island to discuss the matter of destroying the Yi family and killing Yi Qin. The soul injury could not be delayed for even a moment. It was related to Patriarch Blackwater's future. Fortunately, the Blackwater Alliance was a big family, and there were still some treasures that could heal soul injuries. As for dealing with Yi Qin, this matter would have to be planned out in the long run. He did not want to teach the latter a lesson and make him spit out all the resources he had swallowed. He wanted to completely kill Yi Qin and destroy the entire Yi family. The men would be killed by 1,000 cuts and thrown into the ocean to feed the fish, and the women would all be beaten into slaves. Yi Qin is dead for sure this time. Once Golden Turtle Ancestor makes a move, how can he survive? Sky King seemed to be able to see the scene of Yi Qin's unwillingness to die. Returning to the Yi family in South Rudra region, Yi Qin immediately went into closed-door training and started refining Zhenyuan crystals to increase his cultivation base. This was a spacious stone room. The length and width of the room were each more than 300 feet, and the height was more than 10 feet. There were lamps hanging on the walls, and in the center of the room, there was a square stone platform with a navy blue praying mat placed on it. Sitting on the cushion, Yi Qin rubbed his storage ring with his fingers. Suddenly, a huge amount of Zhenyuan crystals poured out, forming a small hill beside the stone platform. I wonder if these 30 million Zhenyuan crystals can reach my saturation limit. No one could endlessly increase their cultivation base, and it was impossible for Yi Qin. Without a powerful mental state and soul, even if one refined 100 million Zhenyuan crystals into Zhenyuan, the Zhenyuan would leak out and scatter in the world, which would be a waste of effort. Normally, A life and death king who had just entered life and death realm would not have more than 100 years of cultivation base. Geniuses would not have more than 300 years of cultivation base. After reaching the saturation limit, one would have to slowly increase the mental state and soul strength. For example, if one only had the strength of 100 gene, but after going through arduous training, it would become 150 gene, 200 gene, and even more. This required a process and could not be accomplished in one go. However, Yi Chen not only had a powerful mental state and soul, but his martial art was also a heaven realm martial art, which was top-notch in every aspect. This meant that he would be able to bear more cultivation base, but where his limit was, even Yi Chen did not know. Begin refining. With a wave of his hand, more than 100,000 Zhenyuan crystals floated above Yi Chen's head. With the circulation of green lotus sword arts, a powerful Zhenyuan wrapped around these crystals and rapidly refined them. After attaining the undying body-flesh derivation realm, Yi Chen's entire body could store Zhenyuan except for the Sea of Soul. Of course, the Dantian could store the most Zhenyuan. Only after reaching the blood rebirth realm would the Dantian gradually lose its function and become indistinguishable from the other parts. 100,000 Zhenyuan crystals. 500,000 Zhenyuan crystals. 2 million Zhenyuan crystals. Zhenyuan crystals were excessively pure. With just a bit of refining they could be converted into Zhenyuan. In a short 2 hours, Yi Chen's cultivation base increased by another 50 years, surpassing 300 years. The refining continued. 350 years of cultivation base. 400 years of cultivation base. 600 years of cultivation base. A horrifying aura filled up the entire stone room. If it were not for the fact that the stone room was covered with a restriction, it would not be able to handle the powerful pressure from Yi Chen's body at all. Soon Yi Chen's cultivation base surpassed 800 years. It seemed like there was no limit on Yi Chen's body. His cultivation base increased faster and faster, showing no signs of slowing down at all. 900 years. 1,000 years. Boom. The stone room shook slightly. The light on the surface kept flashing. This was a sign that the aura was so powerful that it clashed with the restriction. 1,050 years. 1,080 years. In the end, Yi Chen's cultivation base stopped at 1,080 years. It was not because Yi Chen had reached his limit, but because the 30 million Zhenyuan crystals had been used up. Opening his eyes, Yi Chen slowly let out a mouthful of turbid qi. This mouthful of turbid qi was so powerful that it even melted part of the restriction on the stone room's surface, making a sizzling sound. 1,080 years of cultivation base is actually not my limit. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. Then he burst out with a heroic spirit. This meant that he could continue to use external items to raise his cultivation base. With his current cultivation base, although he was still at the bottom among titled monarchs, his potential was limitless. Sooner or later he would surpass 2,000 years or even 3,000 years and reach the level of the Dragon King. Clenching his fist tightly, Yi Chen felt a volcanic eruption of energy rushing to the center of his fist. The level of one's cultivation base did not have much of an impact on one's battle prowess. However, it did not mean that there was no impact at all. The higher one's cultivation base, the more Zhenyuan each move would contain. Their battle prowess would more or less increase. At this moment, Yi Chen's battle prowess had reached a whole new level. All of a sudden, Yi Chen felt his consciousness becoming clearer. Without using any soul power, he could clearly feel the subtle changes of the heaven and earth, the undulations of the air, the fluctuations of the restriction's power. Everything was vivid in his mind. The flowers and grasses outside the stone room were growing tenaciously. When the wind blew through the leaves, it transmitted an imperceptible energy into the room. He could even feel a trace of the undulations in the depths of the earth. My cultivation base has suddenly increased by several times, allowing me to experience the changes of this world. Yi Chen suddenly understood. Life was like a magnetic field. When one was weak, the magnetic field would be too weak and the outside world would be hazy. One would need to use the naked eye to see and observe. The spirit body was just a body, and it did not have the advantage of observing the outside world. On the other hand, cultivation base was what a person had the most contact with the outside world. This was because cultivation base was transformed from the yuan qi of the world, and it was the bridge between humans and the world. 1,000 years of cultivation base could be said to be a checkpoint for life and death kings. After crossing it, a whole new world would appear before Yi Chen's eyes. Defensive sword art. Pensive, Yi Chen's thoughts moved, and the sky Scorpio sword floated out, splitting into 3, then 60, 62, 64, 66. Unknowingly, Yi Chen's defensive sword art had already surpassed the level of 64 swords, and he could already use the 8 trigrams extermination sword art. Apart from this, Yi Chen could clearly feel that his soul strength was increasing. The amount of soul didn't change, but the soul strength increased. This was a qualitative improvement. For example, although the soul of Yuan Emperor's doppelganger was not much, its quality was too frightening. It could use a powerful soul attack like Primordial Spirit Lock to obliterate the opponent's soul source. On the other hand, Yi Chen's soul attack could only injure the opponent's soul. Among life and death kings, there were strong and weak souls. The increase in quantity was very slow, but the increase in quality could be a bit faster. The strengthening of the soul was closely related to the increase in cultivation base. After each saturation, the process of breaking through the limit was also the process of the soul strengthening. If the soul didn't strengthen, how could it bear more cultivation base? Of course, Yi Chen was an exception. He hadn't reached the saturation limit, but because his cultivation base had suddenly increased from 200 years to 1,000 years, the improvement was too huge, causing a change in his soul. Before, Yi Chen's soul hadn't been completely aroused. Just like the majority of people's brains, some people were smart because their brains were developed to a high degree. Chapter 951. So it turns out that my soul potential has not been fully activated. Yi Chen understood. No wonder he felt that although his comprehension had increased, it was not 10 times that of others. At most, it was only a few times. It seems like I can start creating the third movement of the Autumn Water Sword spell now. The first movement of the Autumn Water Sword spell was Waning Moon, and the second was Congealing Water. The third movement was very difficult for Yi Chen, mainly because Yi Chen's Metal Profound and Water Profound had already reached completion. With these two profounds as the foundation, creating a powerful sword movement was not something that could be done in a day, and required a lot of accumulation. In the sword world, Yi Chen had seen thousands of sword arts. Adding on the increase in his comprehension, he felt that it was time to create the third movement of the Autumn Water Sword spell. But before that, there was one more thing he had to do, which was to integrate the Yi family, the Sky Cloud Martial School, and the Changtian Martial School, and create a new martial school. Chen, actually, I have wanted to talk to you about this for a long time. Spirit Beauty Peak, one of the main peaks of the Yi family. In the courtyard at the top of the peak, Yi Tianhao, Shen Yuqing, and Yi Chen were drinking tea at the stone table. Father. Yi Chen looked at Yi Tianhao. Shen Yuqing smiled and said, I have discussed with your father, and we feel that you should create a martial school. With your current position, only the founder is worthy of your identity. Plus, we also know that you can't let go of the Sky Cloud Martial School. If you don't create a martial school, it will be hard for you to take care of the Sky Cloud Martial School. If you don't create a martial school, it will be hard for you to take care of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and there will be a grudge in your heart. In that case, why not create a martial school? Many martial schools have many families anyway. Families and sects did not contradict each other. Sects were all about the origin and could accommodate families. For example, in some sects, there were many factions and some families were the most powerful. Families, on the other hand, focused on bloodline and loyalty. After all, everyone had the same blood flowing in their veins. However, families also had their weaknesses, and that was that they could not stay strong for long. After all, no matter how many people there were in a family, it was still limited. With enough luck, it was fine to have many geniuses, but without enough luck, the family would decline. Although the Yi family was a 5th-rank family now, if Yi Chen was not here in a few hundred years, the Yi family might become a 9th-rank family again or even not. Sects were different. As long as you were a genius, you could be recruited into the sect and trained well. If you were good, loyalty would not be a problem. The entire Elysium out was out. Out that there were no geniuses. What do the others in the family think? Yi Chen asked. Yi Tianhao said, most of them support it. Only a few are not willing to give up on the Yi family's glory. They think that creating a new sect is not good for the Yi family. But the minority follows the majority, so it's normal for some to oppose it. Alright Chen, what do you want to name this sect? Shen Yuqing asked curiously. Yi Chen cleared his throat. Although nothing has been decided yet, I've thought of a name. Let's call it Sword Master, my original title. Sword Master. Sword Master. Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing's eyes brightened up. Sword Master was Yi Chen's title in the master level, which meant that it was way too powerful. But it also brought a lot of trouble. Judging by the name alone, amongst all the sword martial schools, the Sword Master would definitely be the most powerful one. Good name. Yi Tianhao could not help but shout. But what about Sky Sword Continent? Shin Yuqing was a bit worried. Sky Sword Continent was the holy land of sword arts. Since Yi Qin named the sect Sword Master, the king-level warriors of Sky Sword Continent would definitely be very dissatisfied. They might even come to cause trouble. A king-level warrior coming to cause trouble was not a small matter. In the future, when people from Sword Sect went out, it would be very dangerous. Yi Qin smiled. It's okay. The sect has not been created yet. Once it is, I will be confident. Creating a sect was not a small matter. He had to confirm it first. After all, whether it could be created or not was still unknown. It depended on the attitude of Sky Cloud Martial School and Zhang Tian Martial School. Of course, if he could establish it, his burden would be even heavier. He had to increase his strength as fast as possible. Once his battle strength reached the level of a 5-star tyrant, even if Sky Sword Continent wanted to provoke him, they would have to think twice. If he could reach 6-star battle strength, no one would dare to provoke him. That would simply be seeking death. The current leader of Sky Cloud Martial School was Luo Hanshan. In the main hall, not only Luo Hanshan was there, but also the Supreme Master and many inner elders of Sky Cloud Martial School. I agreed to merge Sky Cloud Martial School with the new sect. Everyone knows about Yi Chen's power and potential. He will definitely make this new sect one of the top few martial schools in Elysium. If Sky Cloud Martial School does not agree to join the new sect, although there might be a life and death realm warrior in the future and turn it into a rank 5 martial school, that will be during peaceful times. Right now the alien race's calamity is approaching, and Yi Qin is only one person. He cannot protect both the Yi family and Sky Cloud Martial School at the same time. At that time, whether Sky Cloud Martial School can survive or not is still unknown. Right now, Luo Hanshan's cultivation base had already reached the peak of Mid-Sea of Soul's realm, only one step away from Late Sea of Soul's realm. However, his wife, Zhu Mei, was even more powerful, having already reached Late Sea of Soul's realm. The two were now one of the top 5 warriors of Sky Cloud Martial School. The leader of the top 5 was Zhang Haoran, who had reached the peak of Late Sea of Soul's realm. I agree as well. Zhang Haoran had calmed down a lot. Between his eyebrows, there seemed to be a sense of determination and dignity. Leader, actually, we can also temporarily join this martial school and leave after the alien race's calamity is over. After all, Yi Qin is our great master. He should not make things difficult for us. Some of the older inner masters were not willing to join the new martial school. They had too deep feelings for the Sky Cloud Martial School, and they did not want the school to disappear in the long river of history. Luo Hanshan sighed and said, the leader position of a martial school is not only passed down from generation to generation, but also to the most capable ones. Actually, there is nothing wrong with joining this martial school. It is not like becoming someone else's slave. As long as you have enough talent and achievements in 100 years or even hundreds of years, anyone would have the chance to become the leader. Moreover, Yi Qin suggested that the new martial school should have 3 main halls, one of which would be the Sky Cloud Hall. The hall leader would be our Sky Cloud Hall. Luo Hanshan did not have any ambition for the position of the leader. He had always been envious of Yi Qin, who had been traveling around the world. For him, or for most of the geniuses, cultivation was the most important thing. As for the founder of the Sky Cloud Martial School, it was not Luo Hanshan's ancestor. Every generation the most capable person would be the leader. If Yi Qin had agreed, he would have become the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Therefore, deep down in Luo Hanshan's heart, he did not think it was a big deal to join a new martial school. He believed that after tens or hundreds of years, people would also develop feelings for the new martial school. Since there are people who agree and people who disagree, let's vote by raising our hands. At this moment, Luo Xinglia, Luo Hanshan's father, stood out. Yes, let's vote by raising our hands. Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer also nodded. In the end, there were still a lot of people who agreed. It was mainly because everyone respected Yi Qin. Those who were against it were actually not without hesitation. Being able to join Yi Chen's sect was more or less attractive. After deciding to join Yi Chen's martial school, Luo Hanshan sent a messenger to the Yi family on the same day. Only the Eternal Sky Martial School is left. Yi Chen did not expect things to go so smoothly. But, thinking about it, it did make some sense. The martial schools in Elysium were not the same as those in the movies in Yi Chen's previous world. Only those who had the ability could become the leader, and there was no such thing as inheritance. As long as one had the power and talent, they would be respected wherever they went. Eternal Sky Martial School is Senior Battle King's martial school, and I can be considered half a disciple of Senior Battle King. It should not be a problem. His body flickered as Yi Qin tore open the space and rushed toward the Blood Sky continent. While Yi Qin was heading toward the Blood Sky continent, 6 figures were flying toward the True Spirit continent from the West Ocean. Among these 6 people, 2 were precisely Black Water Ancestor and Yellow Robe Ancestor. Black Water Ancestor and Yellow Robe Ancestor seemed to have recovered. Golden Turtle Ancestor, if we just barge into the True Spirit continent and attack the Yi family, won't the other martial schools be unhappy and think that we are too arrogant? The one who spoke was a skinny old man in black robes. He was not an ordinary person but the Black Fiend Emperor, the leader of the Black Fiend Island. The middle-aged man in blue robes next to him was the leader of the demon god cult, the Earth Demon Emperor, and the one in red robes was the Red Water Ancestor. As for the one in gold robes with a thick back and wide shoulders, he was the leader of the West Ocean's Golden Turtle Island, the Golden Turtle Ancestor. A total of 6 emperors were flying toward the True Spirit continent. Golden Turtle Ancestor sneered, "Don't worry, the True Spirit continent is not some tiger's den. If I can go in, I can come out. Plus, they probably don't have the guts to stop me." Of course. Everyone says that Su King is powerful, but Su King is nothing compared to you. Black Water Ancestor flattered Golden Turtle Ancestor. "Aha, I'll take this opportunity to see if that Yi Qin has 3 heads and 6 arms. Also, if that Shenho dares to come, I'll bring her back. Such a beautiful woman is the most suitable to be my Golden Turtle Ancestor's wife." Golden Turtle Ancestor often went into seclusion. Before he went into seclusion, Shenho had not yet been born. Apart from Shenho, there is also the Demon Flower Emperor, who is also a beauty. Black Water Ancestor sneered. "Alright, I'll bring him back as well." Golden Turtle Ancestor's voice carried an unquestionable aura, as if no one could stop him if he wanted to get something. "We have arrived at the True Spirit continent." At this moment, everyone saw the coastline through the space barrier. Blood Sky Continent, Eternal Sky Sect. Things went smoothly. Without much persuasion, all the elders of Eternal Sky Sect agreed to join Yi Chen's sect. Sect leader Li Changtian did not object either. After all, Yi Chen was the ancestor's disciple. Plus, Eternal Sky Sect's days in the Blood Sky Continent were not good. They could not always trouble Yi Chen to protect them. Chapter 952. After receiving the reply from Eternal Sky School, Yi Chen was in a good mood, so he went to Chaotic Demon Ocean. Murong Qingqing was still in seclusion, but the Demon Flower Emperor said that within half a year, Murong Qingqing would be able to comprehend life and death and enter the life and death realm. At that time she would be able to completely awaken the demon's power. At that time she would know which race of demons she had inherited. For example, the Demon Flower Emperor had inherited the Flower Demon bloodline. Golden Turtle Ancestor, congratulations on coming out of seclusion. I wonder what brings you to True Spirit Continent? In True Spirit Continent, Golden Turtle Ancestor and the other 5 were blocked by a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. Golden Turtle Ancestor grinned. "Ling Tianxiu, I don't think I need your permission to come to True Spirit Continent, do I?" The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was none other than the famous Su King, whose real name was Ling Tianxiu. Su King smiled lightly. "You don't need my permission, but I don't need yours to stop you either." Golden Turtle Ancestor's face turned cold. "You think you can stop me? You can try." Facing the incomparably powerful Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, the illusionary Emperor's expression remained the same. His eyes seemed to contain the void, devouring the heavens and earth. His imposing manner was not inferior to the domineering aura of the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor. "Alright, I want to see how much you've improved in the past few decades." Golden Turtle Ancestor had been in seclusion for decades. Decades ago, Su King was a junior in his eyes and now he was still a junior. Boom. Opening his mouth, Golden Turtle Ancestor shot out a beam of golden light towards Su King. As soon as it appeared, the whole world seemed to have lost its color, and the space seemed to have melted. "Golden Turtle Ancestor, do you think you can beat me back with just a beam of light?" Su King sneered and reached out with his right hand. Oh. The golden light was extinguished, and Su King's hand seemed to contain the power to tear the world apart. "Good, seems like you've grown a lot stronger." The Golden Turtle Great Ancestor was slightly surprised. He was a demonic beast, and the demonic power that came out of his mouth was not inferior to an ordinary ultimate move. This was the breath of a demonic beast. 4 moves of gold breaking. Sensing Su King's strength, the Golden Turtle Ancestor became serious. With a grab of his hand, the palm force transformed into a golden dragon claw, tearing the sky and splitting the earth. It was incomparably huge, and the sharp claws were more terrifying than any weapon. They could probably tear apart an ordinary top-grade defensive artifact and pierce through the body. Good timing. Raising his right hand, Su King struck out with his palm. Similarly, his golden palm blotted out the sky and was unstoppable. Rumble. The golden dragon claw and the golden palm collided fiercely, and the resulting shockwave tore the earth apart. Scorching lava spewed up, and flames soared into the sky. Blackwater Ancestor and the other four groaned and hurriedly raised their protective Zhenyuan, retreating several dozen li to avoid being injured by the shockwave. Below them, a small mountain range was instantly annihilated, as if it had never existed. The battle between two peak monarchs had far surpassed their imaginations. Peak of 5 stars. With his hands behind his back, the golden turtle ancestor's expression sank. Su King's battle strength was not the rumored high-grade 5-star, but the peak of 5-star. Golden turtle ancestor, I'm not here to find trouble with you. I just want to ask, what is your purpose in coming to True Spirit Continent? Su King didn't intend to continue and asked. The golden turtle ancestor pondered for a moment and said, my purpose this time is to annihilate the Yi clan. I shouldn't have violated your taboo, right? Su King's strength made the golden turtle ancestor not dare to be unbridled. If the Yi clan had any relationship with Su King, then he would have to think it over. As for annihilating the Yi clan, it was basically impossible. Even when beating a dog, one must look at its master. The golden turtle ancestor wasn't prepared to completely fall out with Su King. Yi clan? Su King glanced at the golden turtle ancestor, then glanced at the Blackwater ancestor and the others. He frowned and said after a while, move quickly. Don't cause too much of a commotion. Offending the golden turtle ancestor and the other 5 monarchs for the sake of a Yi clan. If not for having nothing better to do, no one would be so bored as to interfere. Alright, a mere Yi clan won't waste too much of my time. The golden turtle ancestor saw that Su King didn't stop him and laughed. He waved his hand and said to the Blackwater ancestor and the others, let's go. Let's finish this as soon as possible. Su King gave him face, so he had to do the same. Not good. It's the golden turtle ancestor. Is he heading towards South Rudra region? Mysterious sect. Jianghu discovered the traces of the golden turtle ancestor and the others. When she realized that the golden turtle ancestor was heading towards South Rudra region, Jianghu had a bad premonition. Apart from the Yi clan, there were no other 5th-grade forces in South Rudra region. Only the Yi clan barely had the qualifications to dispatch 6 titled monarchs. A space door appeared in front of her, and Jianghu stepped inside. This is the Yi clan? Not bad, there are actually so many great arrays protecting it. The golden turtle ancestor looked through the water and earth chain great array and the fire dragon burning sky great array. Break for me. Raising his right hand, the golden turtle ancestor clawed toward the Yi clan. Golden turtle ancestor, what are you trying to do? In front of the Yi clan, the space door opened. Jianghu pushed forward with her right hand, and space doors formed one after another, welcoming the golden dragon claw of the golden turtle ancestor. Ping 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 ping. The golden dragon claw was like a hot knife through butter, shattering a large number of space doors. When it approached Jianghu, its power was less than 10%, and it was shattered by Xuanho's finger. Jianghu has been waiting for you. The Blackwater ancestor chuckled and said to the golden turtle ancestor, she is the world-famous Jianghu. What do you think, golden turtle ancestor? Haha, what a peerless beauty. The golden turtle ancestor laughed heartily. Yi clan, what happened? Yi Tianhao, Xin Yuqing, and the elders of the Yi clan walked out of their residences and looked outside. 7 kings. Even if they had never eaten pork, they had seen pigs run. How could they not know that the 7 people outside were all life and death realm warriors? Who had Yi family offended to attract the attention of 6 king-level warriors? If not for mysterious queen's interference, it would be hard to say whether Yi family's great formation would have been able to defend. That golden dragon claw was too frightening. Everyone activate the great array. Yi Tianhao made a prompt decision and yelled. Whether or not the great array was controlled by someone was 2 different things. With someone controlling it, the array's might would be a bit stronger. Without someone controlling it, the might could only reach the standard. As Yi Tianhao's voice faded, hundreds of figures spread out, each standing on the control points of the great array. In the next moment, outside the Yi clan, the illusory mountains were connected by illusory rivers. This was the sign of the water and earth interlocking great array being activated at full power. It could block ordinary life and death kings for a long time, and even titled monarchs would find it hard to break it in 2 or 3 moves. Golden Turtle Ancestor, your Golden Turtle Island is located in the depths of the West Ocean. Why did you attack Yi Clan after coming out of seclusion? If Yi Clan has offended you in any way, I can compensate for it. Xuanho's beautiful brows creased as she said solemnly. Blackwater Ancestor said coldly, you probably don't know yet, but Yi Qin ran to my Blackwater Alliance and robbed over 100 million quasi-low-grade Genuine crystals, 20 million supreme-grade spirit stones, and several billion upper-grade spirit stones. If you can compensate for it, it won't be too hard to negotiate. Blackwater Ancestor was extremely malicious. Yi Qin had clearly taken over 30 million Genuine crystals, 5 million supreme-grade spirit stones, and less than 900 million upper-grade spirit stones. However, in his words, it was several times more. He clearly didn't intend to be kind, because he knew that Xianhou couldn't possibly have so much wealth. Are you sure? How could Xianhou believe Blackwater Ancestor's nonsense? I have Golden Turtle Ancestor as a witness. Blackwater Ancestor looked at Golden Turtle Ancestor. Golden Turtle Ancestor nodded and chuckled. Brother Blackwater has already promised me half of the Devouring Island. Yi Chen's actions clearly show that he doesn't put me in his eyes. If you can take out so many resources and follow me back to Golden Turtle Island, I can spare your clan. Otherwise, not even a chicken or dog will be spared. No chicken or dog will be spared. The yellow-robed old man also said viciously. Before coming here, he had already locked up the entire water ape race. This was the consequence of Yi Qin daring to offend him. If that's the case, then we can only fight. Xuanho's face was frosty. I'll play with her. You guys break into Yi Clan. Golden Turtle Ancestor waved his hand and flew toward Xianhou. Hearing this, Blackwater Ancestor said viciously, today is the day of Yi Clan's destruction. After that, it will be that little bastard's turn. After such a huge commotion, Yi Qin still didn't come out. He must have gone out. This made Blackwater Ancestor very angry. Rumble. Blackwater Ancestor was the first to attack. He used the Mystic Water Thunderbolt Palm of the Heavy Water True Thunder technique, causing the water and earth chain formation outside the Yi Clan to shake incessantly. The yellow-robed old freak and the others also unleashed their ultimate moves. The yellow-robed old freak waved his hand and a huge yellow dragon slammed into the grand formation. The Redwater Old Freak's ultimate move was a series of blood-red water blades. His weapon was a dark green saber that emitted a chilling light. The Island Lord of the Black Fiend Island controlled black skulls and blasted them out. However, among the 5 of them, the Demon God Cult Sect leader, the Earth Demon Sovereign, had the strongest attack. He formed seals with his hands and actually condensed a 3,000-meter-tall giant. The giant walked to the side of the grand formation in 2 to 3 steps and punched out with his fist. Door of Mystery, Steal the Sun. How terrifying was it for 5 titled monarchs to attack the Yi Clan? Back then, Xianhou and the Demon Flower Emperor had only attacked the Terminator Demon Sect. Seeing this situation, Xianhou hurriedly set up layers of space doors outside the Yi Clan. A clay bodhisattva crossing the river can't even protect itself. I should take care of myself first. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's body shook. His entire body emitted a golden radiance like a small sun. With a ripping sound, he clawed at Xianhou, his golden dragon claw tearing apart the heaven and earth. Chaotic Demon Ocean Lotus Island, courting death. The Yi Clan's Great Formation was connected to Yi Chen's mind. As soon as the Great Formation suffered an attack, Yi Chen immediately sensed it. His figure flickered as Yi Chen shattered the void and rushed toward the True Spirit continent. Every step he took him hundreds of thousands of li. What's going on? Yi Chen didn't say what had happened. The Demon Flower Emperor was somewhat baffled, but he still followed behind Yi Chen from a distance. Blackwater Ancestor, Yellow-Robed Old Man, you two are dead for sure. Yi Chen's eyes blossomed with ice-cold killing intent. Chapter 953. The 5 titled monarchs attacked the Yi Clan, and Xuanhou's sky-stealing sun-swapping ultimate move could not stop them at all. In a short while, the spatial doors surrounding the Yi Clan were all shattered. Activate the Sky-Burning Dragon Array. Yi Tianhao stood at the core of the array and poured his quintessential essence into the array. Outside the Yi Clan, fire dragons emerged one after another, shaking their heads and wagging their tails as they charged at Patriarch Blackwater and the others. Petty tricks. Patriarch Blackwater sneered and slapped a fire dragon's head, easily killing it. The other fire dragons could not do anything to the 4 titled monarchs. At most they could delay them. The Yi Clan was in danger. Truly, each generation has its own talent. Your strength has actually reached the advanced 5-star level. Patriarch Golden Turtle did not use his full strength in the battle against Jianghu, but even so, he used 60 to 70% of his strength. But as time passed, he found that he could not suppress her. Same to you. The mysterious queen's face became more and more serious. The Golden Turtle Great Ancestor was indeed the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor. Although the battle seemed to be evenly matched, she knew that the opponent had not used his full power yet. Perhaps he had not even used 80% of his power. No matter how she attacked or how she used her space profound to counterattack, the opponent could still defuse her attacks easily. Snow-filling universe. All of a sudden, the mysterious queen cast aside her space profound martial art and used an ice and wind profound martial art instead. Heavy snow filled the sky, and the snowflakes formed a hexagonal shape. Each snowflake seemed to be compressed from an iceberg, releasing an incomparably terrifying freezing air. When the freezing air spread out, even the space was frozen and cracked. In some areas where the freezing air was more concentrated, it formed a whirlwind-like freezing air current that rushed towards the Golden Turtle Patriarch. Embryonic form of a top-tier profound martial art. The Golden Turtle Old Ancestor was shocked. A peak-tier profound martial art was a super martial art created with two perfect profound as the foundation. The Golden Turtle Old Ancestor could see that the mysterious queen's ice profound and wind profound were already perfect. If it wasn't for the imperfect fusion, the power of this move could be increased by several times. Even so, this snow world filling was already considered a quasi-peak tier profound martial art, and its power could shake the world. 9 Palaces Invisible Armor. Not daring to underestimate this move, the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor roared, and a large amount of golden light burst out from his body, forming 9 pieces of golden armor. The golden armor was arranged in the shape of 9 palaces, protecting the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor. Gotcha. The frozen air drowned Patriarch Golden Turtle. When the hexagonal snowflakes landed on the 9 pieces of golden armor, a series of muffled sounds erupted. As the muffled sounds spread out, the frozen air that was several times stronger than before exploded crazily, causing Patriarch Blackwater and the other 400s of kilometers away to feel a strange chill. They could not help but take more than 10 steps back and circulate their protective quintessential essence or demonic power to the limit. Bang! The earth trembled as a glacier, that was hundreds of meters tall, smashed into the ground. At the center of the glacier, a faint golden light flickered. He actually sealed the great ancestor of Golden Turtle Island inside. Patriarch Blackwater's face was filled with disbelief. Jianghu is indeed worthy of being one of the most secretive people. Nobody knows where her bottom line is. The leader of the demonic god cult, Earth Demonic Emperor, said cautiously. The majority of life and death kings knew that Jianghu's surface strength was around mid-5 stars. However, this time, the strength Jianghu revealed was clearly high-level 4 stars. Moreover, the last move, Snow World, truly had a world-shaking might. Even the great ancestor of Golden Turtle Island was somewhat unable to withstand it. Unsurprisingly, Jianghu had been hiding her strength all along. I'm afraid I won't be able to seal him. Jianghu was not so optimistic. The strength of the great ancestor was not something that could be sealed easily. Even if Su King came, he might not be able to defeat the great ancestor. As expected, just as this thought flashed through Mysterious Queen's mind, a few cracks immediately appeared on the surface of the glacier. The cracks widened, and in the next moment, the entire glacier exploded with a boom. The Golden Turtle Old Ancestor walked out unscathed. The 9 pieces of golden armor outside his body sparkled, and traces of icy water dripped down. What a good move, Snow World. Now I'll let you see my true strength. The great ancestor of Golden Turtle Island was a demonic beast that was much older than the Black Dragon Old Ancestor. His original form was a golden turtle, and he had the bloodline of a giant dragon and a black shell tortoise. Because the tortoise shell on his back was innately imprinted with 9 palace patterns, his comprehension ability was much higher than that of demonic beasts, almost not inferior to humans. Thus, he was able to suppress the Black Dragon Old Ancestor and gain a great reputation among titled monarchs. Gold-shattering force style, heaven-collapsing, earth-rending. With a wave of his claw, the space continuously exploded, giving people the feeling that the sky had collapsed. The Earth's crust cracked and the magnetic field changed, making people unable to stand stably. Great Ancestor Golden Turtle, you are about to enter your coffin, yet you still came to cause trouble. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? At this moment, an incomparably huge black flower flew over and blocked the killer move of the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor. The golden dragon claw tore most of the black flower apart, and in the end, its power was exhausted. The majestic energy was sucked clean, and the black flower was restored to its original state. Who is it? Great Ancestor Golden Turtle looked towards the source of the black flower. In the sky, a man and a woman flew over. The man was dressed in blue and was in his early 20s. The woman was dressed in a gorgeous black robe and had a cold appearance. They were Yi Qin and the Demon Flower Emperor. Great Ancestor Golden Turtle, they are Yi Qin and the Demon Flower Emperor. Patriarch Blackwater sent a voice transmission to Great Ancestor Golden Turtle. Demon Flower Emperor, all right. Since you are here, don't even think about leaving. Great Ancestor Golden Turtle laughed out loud. He didn't think much of Yi Qin and the Demon Flower Emperor at all. It was as though Jianghu and the Demon Flower Emperor were already in his bag. As for Yi Qin, he was just a dead man and was nothing to worry about. It's said that Great Ancestor Golden Turtle has extraordinary means, but I don't believe it. Sister Yin, you and Yi Qin kill those 5 people. I'll deal with this old fellow. The Demon Flower Emperor said to Jianghu and Yi Qin. Yi Qin shook his head. I'm confident that I can deal with the 5 of them. I'll leave Great Ancestor Golden Turtle to the 2 seniors. It clearly wouldn't be easy for the Demon Flower Emperor to deal with Great Ancestor Golden Turtle alone. In terms of eyesight, he wasn't any weaker than the Demon Flower Emperor and Jianghu. He could tell that Great Ancestor Golden Turtle's combat strength was extremely terrifying. The 3 of you can attack together. Great Ancestor Golden Turtle sneered and grabbed with his hand. The golden dragon claw covered Jianghu, the Demon Flower Emperor, and Yi Qin. It was extremely domineering. Scram. The Demon Flower Emperor beckoned with his hand. The huge demon flower moved through the void and blocked the golden dragon claw. Yi Qin, since you are confident, be careful. The Demon Flower Emperor said to Yi Qin. All right. With a flash, Yi Qin appeared in front of Patriarch Blackwater and the others. Patriarch Blackwater, yellow-robed old monster, I let you go last time. I didn't expect you to be so reckless and want to destroy my Yi family. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Qin's killing intent soared into the sky. You are Yi Qin. Be careful not to bite your tongue. Black Fiend Island Lord Black Fiend Emperor raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully. Yi Qin, do you think that you can stop the 5 of us with your strength alone? Let me tell you, I didn't go all out last time. In terms of strength, I, the yellow-robed old monster, may not lose to you. Regarding what happened that day, the yellow-robed old monster had been brooding. He felt that if he had been careful and guarded against Yi Qin's soul attack, his soul wouldn't have been injured. Today he came to take revenge. Yi Qin, you should have thought of this day when you looted my Blackwater Alliance's true essence crystals. Today we will not only destroy your Yi family but we will also tear you into pieces. Patriarch Blackwater's aura was like a rainbow. He didn't think that Yi Qin had the possibility of fighting against the 5 of them. Is that so? In today's life and death battle, let's see who will bleed 5 steps. With his hand on the ice-cold sword hilt, Yi Qin's eyes gradually sharpened. The Yi family was already in chaos. Qin'er is back. What should we do? How can he deal with 5 titled monarchs alone? Some elders of the Yi family were worried. This matter didn't only concern Yi Qin's safety, but also the Yi family's survival. 6 titled monarchs were attacking and all they could do was watch. There was no other way. They naturally hoped that Yi Qin could defeat the enemies, but the hope was too slim. Big brother, kill them. Yi Qin roared. He who had killed before had a strong killing intent. We are powerless. Everything depends on Qin. Yi Tianhao stared at Yi Qin without blinking. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Beside him, Xin Yuqing was also very nervous and held his breath. It's just Yi Qin. I'll take him down. The demon god cult's leader, the earth demon sovereign, was the first to act. With a thought, 1,000 zhang tall giant rushed towards Yi Qin and punched. Swish. Yi Qin had already released his sword domain. He moved and appeared behind the giant. There was a small hole in the giant's abdomen. Sword chi was flowing everywhere. Kill. Yi Qin sent out a orbital slayer secret sword at Patriarch Blackwater. At the same time, the silver vertical eye on his forehead opened and shot out a silver beam of light. This silver beam of light was more condensed than when he fought with Patriarch Blackwater. It had the tendency to transform into a sword light, and its speed was much faster. Pop. Patriarch Blackwater's head fell back as blood flowed from his 7 orifices. He had long been prepared for Yi Qin's soul attack. However, he didn't expect Yi Qin's soul attack to be much faster and more powerful than before. He didn't even have time to fully execute his soul defense mystic art before he was hit. Not good. Patriarch Blackwater roared inwardly. The invisible sword chi was about to sweep past Patriarch Blackwater's head. "I'm here. How can you be impudent?" At the critical moment, the yellow-robed Patriarch sent out a golden jadeite silk finger. The thread-like finger force blocked the invisible sword chi. In the end, the finger force dissipated and the invisible sword chi weakened greatly. It only cut a bone-deep sword mark on the yellow-robed Patriarch's head. A trace of brain juice splattered out, but it wasn't enough to kill Patriarch Blackwater. Yi Qin die. Seizing this opportunity, Earth Demon Emperor, Black Fiend Emperor, and Old Red Water Monster, the three titled monarchs, attacked Yi Qin together. 8 trigrams extermination sword art. Yi Qin didn't panic in the face of danger. The Sky Scorpio sword flew out of his hand and transformed into 64 sword images. The sword images combined and formed an 8 trigram sword array. The instant the 8 trigram sword array was formed, a shocking sword chi pierced through the 9 heavens. Go! With a point of his sword finger, the 8 trigram sword array was like a huge diagram that covered the 3. No matter how they dodged, they couldn't escape the attack of the 8 trigram sword array. 8 trigrams contained yin and yang, reversing the universe. Chapter 954. What kind of attack is this? Earth Demon Monarch, Black Fiend Monarch, and Old Monster Red Water were horrified. They discovered that the 8 trigram sword array had not only locked down space, but even yin and yang were in chaos. Once yin and yang were in chaos, everything was in chaos. The space they were in was covered by a black and white yin and yang diagram. Yi Qin was expressionless. The sword control art was a mystical sword art. The higher the realm, the more terrifying the lethality. The Big Dipper 7-star sword art combined with sword domain was already one of Yi Qin's strongest killing moves. However, compared to the 8 trigrams extermination sword art, it was undoubtedly nothing. The 8 trigrams extermination sword art alone was not weaker than the Big Dipper 7-star sword art combined with sword domain. Once combined with sword domain, the power of the 8 trigrams extermination sword art was several times stronger than the former. More importantly, after his cultivation had increased to the 1,000-year level, Yi Qin's soul strength had increased greatly. The power of the sword control art had also increased. The combination of the two made the 8 trigrams extermination sword art extremely terrifying. Sounds that sounded like bubbles rang out. The Earth Demon Sovereign and the Black Fiend Sovereign were sent flying, their bodies badly mutilated. Their auras were faintly discernible. As for Old Monster Red Water, who was the weakest, he was directly crushed into a mist of blood by the 8 trigram sword formation. His immortal body had not reached the blood rebirth realm. How is this possible? The yellow-robed old freak's eyes widened. It was extremely difficult for a titled monarch to kill a titled monarch. Although Old Red Water only had a low 5-star battle strength, it shouldn't be impossible for him to die in one move. To be able to kill Old Red Water in one move, one's battle strength had to be at least at the high 5-star level. Last time when he fought Yi Qin, the latter seemed to be at mid 5-star level. How could he suddenly reach the high 5-star level? Yi Qin, you actually dared to kill Old Monster Red Water. Do you know that you have made a huge mistake? The yellow-robed freak couldn't accept this scene, and Patriarch Blackwater couldn't accept it either. A titled monarch had been killed just like that. There were only a few titled monarchs in the entire Elysium. If one died, there would be one less titled monarchs. Yi Qin had killed Crimson Water Freak. To Patriarch Blackwater, this was a crime. What a joke. Could it be that only you are allowed to kill me and I am not allowed to kill you? Today all of you will die. The 8 trigram sword array took form once again and attacked Patriarch Blackwater. I'll fight you to the death. Patriarch Blackwater's body emitted a strong electric current. He was like a huge light bulb. With a boom, it was as if hundreds of lightning bolts had exploded at the same time. A hole was blasted open in the 8 trigram sword array, and a blood figure escaped through the hole. At the critical moment, Patriarch Blackwater used the forbidden technique of the heavy water true thunder art. At the cost of burning his cultivation, he managed to escape. You made me lose half of my cultivation and I can't make up for it. I can only cultivate again. How hateful. The price to pay for using the forbidden technique was extremely high. Patriarch Blackwater originally had more than 1,000 years of cultivation, but after burning it, he was left with less than 700 years. The hatred he had for Yi Qin could never be washed away in this lifetime. Can you escape? How could Yi Qin let Patriarch Blackwater escape? The 8 trigram sword array continued to chase after him. Ah, Patriarch Golden Turtle, save me! Patriarch Blackwater shouted and rushed in the direction of Patriarch Golden Turtle. Oh. Patriarch Golden Turtle fought Demon Flower Emperor and Shenhe alone. It looked like they were evenly matched. Seeing Patriarch Blackwater escape, he said, "Yi Qin, spare his life and I won't destroy your Yi family. Otherwise no one will be spared." Before Patriarch Golden Turtle finished speaking, Patriarch Blackwater turned into a mist of blood. The might of the 8 trigrams extermination sword art was astonishing. It could be called a sure-kill sword art. "You're dead." A green aura flashed across his face and Patriarch Golden Turtle's body suddenly expanded, turning into a giant beast that looked like a dragon but not a dragon, a tortoise but not a tortoise. It was his true form, Golden Turtle. Golden Turtle carried a golden tortoise shell on its back, and it was as huge as a mountain. With a push of its limbs, the ground cracked. With a rumbling sound, Patriarch Golden Turtle turned into a giant beast and rushed towards Yi Qin, ignoring the attacks of Demon Flower Emperor and Shenhe. This old guy is really durable. Demon Flower Emperor naturally wouldn't let Patriarch Golden Turtle attack Yi Qin. As she quickly formed seals with both hands, the demon flower took root in the ground and countless demon vines shot out, binding Patriarch Golden Turtle tightly. Break! Patriarch Golden Turtle was extremely powerful, and his limbs exerted force, breaking the demon vines inch by inch. Snow filling heaven and earth. Xuanho's killer move came. Countless cold air erupted, and Patriarch Golden Turtle was frozen. Although it couldn't hurt Patriarch Golden Turtle, it could at least stop him for a while. Thank you, seniors. Yi Qin didn't believe that he could fight against Patriarch Golden Turtle. His opponent's defense probably couldn't be broken by the 8 trigrams extermination sword art. Swoosh. Teleporting through the void, Yi Qin chased after Patriarch Yellow-Robed. Patriarch Yellow-Robed fled very quickly. When he saw Patriarch Scarlet Water and Patriarch Blackwater die in Yi Qin's hands one after another, he felt that something was amiss. He immediately flew away at his fastest speed. "Patriarch Yellow-Robed, you won't be able to escape." Yi Qin's cold voice entered Patriarch Yellow-Robe's ears. Patriarch Yellow-Robed roared, "Yi Qin, the alien race's calamity is imminent. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will face the suppression of all the monarchs in the world. Don't think about other things. You are a titled monarch and so am I. When you came to kill me, why didn't you think of the alien race's calamity? I, Yi Qin, never provoke others, but I won't sacrifice myself for the so-called big picture. Those who kill will be killed. Today you will die without a doubt." Yi Qin's determination to kill Patriarch Yellow-Robed was extremely firm. No one could shake it. In this world where the strong were revered, there was no dignity to compromise. Whether it was the alien race or the human race, as long as they were enemies, they would be killed without mercy. On the other hand, if he died, the apocalypse would come. What did it have to do with him? Only by being alive would there be endless possibilities. "Beast, you are not worthy of being a human." Patriarch Yellow-Robed was in despair. The distance between him and Yi Qin rapidly shrank. Yi Qin, who was proficient in the profound Tao of space, wasn't someone he could compare to. World extermination. The 8 trigram sword array formed. Yi Qin's sword fingers quickly pointed out. Boom. In the end, Patriarch Blackwater and Patriarch Redwater couldn't compare to the yellow-robed old man. His battle prowess was at the mid-tier of 5 stars. At this crucial moment, he activated the Daluo Yellow Robe, blocking behind him. However, the Daluo Yellow Robe wasn't omnipotent. It could only weaken a portion of the chi. The majority of the chi still landed on his back, blasting him away. "I'm too far away." Patriarch Yellow-Robed, who was vomiting blood, didn't give up. Borrowing the momentum of the impact, he continued to flee. Truly hard to kill. The silver vertical eye on Yi Qin's forehead opened, shooting out a silver beam of light. Patriarch Yellow-Robed staggered, but his speed didn't slow down. He had already been guarding against Yi Qin's soul attack. He had used a soul defense secret art in advance. Yi Qin's expression didn't change. He shot out the second soul light. The third soul light. Adding the soul light he had used on Patriarch Blackwater, Yi Qin had used soul light a total of 4 times. With his soul power he could only use it 5 times. After 5 times, his soul power would be exhausted, and his battle prowess would be reduced to less than 10%. Therefore he couldn't use it for the 5th time. Fortunately, after 3 soul light attacks, Patriarch Yellow-Robe's soul had been injured. He couldn't control his Zhen Yuan perfectly, and his speed had decreased imperceptibly. Die. With 1,000 years of cultivation, Yi Qin could use the 8 trigrams extermination sword art many times without any worries, bombarding the yellow-robed old man in front of him again and again. After the seventh attack, Patriarch Yellow-Robed, who had dominated the South Sea for countless years, instantly turned into a blood mist. However, the blood mist condensed once again, turning back into Patriarch Yellow-Robed. Is this the realm of blood rebirth? Yi Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. He naturally knew that titled monarchs were hard to kill, but he didn't expect it to be this hard. If he wasn't proficient in Space Profound, even if his battle prowess was stronger than Patriarch Yellow-Robed, he wouldn't be able to stop his opponent. He could only watch as the latter fled. Yi Chen, you can't kill me. Patriarch Yellow-Robe's voice was hoarse. Try it then. With a shift, Yi Chen finally caught up to Patriarch Yellow-Robed and blocked his path. Great Luo Yellow-Robe, explode. The old freak in yellow robes seemed to have been prepared for this. His long yellow robes suddenly covered Yi Chen before exploding violently. The resulting shock waves stacked on top of each other, blowing up a huge hole in the two skies above his head. The chi flow shot up into the sky. Haha, it won't be so easy to kill me. This time even if you don't die you'll be crippled. Patriarch Yellow-Robed felt carefree in his heart. He believed that he wasn't Yi Chen's match, so he pretended to be weak and chose to flee. Even though Yi Chen had heavily injured him many times, he still endured. He wanted to wait until Yi Chen relaxed and kill him in one strike, not giving him any chance. However, he had also paid a huge price. Yi Chen's attacks contained a destructive sword intent that was difficult to eliminate. Adding on the injuries to his soul, it could be said that without several years of recuperation, it would be impossible for him to fully recover. Apart from this great Luo yellow robe was also a rare top-grade treasure that he had coincidentally obtained. It was priceless. Choosing to explode the robe made his heart ache. But it was all worth it. As long as he could kill Yi Chen, so what if he destroyed the great Luo yellow robe? The great Luo yellow robe turned to ashes in the explosion. The flames even melted space. Patriarch Yellow-Robed coughed out several mouthfuls of blood, a smile on his face. He should be dead, he murmured. It's too early for you to be happy. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Patriarch Yellow-Robed. Impossible. Patriarch Yellow-Robed subconsciously turned his head. What welcomed him was the 8 trigram sword array with an aura of destruction. After losing the great Luo yellow robe and being heavily injured, he had less than 50% of his battle strength left. Patriarch Yellow-Robed only had time to let out a miserable scream before turning into a bloody mist. The bloody mist tried to squirm, but the destructive sword intent was too dense. The bloody mist squirmed several times before failing. Die. Yi Chen didn't give Patriarch Yellow-Robed any chance. The 8 trigram sword array turned the bloody mist to ashes, not leaving a single drop of blood behind. Chapter 955. The yellow-robed old freak was dead, but his storage ring was left behind. Only an upper-grade or supreme-grade storage ring could survive the 8 trigrams extermination sword art. Of course, the yellow-robed old freak storage ring would most likely not be an extreme-grade storage ring. It should be a top-notch upper-grade storage ring. Reaching out his hand, the storage ring that was flickering with a dim light landed in Yi Chen's hand. As a titled monarch, the yellow-robed old man's soul wouldn't be any weaker than Yi Chen's. Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry to erase the soul imprint on the storage ring. After putting it away, he turned around and flew toward the South Rudra region. In just a short while, the two had already left the South Rudra region. The one killed by Yi Chen seems to be a titled monarch. To be able to kill a titled monarch? Could it be that Yi Chen is also a titled monarch? As soon as Yi Chen left, 2 people appeared from the mountains below. They were both Sea of Soul Realm masters, but at this moment, their faces were filled with shock as they exchanged glances. It was their first time seeing titled monarchs fight and fall. It should be known that life and death kings were already high and mighty figures for them, and titled monarchs were legendary figures. Returning to the South Rudra region, Yi Chen discovered that the Earth Demon Emperor and Black Fiend Emperor had escaped. Earth Demon Emperor and Black Fiend Emperor were not weaker than the yellow-robed old man, and they were both at the Blood Rebirth realm. A single 8 trigrams extermination sword art wouldn't be able to kill them. In the end, only the 4 titled monarchs, Demon Flower Emperor, Xianhou, and Yi Chen were left. Sword Domain. Yi Chen's Zhenyuan surged as he released his sword domain, enveloping the old man within. The old man only felt the pressure around his body increase drastically. Even the posture of his dragon claw was a bit distorted as it smashed a mountain into pieces. Damn it. The Golden Turtle Grand Ancestor found it extremely difficult to fight against 3 conferred monarchs alone. If it were only titled monarchs with strong offense, Golden Turtle Old Ancestor wouldn't have the slightest apprehension. His defense made him innately invincible. However, Yi Chen and the other two were too unique. Demonic Flower Emperor's demonic flower could absorb his demonic energy and transform it into demonic energy to attack him, causing his demonic energy to constantly decrease. Mysterious Queen Space Profound and Ice Wind Profound made his hands and feet tied, unable to display his strength to the limit. Yi Chen's sword domain had reached the third layer, which was close to Azure Sky Sword Emperor's. The restriction on him was even greater, and he could only display 80 to 90% of his battle strength. If not for his high defense, he would have been defeated long ago. Golden Turtle Patriarch, go back to your Golden Turtle Island. The Demon Flower Emperor said bluntly. Demon Flower Emperor, Xianhou Yi Chen, you three better remember this. The old man transformed back into his human form. His face alternated between green and white as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Leaving behind these ruthless words, the old man tore through the air and flew out of Yi Chen's sword domain. Victory! Everyone in the Yi family cheered. 6 conferred monarchs had attacked Yi family, but in the end, 3 died, 2 escaped and 1 escaped. It could be said that after this battle, no one would dare to attack Yi family anymore. With Yi Chen, our Yi family has hope for hegemony. The elders of Yi family were in high spirits. How long had it been since Yi Chen became a life and death king? In less than half a year, Yi Chen had already become a conferred monarch. Not to mention the current era, even in the ancient era, it would be shocking. Not only the people of Yi family, even the Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou were inwardly apprehensive about Yi Chen's progress. Demon Flower Emperor smiled, your current strength is not much weaker than mine. Seems like I won't be able to help you much in the future. Yi Chen's growth was too astonishing. While the Demon Flower Emperor was shocked, he also rejoiced inwardly. Fortunately, he had made the right bet. With Yi Chen's rapid progress, Yi Chen might even be able to turn the tide and become invincible under the heavens. Once the foreign races were cleared out, he might even be able to cultivate for a few more decades. Then it would not be impossible for him to clear the path to death. Yi Chen, it seems like I don't need to worry about you anymore. Xianhou revealed a faint smile. High-level 5-star battle strength was more or less a peak battle strength in Elysium. As for those 6-star kings, they were rarely seen. Regardless, Yi Chen still has to thank the 2 seniors for their help. Without the Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou, although Yi Chen had the ability to protect himself, Yi family did not. He continued, Blackwater Ancestor is dead, and Blackwater Alliance is like a group of dragons without a leader. How about we divide the Devouring Island equally? Hearing Yi Chen mention the Devouring Island, Demon Flower Emperor nodded. The Devouring Island has great significance. I've been thinking about it for a long time. Therefore I sent a messenger to probe Blackwater Ancestor. I didn't expect you to be one step ahead of me and rob the Zhenyuan crystal treasury of Blackwater Alliance. Your current cultivation base should be more than 1,000 years, right? And Yi Chen faintly nodded. Xianhou said, the Devouring Island is too dangerous. If we follow the Blackwater Alliance's path, it will definitely not work. The warriors inside the island had all been tricked into entering. If they wanted to take over the island, they should not follow the original path. Otherwise, it would easily cause public anger. Who knows, some powerful figures might come out of the island and take revenge on them. They were not afraid, but they still had their own forces. Yi Chen said, I already had a plan. After taking over the island, I have decided to open up the secret of the island. After the warriors go in, besides the required amount of Zhenyuan crystals for the Devouring Island's Holy Spirit, they would only need to pay a small amount of Zhenyuan crystals to us every month. This way they would be able to leave the island in the shortest amount of time, and not be stuck there for the rest of their lives. Plus, they would be able to earn a lot of money themselves. Although the amount of Zhenyuan crystals each person would provide would be less, as time goes on, more and more people would be able to enter the island, and the total amount would increase as well. On the Devouring Island, Astral-reaching Realm warriors would need to pay 10,000 Zhenyuan crystals, Seas of Souls Realm warriors 50,000, and Half-Step King warriors 100,000. These Zhenyuan crystals were not something that Yi Chen could control, since they were for the Holy Spirit. If possible, Yi Chen decided to discuss with the Holy Spirit and reduce the amount. Astral-reaching Realm warriors would have to pay 1,000, Seas of Souls Realm warriors 5,000, and Half-Step King warriors 10,000. After all, Astral-reaching Realm warriors would only be able to form 15 Zhenyuan crystals per month. 10,000 Zhenyuan crystals would be too much, and it would take 50 to 60 years for them to leave the island. If it were 1,000 Zhenyuan crystals, they would be able to leave in 5 to 6 years. It would be the same for Seas of Souls Realm warriors and Half-Step King warriors. This plan is not bad. The Demon Flower Emperor thought about it and felt that it would work. Shinho also nodded and said, since this is the case, we will form an alliance near the island. We will each leave a consciousness body there in case someone tries to mess around. All three of them were titled monarchs. Even if their consciousness bodies only had 30% of their battling power, they would still be equivalent to top king warriors. Let's go. Let's go now. It would not be good if the other titled monarchs got there first. The Demon Flower Emperor said immediately. All right. After giving some instructions to the people of the Yi family, Yi Qin, Demon Flower Emperor, and Shinho headed toward the Blackwater Alliance. The Blackwater Alliance still did not know about the death of the Blackwater ancestor. Seeing the three titled monarchs arrive, they exchanged glances, not knowing what was going on. Yi Qin said, the Blackwater ancestor is dead. From today onwards, the Devouring Island belongs to our mysterious Flower Sword Pavilion. The alliance formed by the three was called the Mysterious Flower Sword Pavilion. Mysterious represented Shinho, Flower represented Demon Flower Emperor, and Sword represented Yi Qin. Together, it was easier to call it the Mysterious Flower Sword Pavilion. You guys can leave now, Shinho said. What right do you have to occupy the Devouring Island of our Blackwater Alliance? Is there any justice in this world? Even the leader of the Blackwater Alliance was killed by you. Not many people knew about the Blackwater ancestor attacking the Yi family. Only the Yin Sky King knew. Humph. Yi Qin sneered, the Blackwater ancestor, Golden Turtle ancestor, and the yellow-robed old monster attacked the Yi family. They deserve to die. Since you guys did not know, I will let it go. You just need to remember that the Devouring Island belongs to the Mysterious Flower Sword Pavilion. You guys can decide where you want to go. The three came to inform the Blackwater Alliance. They did not want to kill them or break up the Blackwater Alliance. They just wanted the Devouring Island. After leaving the Blackwater Island, the three headed toward the Devouring Island. They decided to talk to the Saint Spirit of the Devouring Island first. Devouring Island. The space rippled and three figures appeared. This is the Devouring Island? Such a strange natural rule. It was the first time for Demon Flower Emperor and Shinho to come to the Devouring Island, so they were very surprised. This is my second time here. Yi Qin sighed inwardly. When he first came, he was only at Sea of Souls realm, so he did not have much power to protect himself. The Saint Spirit had the power to kill them. But now he was talking to the Saint Spirit as an equal. Plus, he realized that this Devouring Island could not stop them from tearing open the space and leaving. The Saint Spirit appeared. His body was transparent and he had a pair of wings on his back. Saint Spirit, I wonder if you still remember me? Yi Qin smiled. The Saint Spirit studied Yi Qin. Yes, I remember everyone who has entered the Devouring Island. Last time you came, you were at Sea of Souls realm. But now even I cannot see through you. On the Devouring Island, the Saint Spirit was the ruler. But he also knew that he could not compete with the three titled monarchs. They could easily wound him badly. This time I am here as a collaborator. As for the Blackwater Alliance, it does not exist anymore. Yi Qin looked at Demon Flower Emperor and Shinho. They are also your collaborators. Say it. As long as it does not harm my interests, I can accept it. The Saint Spirit's tone was filled with humanity. Very good. This is also a great opportunity for you. I can guess that the reason why you need so many Jianghu crystals is probably to recover your own power, or to recover the Devouring Island's power. Yi Qin told the Holy Spirit his plan completely. I agree. The Saint Spirit was not stupid. He immediately understood Yi Qin's plan. For him it was a huge benefit. What the Blackwater Alliance did was like killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Chapter 956. After the discussion with the Holy Spirit, the plan was carried out immediately. Inside the Devouring Island, almost 99% of the people had never left. It was not that they did not want to, but they could not. Even if they were not exploited, it would still take them 50 to 60 years to pay the full amount of Jianghu crystals and leave. But now, everything was finally over. Hearing Yi Qin say that everyone could leave, most of the people cried tears of joy. They had never thought that they would be able to leave. It was like a lifetime ago. Yi Qin understood what they were feeling. Waiting for them to calm down a bit, he continued to say, the Devouring Island used to be a great place, but the Blackwater Alliance was greedy and lawless. Yi Qin had also been tricked into coming here. Yi Qin, I remember you. Me too. A lot of people recognized Yi Qin. Yi Qin chuckled. It was not strange for so many people to remember him, since he was the one who had turned the devouring island upside down and taken 2 million Zhenyuan crystals from the Blackwater Alliance. I have already discussed with the Holy Spirit of the devouring island. We are going to change the rules. Astral reaching realm warriors will only need to pay 1,000 Zhenyuan crystals and you will be able to leave. Every month you will only need to give us 2 Zhenyuan crystals. Sea of Souls realm warriors will need to give us 5,000 Zhenyuan crystals and 10,000 Zhenyuan crystals. Half-step king warriors will need to give us 20 Zhenyuan crystals each month. The rest will belong to you all. Therefore, after you leave today you can come back in the future. I believe no one will think that they are rich enough, since Zhenyuan crystals are even more precious than extreme rank soul stones. Yi Qin, why should we believe you? Someone asked back. Yi Qin laughed. I am preparing to announce the secret of the devouring island. Do you think I would do something so dirty? After hearing what Yi Qin had said, no one doubted him anymore. Once the secret of the devouring island was announced, there would be no more lying. Plus, they did not believe that Yi Qin would lie to them. Otherwise, why would he do all that to let them out? Once the new rules were created, everyone in the devouring island left. Although some of them had just entered, they were still worried and felt that it was better to leave first. With regards to this situation, Yi Qin was not anxious. The devouring island was like a treasure bowl. As long as it was here, there would be an endless supply of wealth. Everyone in the world was after fame and fortune, so there was no need to worry about not having enough people. On the contrary, he was a little worried that the devouring island would not be able to accommodate too many people. The headquarters of the Profound Flower Sword Pavilion was established on the Crystal Island. That was an important place that the Blackwater Alliance used to attract warriors from all over. The Profound Flower Sword Pavilion had a total of 3 pavilion masters, the Demon Flower Emperor, Xianhou and Yi Qin. They had an Elders Association and Duty Hall, and the 3 factions could send a portion of their people to take charge. After spending 3 days, the Profound Flower Sword Pavilion was established. All the members were in place and started to work in an orderly manner. And on this day heavenly flowers began to fall from the sky. The heavenly flowers were 7 colors, tangible but intangible. They could be seen but not touched. Someone had entered the life and death realm. Moreover, it was the highest grade of 7-colored heavenly flowers, just like Yi Qin. It should be Marquis Sword Snow. Yi Qin sensed an ice-cold sword intent from the 7-colored heavenly flowers. It meant that the person who had entered the life and death realm was a sword artist who had comprehended the ice profound. Apart from Marquis Sword Snow, no one else could fit the description. Sky Sword Continent. There was a huge mountain range near the Snowflake Sword Sect. At this moment, the eastern part of the mountain range was in a complete mess. Underground flames were spewing out, and Marquis Sword Snow, with snowflakes floating around him, was walking on the cracked ground. Shuihan, let me see how strong you are now. From afar a figure shot over. Marquis Sword Snow raised his head and said respectfully, Elder Wu. This person was the Snowflake Sword Sect's Supreme Elder, a high-step king. Use your strongest attack. Don't worry. Unless you're a peak king, I won't be injured. Elder Wu smiled. Yes. Marquis Sword Snow held his breath and let out a sword strike. Bang. Elder Wu, who had raised his sword to block, retreated 3 steps. Boundless snowflakes exploded, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. High-grade 3-star. No, it should be peak 3-star. Elder Wu was astonished at first but soon turned ecstatic. He himself was a high-grade 3-star, and yet Marquis Sword Snow had forced him back from a distance. This meant that the latter's battle strength had barely reached peak 3-star. If he was already at peak 3-star when his profound improved, wouldn't he easily reach low-grade 4-star, or even mid-grade 4-star? Your sword domain has reached the 2nd layer? Elder Wu asked. Indeed. Marquis Sword Snow nodded. Haha, that's great. That Yi Qin merely entered life and death realm a few days earlier than you. In a few years you'll be able to catch up to him. Elder Wu laughed heartily. The potential Marquis Sword Snow had displayed was not inferior to Yi Qin's. Although he might not be like Yi Qin, advancing at lightning speed after entering life and death realm, he would at least have the possibility of catching up to the latter. The reason why he was so certain was because of the battle strength one had reached the moment they entered life and death realm. If one was only low-grade or mid-grade 3-star, it would be difficult for one to catch up to Yi Qin. Without some heaven-defying fortune, one would have no hope of catching up. After all, Yi Qin was like the sun at high noon, and there were new transformations almost every day. If one didn't reach the peak in all aspects, there was no way one could compare to him. Coincidentally, on the 2nd day after Marquis Sword Snow entered life and death realm, 3 more people entered life and death realm. However, their movements were not as great as Marquis Sword Snow's. Among the three, only one had 5-colored heavenly flower, while the other 2 had 3-colored heavenly flowers. However, the successive phenomena alarmed the major powers of Elysium. In half a year, 6 people had entered life and death realm, which was not a good sign. Could it be that the great calamity of the outsiders was about to begin? Regarding the great calamity of the outsiders, not to mention ordinary kings, even titled monarchs were flustered. They would be the first to bear the brunt of the calamity. It should be known that even in the ancient era, Elysium had almost changed masters, not to mention the current era, where there were only a few 6-star kings, and not a single 7-star king. There's not enough time. I can only stake it all. Some powerful kings came out of seclusion one after another, either entering the king-grade forbidden zones in search of treasures, or heading into the starry sky in search of opportunities. Blood Sky Continent, on a desolate plain, I, Thunder Spirit King, have finally become a life and death king. Holding the long blade in his hand, Thunder Spirit King raised his head and laughed heartily, his mood surging. Entering life and death realm was the starting point of cultivation. This was something many people knew. Not entering life and death realm was equivalent to not cultivating for the rest of one's life. Only by entering life and death realm could one comprehend a complete, profound, and understand the essence of the world. Apart from this, life and death kings had a lifespan of 1,000 years. If they could leave their native world, their lifespan could even reach 100,000 years. Compared to 100,000 years, 300 years of Sea of Soul realm was nothing. The continuous extravagance did not affect Yi Chen's cultivation at all. He had already started to create the 3rd style of the Autumn Water Sword spell. During his trip to the Sword World, Yi Chen had seen thousands of sword arts. Each of them represented a different understanding of the sword. Right now, Yi Chen's mind was filled with sword arts. What he needed to do was to integrate all these sword arts and create his own sword art. After 3 days, the 3rd style of the Autumn Water Sword spell had taken shape. A sword was shot out. It was smooth and soundless, but its power was enough to cut through everything. After a week, the 3rd style had reached completion. Pouring Zhen Yuan into the sword, a jade gold sword aura immediately appeared. When the sword aura sliced through the air, there was not a single sound. The power was extremely reserved, like a stream of water. However, the destructive power it released shocked even Yi Chen. It contained the sharpness of gold. A sword technique that uses metal ultimacy and water ultimacy as the foundation is indeed extraordinary. Profound reaching completion was already an extremely high achievement. When the two were combined into one move, the power would naturally increase exponentially. Of course, Yi Chen also knew that in terms of moves, he could not compete with the majority of titled monarchs. That was because the majority of titled monarchs had cultivated their profounds to completion. The moves they created were no longer high-grade profound martial arts, but close to peak profound martial arts. For example, Xuanho's world-filling snow contained both ice and wind profounds. If it were not for the fact that it wasn't perfectly fused, it would definitely be a peak profound martial art. However, with the 6th-step destruction sword intent and sword domain, not only did Yi Chen make up for this disadvantage, he even surpassed it. Time flowed like water. After a month, the 3rd style of the Autumn Water Sword spell was finally completed. In terms of power, it was almost on par with the 8 trigrams extermination sword art. Both had their own merits. One could unleash absolute power in both close and long-range combat, while the other needed distance to erupt with shocking destructive power. This made Yi Chen even more perfect and flawless. This move shall be called Broken Bones. The 1st style of the Autumn Water Sword spell was Waning Moon, the 2nd style was Congealing Water, and the 3rd style was Broken Bones. Broken Bones represented the ability to cut through everything, and its offensive power was extremely high. After completing the Broken Bones, Yi Chen did not remain idle. He still had to convert the 2 peak profound martial arts left behind by Fire Emperor into his own sword arts. Of the 2 peak profound martial arts left behind by Fire Emperor, one was Sky-Piercing Sun, and the other was Merciless Water and Fire. Yi Chen intended to research Merciless Water and Fire. Merciless Water and Fire, as the name implied, contained the Water Profound and Fire Profound. Yi Chen had already reached the completion of the Water Profound, and Yi Chen had long since started comprehending the Fire Profound. After entering the life and death realm, he could enter the state of one with the heavens at any time. This allowed him to raise the Fire Profound to the completion in half a year. In fact, apart from the Space Profound and Slow Profound, all the other profounds Yi Chen had comprehended had reached the completion. They were the Metal Profound, Water Profound, wood profound, thunder profound, fast profound, and the earth profound, which he had comprehended from the 5 mountain godly fist. For experienced life and death kings, reaching the completion of 1 or 2 profounds was not difficult. What was difficult was comprehending the profounds to perfection. Yi Chen's comprehension was several times that of ordinary kings. Therefore in half a year, he had comprehended many profounds to the completion. Water profound and fire profound are diametrically opposed. Senior Fire Emperor actually fused the 2 profounds together and created a peak-grade profound martial skill. The more he researched merciless water and fire, the more astonished Yi Chen became. He had a feeling that once this merciless water and fire was converted into a sword art, its might would be incomparably astonishing. Even if his water and fire profound were only at the completion, the might he could erupt with would not be inferior to ordinary peak-grade profound martial skills. Its might would be several times greater than the Autumn Water Sword Art's 3rd style, Broken Bones. Chapter 957. Rumble. On the Spirit Cloud Peak, a huge rock was turned into nothingness by Yi Chen's sword. Not even a speck of ash was left behind. The huge roar was even louder than the thunder in the sky. Water and fire are completely opposite. The power produced is too terrifying. That sword just now was indeed the merciless water and fire. However, it was not at the entry level yet. Currently, Yi Chen could only fuse the profound of water and fire together. Even so, the lethality of this sword could already be seen. Although he had only used 30% of his strength, it was able to burst out 120% of its power. I wonder how terrifying this move will be after it is perfected. Yi Chen admired the Fire Emperor very much. The Fire Emperor's merciless water and fire had already reached perfection. Moreover, they were fused together perfectly. A normal top-rank profound martial skill would definitely be a few times weaker than the merciless water and fire. Apart from that, the Fire Emperor's glorious sunlight was even more terrifying. It contained 3 profounds, namely the profound of water, fire, and earth. The power that it could burst out was 10 times stronger than the merciless water and fire. Yi Chen guessed that the Fire Emperor's combat power was at least a 6-star advanced. However, thinking about the dead end, Yi Chen's heart sank. The Fire Emperor was so powerful, but he still couldn't break through the dead end. Even if the alien race's combat power hadn't reached 7-star, it should be at least a 6-star overlord. This was also because there weren't any powerful martial artists in Elysium. If there were powerful martial artists, how terrifying would the alien race's martial artists be? Yi Chen couldn't imagine it at all. If we don't leave the world we were born in, we can only live for 1,000 years at most. Our achievements will be limited. If we don't break through the dead end, Elysium will have no future. We will forever be trapped in this world by the alien race's martial artists. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen's eyes sharpened. One day he would walk out of Elysium with a straight back. If people stood in his way, he would kill them. If Buddhas stood in his way, he would kill Buddhas. 1 man and 1 sword, he would carve out a future. Chen, someone wants to see you outside. A figure flew over. It was Yi Tianhao. Father. Withdrawing his sharp gaze, Yi Chen smiled. Who wants to see me? He said he came from Dan King Island. Yi Tianhao said. Pill King Island. Yi Chen's brows twitched. Pill King Island was a sacred land that had existed for more than 10,000 years. Everyone there was an alchemist proficient in alchemy. The current master of Pill King Island was not only proficient in alchemy, but he was also a high-step king. People called him the Spirit Dan King. It was rumored that the Spirit Dan King could already refine supreme-ranked mid-level pellets. His ability was even greater than the previous master. In the main hall of the Yi clan, a yellow-faced middle-aged man dressed in a water and fire Taoist robe sat there drinking tea. On his sleeves there were 3 blazing cauldrons embroidered. Pill King Island's alchemists had a perfect ranking system. 1 cauldron was a low-grade alchemist, 2 cauldrons were mid-grade alchemists, 3 were high-grade alchemists, and 4 were supreme-grade alchemists. The most powerful supreme-grade alchemists could be called Pill King, such as the current island lord, Spirit Pill King. How should I address you? Yi Chen walked in from the side door of the main hall. You must be the famous Prince Yi Chen. I am Mu He from Pill King Island. The yellow-faced middle-aged man called Mu He stood up, cupped his fists and slightly bowed. Any life and death king was worthy of respect, not to mention titled monarchs. Yi Chen waved his hand and a wave of qi supported him. No need to be so courteous. Sit. As he spoke, Yi Chen sat down first. Mu He secretly sized up Yi Chen, feeling amazed inwardly. The latter was indeed as young as the rumors said. His age seemed to be in his early 20s. A genius of this level was undoubtedly frightening. Who knew how high his future achievements would be? It was entirely possible for him to be unrivaled under the heavens and become the number one in Elysium. No wonder the island lord had sent him personally to invite this person. Sitting down, Muhi cleared his throat and said, "Prince Yi-Chin, you should have heard of my Pill King Island, right?" Yi-Chin nodded. "With the fame of Pill King Island, I'm afraid everyone has heard of it." Hearing Yi-Chen's praise, Muhi faintly smiled and said, "My Pill King Island holds a Pill King convention every 10 years, inviting kings from all over the world to participate. This is already the 10th year and it is time for the new Pill King convention. Therefore the island lord has sent me to invite Prince Yi-Chin to participate. I hope Prince Yi-Chin can spare some time to attend. The Pill King convention is about to begin. Alright, I will go. Many thanks for the invitation, Spirit Pill King." Pill King convention, as the name suggested, would have the pellets produced by Pill King Island being auctioned. Apart from this, kings from all over the world would also take advantage of the convention to conduct private transactions. This kind of opportunity did not come often. Hearing Prince Yi-Chen's words, the island lord must be very happy. Muhi heaved a sigh of relief. If he could not invite Yi-Chin, although the island lord would not blame him, he would definitely feel regretful. "Muhi, if you have nothing else to do, you can stay at my Yi clan for a few days. I will go with you to Pill King Island." Muhi had come from afar, the Yi clan had to receive him well. Muhi was flattered, but he shook his head and said, "Many thanks for Prince Yi-Chen's kindness, but I still have things to do, so I will not disturb you." "Alright then." Yi-Chen sent him off with his eyes. The Pill King convention would be held 7 days later. On the morning of the 7th day, Yi-Chen rushed to Pill King Island in the Eastern Sea. In the Eastern Sea there were two famous forces, one was the red-eyed Black Dragon race and the other was Pill King Island. It was unavoidable to run into the Black Dragon ancestor at the convention this time. But today Yi-Chen did not need to be afraid of the Black Dragon ancestor anymore. Even if the Black Dragon ancestor was not weaker than the Golden Turtle ancestor, Yi-Chen was confident that he could escape unscathed. In the distance Yi-Chen could see a huge conical island. In the sky above the island, there was an invisible barrier. Inside the barrier, spirit chi was rolling, forming spirit clouds. There were also multicolored clouds. Yi-Chen knew that this was the pill clouds formed by the chi of the pills, which had a very good nourishing effect on the human body. Living on the Pill King Island, even an ordinary person would be immune to all kinds of diseases and have a long lifespan. What a great Pill King Island! Yi-Chen praised in his heart. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Yi-Chen arrived outside the barrier of Pill King Island. Who goes there? On the mountain side of the island, there was a welcoming plaza. On the plaza, numerous martial artists were welcoming life and death kings one after another. Seeing Yi-Chen appear, one of the martial artists hurried over. Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen introduced himself. So it's Lord Yi-Chen. Actually, this martial artist had already recognized Yi-Chen the moment he saw him. However, he couldn't neglect his duty. He took out a jade plate and stuck it on the barrier. A light door immediately opened and the martial artist waved his hand. "Lord Yi-Chen, please enter." Entering through the light door, Yi-Chen arrived at the plaza. "Where will the Pill King convention be held?" Yi-Chen asked. "The convention will be held at noon. The location is at the highest point of Pill King Island, the Pill King Plaza. Lord Yi-Chen, this lowly one will show you around Pill King Island." "Alright, I'll have to trouble you then." All life and death kings who came to Pill King Island for the first time would be invited around. This was something Yi-Chen knew. This martial artist was called Jianghu. He brought Yi-Chen to a huge pond. "This is my Pill King Island's waste pellet pond. All the failed pellets are thrown into this pond, and even supreme grade pellets are no exception. After so many years, the pellet chi in the pond has become extremely dense. It's no longer ordinary pond water. The medicinal power is extremely violent. Even if an astral-reaching expert were to drink a mouthful of it, their body would explode and they would die." Chang Kuei introduced. Yi-Chen nodded. Even if the pellet had failed, the energy would still be there. This pool had been around for countless years, and no one knew how many wasted pellets had been thrown in there. There were way too many different types of pellets, and all kinds of medicinal powers had been mixed together. Not to mention astral-reaching realm warriors, even Sea of Souls realm warriors would not dare to drink it. Chang Kuei continued, "Of course this pond is not just for show. Island Master will use the pond water to refine spirit tree nurturing fluid and some special pellets." Spirit tree nurturing fluid? An astonished expression flickered on Yi-Chen's face. His fire pear tree was more than 3,000 years old. Only when it reached 10,000 years old could it be considered a supreme-grade fire pear tree. Furthermore, under the nourishment of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, which was 9 times more abundant than the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the time needed for it to evolve into a supreme-grade fire pear tree was 8 or 9 times shorter. However, spirit tree nurturing fluid was different. Mid-grade spirit tree nurturing fluid could be used for 100 years in 1 year. In other words, using mid-grade spirit tree nurturing fluid to nurture a fire pear tree could increase its maturity by 100 years. Peak mid-grade spirit tree nurturing fluid could increase it by 200 years in 1 year. If it were high-grade spirit tree nurturing fluid, it would be even more extraordinary. 1 year could be used for 500 years or even 600 to 700 years. Only 10 years would be needed to turn a several thousand years old fire pear tree into a 10,000-year-old fire pear tree. Yes, spirit tree nurturing fluid contains countless kinds of nutrients. The pond water just happens to meet this characteristic. However, in my Pilking Island, there are only a few people who can refine spirit tree nurturing fluid. Is there any supreme-grade spirit tree nurturing fluid? Even the worst supreme-grade spirit tree nurturing fluid could increase the maturity of a fire pear tree by 3,000 years in 1 year. In 2 years, it could completely upgrade the fire pear tree to supreme grade. This lowly one doesn't know. There have been in the past, but I don't know if there will be this time. Perhaps during the Pill King convention, Island Master will take out supreme-grade nurturing fluid to auction. Chang Kuei was only an astral-reaching expert, so he didn't know much. Seems like coming here was the right choice. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. Once the fire pear tree was upgraded to supreme grade, the fire pears it bore could continue to refine his spirit body. Although the spirit body didn't have much of an influence on battle power, its importance was no weaker than cultivation base. The stronger the spirit body was, the stronger the physical defense would be, and the more injuries it could endure. When 2 life and death kings had similar strength, it would depend on who could endure longer. Chapter 958. Apart from the ruined Pill Pond, Pill King Island also had many unique attractions, such as the Spirit Forest, 100 Herb Garden, Rainbow Road, and so on. The spiritual forest was a forest formed by spiritual trees. The spiritual trees inside, from low grade to supreme grade, there were all kinds of spiritual trees. Of course, there was only one supreme grade spiritual tree on Dan King Island. It was the fragrant camphor tree. Cultivating under the fragrant camphor tree, not only could it have the effect of calming the mind, it could also greatly increase the speed of cultivation. There would not be any phenomenon of unstable foundation. The 100 Herb Garden was similar to the Spirit Forest in that there were all kinds of spirit plants of different grades. As for the Rainbow Road, it was a very ordinary road. However, on both sides of the road were a large number of alchemy rooms. Pill Chi leaked out from these rooms and intertwined with each other, forming multicolored ribbons that looked like rainbows. Thus it was called the Rainbow Road. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, the sun had already risen to the middle of the sky. Dan King Island was a conical island. Of course, the top was not pointed, but a flat ground with a diameter of a few thousand meters, as if it was carved out by a knife. On the flat ground there was a palace. In front of the palace, there was a Dan King square paved with 5-colored crystals. Walking on the square, looking down, it was like walking on a 5-colored cloud. The spirit cloud and Dan cloud in the sky were all reflected in it. Neatly arranged seats were rows upon rows of seats. In front of the seats was a long tea table, on which were a few plates of fruits, a pot of tea, and a teacup. Many kings had already arrived. Su King is here, and so is Air Emperor. Battle Sky Elephant Emperor and Black Dragon Old Ancestor are actually chatting. They seem to be having a good conversation. Isn't that Blue Cloud Sword Emperor? What a powerful sword chi. Snow Flower Sword Emperor is here as well. His sword chi is not the slightest bit weaker than Blue Cloud Sword Emperor's. TSK. The 2 sword emperors exchanged a glance. Titled monarchs were the center of attention wherever they went, and kings were no exception. Apart from some titled monarchs who were well known, there were also titled monarchs who didn't usually show their faces. For example, the leader of the 5-Peak School, one of the 9 great sects of True Spirit Continent, and the leader of the Divine Spear Pavilion, the Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor. Of these 2 titled monarchs, one was steady like a mountain, while the other had a sharp and tyrannical aura. They were 2 extremes. Among the top 9 martial schools of the True Spirit Continent, the Void Martial School was the strongest, followed by the Hell Martial School, then the 5 Mountain Martial School and the Godly Spear Pavilion. However, in recent years the Mountain Emperor and the Sky-Shattering Spear Emperor had rarely shown themselves. Therefore their names were not that famous. In Elysium only the top warriors knew of their existence. Its ancestor Golden Turtle. It's been 60 to 70 years since the last time this old fellow went into seclusion. Haven't you heard? Golden Turtle Old Ancestor came out of seclusion this time and joined the other 5 titled monarchs to go to South Rudra region of True Spirit continent. They wanted to exterminate Yi clan, but in the end, 3 of them died and 2 of them escaped. Is that so? Since when did this Yi Qin become so powerful? Could it be that he alone could fight against 6 titled monarchs, including the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor? That's not it. Yi Qin had the help of the Demon Flower Emperor and Jianghu. The 3 of them joined hands and killed 3 of them, beating back the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor. Some life and death realm kings talk to each other. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor snorted. He observed their expressions and knew that these people were talking about him. An unhappy expression appeared on his face as he glared at them. Fearing the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's tyranny, the crowd immediately stopped talking. There were a lot of kings who had arrived. In a short while, 60 to 70 people had already taken their seats, occupying about 1/6 of the Dan King Plaza. As time passed, the number of kings who had arrived became fewer and fewer. There were only 80 of them now, not even 100. However, compared to the past, the number of kings had increased. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, another 3 kings arrived. 1 man and 2 women, Yi Qin, Jianghu, and the Demon Flower Emperor. Seeing the 3, the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's expression was extremely interesting. It was as if he had swallowed a dead fly. The 3 of them are participating in the Dan King Conference together. In Elysium, I'm afraid this is the most unbreakable camp. The arrival of the 3 immediately attracted everyone's attention, most of which were on Yi Qin. After all, Yi Qin had entered the life and death realm this year, and belonged to the new generation of kings. A lot of people had never seen him in person, so they were secretly sizing him up, wanting to see what was so special about Yi Qin. The first impression that Yi Qin gave everyone was that he was young, looking like he was in his early 20s. The second impression was that he was calm and steady. The third impression was that he had a sharpness unique to sword artists. His eyes looked ordinary, but they had the power to see through people's hearts. Facing the gazes of so many kings, he was not the least bit reserved. This person is indeed Yi Qin. The Snowflake Sword Emperor sized up Yi Qin. A peerless genius capable of suppressing Marquis Sword Snow was definitely not an ordinary person. This was his first time seeing Taoist Yi Qin. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, I heard you suffered a big loss at the hands of those 3. Is that true? Right at this moment, an untimely voice resounded. Everyone followed the voice and couldn't help but be stunned. The speaker was a titled king of Blood Sky Continent, Jianghu Elephant Emperor. Jianghu Elephant Emperor, are you looking for trouble? Golden Turtle Old Ancestor glowered at Jianghu Elephant Emperor. Jianghu Elephant Emperor ignored Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's gaze and said with a smile, seems like it's true. Don't worry, I was just casually mentioning it. This Jianghu Elephant Emperor seems to be brooding over being slapped away by Golden Turtle Old Ancestor back then. But offending Golden Turtle Old Ancestor is not a wise decision. Some people were secretly sweating for Jianghu Elephant Emperor. Don't talk about me even if you're Jianghu Elephant Emperor. Demon Flower Emperor and Jianghu killed their way to Blood Sky Continent and broke through Terminator Demon Sect's Great Formation. I heard that Nirvana Demon Emperor specially called for your help, but he called the wrong person. I really feel sorry for him. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor took a deep breath and said with a mocking expression, After the Pill King Assembly, let's find a place to chat. Jianghu Elephant Emperor grinned, his eyes filled with battle intent. Alright, I could slap you away 100 years ago and I can still do it 100 years later. I'm just afraid that you can't afford to lose face. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor picked up a fruit and fiercely took a bite. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, be careful not to bite your tongue. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Just as Yi Qin and the others sat down, a new king arrived. The one who came was Nirvana Demon Emperor. At this time, Nirvana Demon Emperor seemed to have recovered to his peak, except that in addition to the domineering aura unique to those of the Demon Tao, there was also a thick layer of evil aura. His entire person looked very gloomy. Wherever he went, the heaven and earth Yuan Qi would be chaotic, making people unable to breathe. There's something wrong with this Nirvana Demon Emperor. Yi Qin frowned. The evil aura is so thick. Jianghu nodded. Maybe he cultivated some powerful evil art. Demon Flower Emperor Guest. Chapter 959. What did you say, Demon Emperor Nirvana? Golden Turtle Old Ancestor didn't expect the Great Destruction Demon Emperor to help Zhan Tianxiang Emperor against him and speak rudely. Could it be that he, the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, who had been in seclusion for dozens of years, no longer took him seriously? Yi Chen was like that, Demonic Flower Emperor was like that, Mysterious Queen was like that, and now even Zhan Tianxiang Emperor and Great Destruction Demon Emperor were like that. Nirvana Demon Emperor didn't look at Golden Turtle Ancestor. He smiled at Yi Chen and said, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to practice the heaven-abandoning evil art. What heaven-abandoning evil art? Qi Tiandi's unique art, heaven-abandoning evil art. Everyone's expression changed as soon as Nirvana Demon Emperor Nirvana said this. Even Su King Azure Sky Sword Emperor, and the others frowned and carefully looked at Nirvana Demon Emperor Nirvana. Qi Tiandi was the second titled monarch of the ancient era, and one of the three great monarchs in the history of True Spirit world. Rumor has it that his heavenly abandonment evil art was a fusion of his own cultivation technique and a foreign race's cultivation technique. Its might was unprecedented, and its grade had already reached the peak heaven grade. As a peak heaven grade cultivation technique, the Zhenyuan cultivated by heavenly abandonment evil art was incomparably powerful, and could easily penetrate the defense of kings of the same realm. Although they didn't believe that Nirvana Demon Emperor Nirvana had practiced the heaven-abandoning evil art to the highest level, as long as it was almost there, it would have terrifying destructive power. So it's the heaven-abandoning evil art. No wonder he recovered so quickly. Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor suddenly realized that Qi Tiandi was a cripple in his early years. His soul was also flawed and he was laughed at for being imbecile. This Nirvana Demon Emperor's soul was seriously injured and only Qi Tiandi could help him recover to his peak. Otherwise, treasures alone wouldn't be able to help him recover so quickly. Soul injuries were not that easy to heal. You don't have to thank me. I always like to help others. Yi Chen's expression didn't change as he smiled. It seems like you and I are the same type of person. I, Nirvana Demon Emperor, also enjoy helping others. Nirvana Demon Emperor put on a fake smile and looked very sinister. Impudent. The Golden Turtle Ancestor had never been ignored before, and the Nirvana Demon Emperor had touched his reverse scale. Suddenly standing up, the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor looked at the Nirvana Demon Emperor with an unfriendly expression. As long as the other spoke rudely again, he would kill the other even if he was injured. Great Ancestor Golden Turtle, you can't do anything to me. Nirvana Demon Emperor shook his head. Courting death. With a flash of golden light, Golden Turtle Ancestor appeared in front of Nirvana Demon Emperor in an instant and clawed at him. If you want to compete in claw techniques, I'll keep you company. Nirvana Demon Emperor curled his fingers and attacked with his claw. Crackle. The Dan King Plaza was covered in countless restrictions, which could prevent them from being destroyed. However, the shockwaves from the exchange between the two were too powerful. A huge amount of restrictions were immediately broken through, letting out endless explosive sounds. Some of the weaker Life and Death Kings hurriedly flew away from the plaza to avoid being accidentally injured. Boom. The two of them each retreated a dozen steps. The finger of the Void Destruction Demon Emperor was twisted in a strange manner. It was obvious that the bones in his finger had been broken. The Golden Turtle Old Ancestor was not in a good condition either. There was a bone-deep claw mark on the back of his hand. The claw mark was extremely sharp and shocking, as if it contained a powerful claw technique. Sky-abandoning claw. Impossible. Even if it is sky-abandoning claw, you can't train it to this level in such a short time. The Golden Turtle Great Ancestor looked down at the claw mark on the back of his hand. It was unbelievable. He knew how high his defense was. Under normal circumstances, Nirvana Demon Emperor would not be able to hurt him at all. Sky-abandoning claw has 5 styles, and this is only the first style. Your luck is not bad. I just learned the first style. If I had learned a few more styles, you would be several times more miserable than you are now. Activating the Undying Body, the Nirvana Demon Emperor's twisted fingers quickly recovered. He sneered, his evil chi soaring into the sky. You think the first style of sky-abandoning claw can stop me from killing you? Don't be naive. The Golden Turtle Great Ancestor roared. His body expanded rapidly, and he was about to transform into his original form and crush the Nirvana Demon Emperor. However, at this moment, a voice was heard. Golden Turtle Great Ancestor, Nirvana Demon Emperor, stop now. Otherwise, don't blame me for kicking you out of Pill King Island. Inside the palace, a middle-aged man with a long beard walked out and yelled, "Spirit Pill King." Many people bowed. Su King and the other titled monarchs also faintly nodded. The golden turtle great ancestor stopped expanding and returned to his seat. The Nirvana demon emperor sneered and sat beside Zhan Tian elephant emperor. The two seemed to be afraid of the Spirit Pill King and didn't want to go against his will. The people present didn't show any strange expression. The Spirit Pill King wasn't very strong, just a high-level monarch. However, the Spirit Pill King's status in Elysium was very high. Whoever dared to touch him would be going against all the monarchs in the world. Without the Spirit Pill King, there wouldn't be a Decennial Pill King conference, and without the conference, they wouldn't have the chance to obtain supreme rank pellets. It should be known that ever since the Pill King Island came into existence, the conference had never stopped. It wasn't that there weren't people who dared to touch the Pill King Island and the Spirit Pill King, but they all died miserably. For the monarchs in the world, the Pill King Island was the holy land of alchemy. In addition, there was a shadow of a 6-star monarch behind the Pill King Island. Although no one dared to confirm it, no one dared to risk their lives. Seeing the two stop, the Spirit Pill King didn't mention it again. Instead, he walked towards Yi Chen with enthusiasm and said with a smile, "You must be Yi Chen. I've heard a lot about you." Yi Chen stood up. "I've heard a lot about you, Spirit Pill King, and the Pill King Conference. Supreme rank pellets were extremely useful for life and death kings. In the entire Elysium, only the Spirit Pill King could concoct supreme rank pellets. It should be known that the value of supreme rank pellets was dozens or hundreds of times that of supreme rank spiritual plants, because each pellet was concocted from countless supreme rank spiritual plants or treasures. One could easily imagine how precious they were. The two exchanged pleasantries. Seeing that it was getting late, the Spirit Pill King said, "The Pill King conference is about to begin. I won't disturb you anymore." Walking to the front of the crowd, there was a long wooden table. The Spirit Pill King stood behind it, facing the crowd. "Everyone, the new Pill King conference is about to begin. I'm very happy. This time there are more kings than the previous ones. It means that my Pill King Island's Pill King conference is quite attractive." Hee Spirit Pill King, don't joke around. The most attractive thing in Elysium is the Pill King conference. However, there are not many who can afford supreme rank pellets. This time, I only dared to come because I obtained a treasure. A king laughed. The Spirit Pill King also laughed. There are too many monks and not enough gruel. It is destined that some people will return empty-handed. However, as the Hand Refiner King said, it doesn't matter if you don't have supreme rank spirit stones. If you have treasures, you can participate in the auction as well. According to the value of the treasures, I will give a rough estimate. Of course, it would be best if you don't take out treasures that I have never heard of. Otherwise, I won't be able to estimate it. Clearing his throat, the Spirit Pill King said seriously, "Cut the crap. The Pill King conference officially begins." As he spoke, the Spirit Pill King took out a small jade box from his storage ring and opened it. Inside was a longan-sized pellet. A layer of lustrous radiance spread out the moment the box was opened. Even from far away, everyone smelled it and felt the Zhen Yuan in their body becoming restless. This is an extreme rank Yuan increasing pellet. It can increase cultivation base by 50 years. The starting price is 1 million supreme rank spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 50,000. Closing the box, the Spirit Pill King said loudly, "It is actually an extreme rank Yuan increasing pellet. It has never appeared in the last conference. My mental state has improved recently, and I can now contain more Zhen Yuan. I have to get it." Some of the kings were tempted. "I bid 1,100,000 supreme rank spirit stones." The first one to bid was the Hand Refiner King, who was joking with the Spirit Pill King. "I bid 1,200,000. 1,300,000. 1,500,000. 1,500,000. The extreme rank Yuan increasing pellet was still quite popular, but it was not very popular. There were only a dozen people who participated in the bidding, and the price gradually increased to 50,000. 1,700,000. Yi Chen raised his hand. "You can still increase cultivation base?" The Demon Flower Emperor asked curiously. She was already shocked that Yi Chen could increase his cultivation base to more than 1,000 years. She did not expect that this was still not his limit. More or less. Actually, Yi Chen did not know where his limit was. 50 years of cultivation base was just a drop in the bucket, but it was better than nothing. 1,700,000 going once, going twice, going thrice, sold. The Spirit Pill King looked at Yi Chen. Yichen, this extreme rank yuan increasing pellet is yours. After the conference we will trade. All right. Yichen nodded. At the same time, many people glanced at Yichen. They had the same doubts as the Demon Flower Emperor. As for the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, he looked at Yichen with a trace of fear. He had never heard of someone who could increase his cultivation base to more than 1,000 years after entering life and death realm in less than a year. It was like a bottomless pit. The second pellet is the Battle Monarch pellet. This is a pellet that can increase one's battle power for a short period of time. According to my estimation, this pellet can increase the battle power of a mid-step king by several times, increase the battle power of a high-step king by 50%, and increase the battle power of a peak king by 20%. However, it should not be of much use to titled monarchs. Alright, the starting price of the Battle Monarch pellet is 1,200,000 supreme rank spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 50,000. The Spirit Pill King took out a radiant golden pellet and said loudly, 1,300,000. 1,400,000. 1,800,000. In the end, this Battle Monarch pellet was bought by a high-step king called the Swift Wind King for 2 million supreme rank spirit stones. After obtaining it, the Swift Wind King's face was full of joy. He was a high-step king. Once he swallowed the Battle Monarch pellet, his battle power would increase by 50%. What kind of concept was this? It could save his life at a crucial moment. Next, several more pellets were auctioned, and each of them had an astonishing price. It was no wonder that many kings did not participate in the Pill King convention. Being able to see it but not obtain it was undoubtedly a painful thing. The eighth pellet is an ancient pellet that I've researched for the past 10 years. It's called the 3 Revolution Body Refining Pellet. That's right, this pellet can enhance the spirit body. According to my estimation, it should be equivalent to an 8,000-year-old Heavenly Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit. Everyone should know that a 10,000-year-old Heavenly Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit can increase one's spirit body from 5th step to 6th step, and an 8,000-year-old Heavenly Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit has about 30% of its medicinal effect. The starting price is 5 million supreme rank spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 100,000. Let's begin. The Spirit Pill King looked forward with a faint smile. In his eyes, the majority of titled monarchs became fervent. Chapter 960. 5,200,000. The first to bid was the 5 Mountain Sect Master Yu Huang. He raised his hand calmly and no one could tell what he was thinking. 5,300,000. Zhan Qinxiang Emperor also made a bid, but he restrained himself and only added 100,000. 5,400,000. 6 million. The price kept rising. Those who bid were basically titled monarchs like Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor, Nine-Headed Snake Emperor, Azure Cloud Sword Emperor, Snowflake Sword Emperor, and even the Air Emperor and Black Dragon Ancestor. As for those below the monarch rank, they didn't have the financial resources, and they didn't dare to compete with the monarchs. Treasures could only be guarded with strength. Without strength it would be a crime to have a treasure. So they simply watched from the side. The competition between monarchs was also a pleasing thing for them. 6,500,000. Golden Turtle Ancestor took the initiative and added 500,000 in one go. Forget it. I'm afraid I can't even get 8 or 9 million. Yu Huang was the first to give up. In fact, with his financial resources he could still report it to his superiors. However, looking at the attitude of the others, he knew that his chances of getting the 3rd Revolution Body Refining Pill were very low. As Yu Huang had expected, the 3rd Revolution Body Refining Pill was very attractive to the monarchs. Apart from Xianhou and Yichen, those who could reach the monarch's strength had almost all reached the late stage. Even if they could improve, it would be very small, unlike Yichen who would change every once in a while. Therefore, the 3rd Revolution Body Refining Pill that could strengthen the spirit body was very popular. Even if it couldn't directly improve one's combat strength, it would still be good to improve one's physical defense. If I punch you, you will vomit blood. If you punch me, nothing will happen. It was very obvious who was better. Soon, the price of the 3rd Revolution Body Refining Pill broke through 8 million. Most of the monarchs, like Yu Huang, withdrew from the competition. They didn't have the financial resources to bid. 8,200,000. A crisp voice was heard. It was the Demon Flower Emperor who made the bid. The 3rd Revolution Body Refining Pill was not only useful for humans and demonic beasts, but also for perfect demonic humans. I bid 8,300,000. The Black Dragon Ancestor looked determined to win. 5 million. From the beginning to the end, Golden Turtle Great Ancestor never gave up. His physical defense was almost the strongest among all the people present. Even the Black Dragon Great Ancestor was inferior. The 3 Revolutions body refining pill could continue to magnify his advantage. As soon as the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor made his bid, Zhan Tianxiang Emperor made his bid as well. It was 6 million. By now, even a fool could see that these 4 people were strong competitors for the 3rd Revolution body refining pill. As for who would win, it was unknown. However, some people looked at Su King. So far, Su King had not made a bid. With Su King's financial resources, there were only a few people who could compete with him. 10 million. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su King slowly announced a price. Everyone present gasped. Su King was indeed Su King. It was fine if he didn't bid, but his bid would definitely be shocking. Forget it, I quit. The Demon Flower Emperor leaned back against the back of the chair and quit the bidding. She knew the Surreal Emperor's character very well. He would not give up until he reached his goal. It was not the 10 million that made her quit the bidding, but the fact that the Surreal Emperor had joined in. Bad luck. Zhan Tianxiang Emperor hesitated for a moment and stopped bidding. In the end, only the Black Dragon Great Ancestor and Golden Turtle Great Ancestor were still struggling. They raised the price by 200,000 and 300,000 respectively, reaching 10 million and 500,000. 12 million. Su King glanced at the two with a faint smile. It seems that this 3 Revolutions body refining pill will definitely fall into the hands of Su King. Yi Chen did not participate in the bidding. Although he had a lot of wealth, he could not compete with the magnates of these sections. Good steel should be used on the blade. Even if he bought this 3 Revolutions body refining pill, it would not help him improve his spirit body from rank 5 to rank 6. In that case, not participating in the bidding was the best choice. Su King obtained an incomplete supreme grade spirit vein back then. In terms of wealth, he is second to none. He is also the sect master of the world's #1 sect, the Void Sect. He has a strong foundation. Xianhou nodded. Just as Yi Chen had guessed, the 3 Revolutions body refining pill was bought by Su King for 13 million. No matter how unwilling the Black Dragon Great Ancestor and the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor were, there was nothing they could do. Their wealth was not as good as Su King's, and their strength was almost the same. In terms of power, the Void Sect was even more powerful than the Red-Eyed Black Dragon Clan and the Golden Turtle Island. The 9th pellet is a reverse 9-turn spirit pellet. As the name suggests, the main ingredient of this pellet is the supreme grade spirit plant, the reverse 9-turn spirit plant. I believe I do not need to say more about its effect. Besides increasing one's lifespan by 9 years, its biggest effect is to strengthen one's soul. The effect of this reverse 9-turn spirit pellet is 5 times more powerful than the plant itself. Although you are all life and death realm warriors, if you take this pellet, your soul will be strengthened slightly, and your comprehensive ability will be enhanced. Moreover, your mental state will be improved as well. The starting price of this pellet is 8 million, and each increment should be no less than 100,000. After saying that, the Spirit Dan King's face was full of smiles. Among all these pellets, the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet was undoubtedly one of his masterpieces. However, the plant was too hard to find. After so many years, he had only managed to find 2 of them, which he used to make 2 pellets. One was for himself and the other was for auction. It is actually the ancient pellet, the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet. Compared to the 3-turn body refining pellet, the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet was even more precious. The 3-turn body refining pellet only had 30% of the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit's medicinal effect. It could not upgrade the 5th step spirit body to the 6th step, unless the spirit body itself had reached the late 5th step. Moreover, the 3-turn body refining pellet could not directly increase one's battle power. If one had it, it would naturally be for the best. If one didn't, no one would care too much about it. However, the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet was different. After taking it, it could strengthen one's soul and improve one's comprehensive ability, which would indirectly increase one's battle power. Among the ancient pellets, the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet was also one of the top ones. It belonged to the supreme grade mid-grade pellet, and was even more precious than the 2 3-turn body refining pellets. Reverse 9-turn spirit pellet. A strange light flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. Back then he had also obtained 2 reverse 9-turn spirit pellets. Unfortunately, he had used them both. For him at that time, the effects of the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet were indeed astonishing. However, even now, he estimated that it could not strengthen his soul by much. The main reason was that his soul was too robust. 10 times that of ordinary Life and Death Kings. Apart from that, the soul of Life and Death Kings was also very powerful. Swallowing a reverse 9-turn spirit pellet did not have much of an effect. Who would have thought that the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet could increase its effects by 5 times? In this way it could strengthen the soul of a Life and Death King by a small margin. Unfortunately, it's quite useful to others, but it's not essential to me. Yi Chen's soul had not been thoroughly stimulated, so taking the pellet would be a waste. Reverse 9-turn spirit pellet. The Demon Flower Emperor's heart stirred. She was a perfect demonic human, and in terms of comprehension she could not compare to the majority of titled monarchs. Such a powerful battle strength was largely due to her perfect demonic human's innate superiority. The Demon Flower Emperor was not the only one who was stirred. Apart from a few extremely powerful souls, everyone present was eyeing the pellet like tigers watching their prey, rubbing their palms. "You too, I hope you can help me out a bit," the Demon Flower Emperor said to Yi Chen and Xianhou. "Sure." Yi Chen and Xianhou did not refuse. The pellet's price rose at an extremely fast speed. In a short while, it had already reached 14,500,000, 1,500,000 higher than the final price of the third-turn body refining pellet. 15 million. The Demon Flower Emperor sucked in a deep breath and said loudly. As long as Su King did not participate, the Demon Flower Emperor was determined to obtain the pellet. 16 million. The great ancestor of Golden Turtle Island was extremely wealthy. The reason why he didn't compete with the Void Emperor for the Third Revolution body refining pill was that he knew he couldn't compete with the Void Emperor. Instead of raising the price very high and ultimately losing it, it was better to sell a favor to the Void Emperor. Now that the Void Emperor didn't seem to be interested in the Reverse 9 Revolution body refining pill, how could he not compete? 17 million. The Demon Flower Emperor's voice followed. Where did this Demon Flower Emperor get so many supreme rank spirit stones? The Black Dragon Old Ancestor had already withdrawn from the bidding. He was somewhat shocked by the 17 million bid by the Demon Flower Emperor. So that's how it is. It must be Xianhou supporting her from behind. The Black Dragon Ancestor did not count Yi Chen in. Yi Chen had only reached the Life and Death realm for half a year, so how could he have that much wealth? He had taken out 1,700,000 supreme rank spirit stones to buy the supreme rank yuan boosting pellet, which was probably all he had. Even if I can't get it, you will have to spend more spirit stones. The Golden Turtle Old Ancestor was very annoyed. He was sure that the Demon Flower Emperor did not have so many spirit stones. Plus, he did not have so many treasures. But the other party had backup. 19,900,000. If you raise it again, I will give it to you. The Golden Turtle Old Ancestor snorted. The Demon Flower Emperor glanced at the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor and said, 20 million. In the end, the pellet was sold for 20 million, and the Demon Flower Emperor owed Yi Chen 2 million supreme rank spirit stones and Xianhou 3 million supreme rank spirit stones respectively. This time I have specially brought a few treasures. When the conference is over, I should be able to sell them for more than 5 million supreme rank spirit stones. I will return them to you at that time. The Demon Flower Emperor let out a breath and thanked him. The 10th auction item was not a pellet but a medicinal liquid. Seeing the Spirit Pill King open the special wooden barrel, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. This medicinal liquid was the Spirit Tree Cultivation liquid. Judging from the powerful spiritual qi, it was 100% a supreme rank Spirit Tree Cultivation liquid. 1 year could increase the maturity of the Spirit Tree by 3,000 years. If the Fire Pear Tree could become a supreme rank Spirit Tree, even 103rd Revolution body refining pills would not be able to compare. How could 1/3 Revolution body refining pill compare to an entire supreme rank Fire Pear Tree? In front of the wooden table, the Spirit Pill King smiled and said, 1 year of supreme rank Spirit Tree Cultivation liquid will only need 1 year to increase the maturity of your Spirit Tree by 3,500 years. The starting price is 10 million supreme rank Spirit Stones. Each bid must be at least 100,000. If you do not have enough Spirit Stones, you can take out your treasures and let me appraise them. Begin. Chapter 961. 10 million starting bid. Yi Chen frowned a little. Before, the third-turn body-enhancing pellet started at 5 million, and the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet started at 7 million. Now, the extreme rank Spirit Tree nutrient fluid suddenly increased by 3 million. 10 million starting bid was almost his entire wealth. Before killing the Black Water Ancestor and the Red Water Ancestor, Yi Chen had 7 million extreme rank spirit stones. After killing the 3, Yi Chen got their storage rings. Among them, the Black Water Ancestor had 1.5 million extreme rank spirit stones, the Red Water Ancestor had 2.5 million, and the Yellow-Robed Man had the most, reaching 4 million. Adding on Yi Chen's own 7 million, he had a total of 14,800,000. However, he had spent 1,700,000 on the extreme rank yuan increasing pellet, and lent 2 million to the Demon Flower Emperor, so he still had 11 million left, which was obviously not enough to buy the Spirit Tree Nutrient Fluid. What? You want this Spirit Tree Nutrient Fluid? Shinho observed Yi Chen's expression and asked. Yi Chen nodded and forced a smile. I still need a lot of extreme rank spirit stones. Even with some treasures, it would only be around 16 million. There were some treasures in the 3 storage rings. Yi Chen estimated that they would be worth around 5 million extreme rank spirit stones. However, the starting bid of the nutrient fluid was already 10 million, so the final price would definitely be higher than the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet. I still have 4 million extreme rank spirit stones here, and some other treasures are also worth a few million extreme rank spirit stones. Yi Chen shook his head. No, 16 million is fine. If I can get it, then so be it. If not, then forget it. Anyway, a year of extreme rank spirit tree nutrient fluid is not enough to upgrade my fire pear tree to the extreme rank. It was understandable that the Demon Flower Emperor wanted to borrow spirit stones from them. After all, if she missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one in the future. The 9-twist reversal spirit pill was very useful to her as it could increase her perception, and the fire pear tree was just an external object. It couldn't be upgraded to the supreme grade in one go, so Yi Chen didn't intend to borrow spirit stones from others. The Demon Flower Emperor smiled and said, if I had known that there would be something you like later, I wouldn't have borrowed your spirit stones. How about this? I'll give you the treasures I've brought as repayment for the 2 million top-grade spirit stones I borrowed from you. The Demon Flower Emperor flipped his hand, and a fiery red octagonal crystal appeared in his hand. He handed it over to Yi Chen. This is an 8 extreme fire crystal and it contains 8 different flames. If the Spirit Pill King is knowledgeable, he will definitely give it a high price. As for the extra, just treat it as interest. Being able to obtain the 9-twist reversal spirit pill, the Demon Flower Emperor's trip was not in vain, so he had no other thoughts. That's good, thank you. Yi Chen accepted the 8 extreme fire crystal and thought, this 8 extreme fire crystal is useless to normal people, but it is very useful to the Spirit Pill King. It's definitely worth 3 to 4 million. Adding on the ones I have, it should be about 20 million in total. Yi Chen wasn't confident. He didn't know how many people were eyeing the cultivation fluid. 1 year of top-grade cultivation fluid can increase the maturity of a tree by 3,500 years. Not bad at all. Although my purple mandala demonic tree is already a supreme-grade spirit tree, with this supreme-grade spirit tree cultivation fluid, it will be able to grow for more than 15,000 years, and its effects will only get better and better. The Nirvana Demon Emperor, who had already won an elixir earlier, smiled. The bidding began and almost all the emperors participated. Of course, most of them were just there to accompany the others. The Spirit Pill King had his own considerations when he placed the cultivation fluid after the 9-twist reversal spirit pill. Everyone here was a giant, and everyone had cultivated 1 or 2 spirit trees. Compared to the 9-twist reversal spirit pill, the cultivation fluid looked ordinary, but it was more popular. The price continued to climb, and under Yi Chen's helplessness, it reached a high price of 16 million top-grade spirit stones. During this time, Yi Chen asked the Spirit Pill King to estimate the treasures he had obtained from the 3 old monsters. Perhaps the treasures were really good, or perhaps the Spirit Pill King was intentionally raising the price, but in Yi Chen's opinion, the treasures that were only worth 5 million top-grade spirit stones were valued at 7 million. This was why, aside from the 8 extreme fire crystal, the highest price Yi Chen could offer was 18 million top-grade spirit stones. However, it was obvious that 18 million was not enough to buy this cultivation fluid. 18 million. Yi Chen immediately increased the price by 2 million. 19 million. Nirvana Demon Emperor's net worth was beyond everyone's imagination. At this time, 90% of the people had given up. Spirit Pill King, how many spirit stones is this 8 extreme fire crystal worth? Yi Chen's expression didn't change as he took out an octagonal red crystal from his storage ring. The Spirit Pill King's eyes lit up. It's actually an 8 extreme fire crystal. Good, this thing isn't that useful to others, but it's very useful to me. I estimate it at 7 million top-grade spirit stones. Yi Chen, this Spirit Pill King seems to want to befriend you. As the original owner of the Octopole Fire Crystal, the Devil Flower Emperor naturally knew that this thing was extremely rare. However, it was only a small piece after all, and it wasn't considered very big. Once its energy was used up, it would become a piece of useless rock. Therefore, being able to sell it for 3 or 4 million top-grade spirit stones was already very good. 7 million was definitely impossible. 7 million, I'll add 7 million then. Yi Chen looked at Nirvana Demon Emperor. Nirvana Demon Emperor didn't continue bidding. 26 million exceeded his net worth. He smiled evilly, worthy of being the youngest life and death sword king. Even your bidding is fierce. It's not an injustice for me to lose to you back then. It was unknown what had happened to Nirvana Demon Emperor. Not only did he have a trace of evil chi, but his personality also seemed to have changed a lot. Imperceptibly, he had a kind of confidence and calmness that made it seem as if the sky would collapse. The cultivation fluid was won by Yi Chen. Next, it was the climax of the Pill King Conference. In every Pill King Conference, the final pill would be called Pill King. Pill King was naturally the best pill of the Pill King Conference. This time's Pill King was the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill. The Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill was a special pill. After swallowing, it wouldn't be refined immediately. Instead, it would enter the dantian and return to silence. When the martial artist Zhen Yuan circulated to the limit, the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill's medicinal effect would be activated. The berserk medicinal effect would cause the martial artist Zhen Yuan to go berserk as well. It was like burning the martial artist's cultivation base, bursting out a terrifying battle power. Apart from this, the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill had another advantage. As long as the Zhen Yuan circulation speed decreased, the medicinal effect would stop, allowing the martial artist to use it next time. Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill starting price is 15 million supreme grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 100,000. The Spirit Dan King's face was filled with excitement. It would be a waste for him to use the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan Dan himself. Even if he stimulated the medicinal power of the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan Dan, his battle prowess would at most reach the level of a peak king. Moreover, to him, increasing his cultivation level was for the sake of better refining pills, not for the sake of becoming stronger but for the sake of refining pills. Therefore he had never thought of keeping this Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan Dan for his own use. He even has one of the 10 great ancient miraculous pills. This Spirit Pill King's achievement would be outstanding even in the ancient times. Xianho revealed a shocked expression. Among the 10 great ancient miraculous pills, 7 of them were supreme grade, 3 of them were supreme grade, and the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill was one of the 8th miraculous pills. As soon as the Spirit Pill King's words fell, the Dan King Square was in an uproar. With this Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill, the battle power I can display is definitely the limit of a 5-star overlord, close to a 6-star overlord. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's breathing became rapid. Although he coveted the 3 Revolution Body Refining pill, he didn't lose his mind. But now he felt that he was about to lose his mind. Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill, damn it, there will definitely be a lot of people competing for it. Black Dragon Old Ancestor was burning with anxiety. 5-star titled monarchs were also divided into different levels. The first level was naturally a powerful existence like Golden Turtle Old Ancestor Su King, who had a peak 4-star battle power. 4-star advanced battle power barely belonged to this level. The second level was for mid-level 4-star battle power. For those in the first level, the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill could make them the strongest existence among the 5-star titled monarchs. For those in the second level, the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill could make them rise to the first level without fear. Let's go all out. Zhan Qinxiang Emperor gritted his teeth. As the sect leader of a 5th grade sect, his net worth wasn't enough to bid for the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill. Therefore he could only use the sect's resources. This would undoubtedly damage the sect's foundation, but he couldn't care so much at the moment. Even if the sect's resources were used up, as long as he was alive, he could slowly accumulate it back. And if he missed the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill this time, he might not get it next time. The price of the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill rose rapidly, from 15 million to 30 million. After a dozen bids, it reached 40 million, 50 million. In the end, the final price of the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill reached 58 million, and it was won by Su King. Damn it. All the good stuff belongs to him. Su King was undoubtedly the big winner of this Alchemy King convention. First he got the body refining pill and now he got the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill. From now on even Golden Turtle Old Ancestor would have to be wary of Su King. Su King could be said to be invincible below the 6-star king level. No one could be his opponent. After the Alchemy King convention ended, it was time for private transactions. Yi Chen was satisfied after getting a supreme-grade yuan increasing pill and a year's supreme-grade cultivation fluid from the Spirit Pill King. As for the violent tiger dragon yuan pill, although it was good stuff, it wasn't his. It was useless to think too much about it. It was better to go back and cultivate and continue to improve his strength. Look. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor doesn't seem to want to let Nirvana Demon Emperor go. That's right. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor didn't get anything this time, and Nirvana Demon Emperor provoked him first. It would be strange if he let him go. He probably wants to teach him a lesson. Leaving Alchemy King Island, Golden Turtle Old Ancestor stopped Nirvana Demon Emperor. Boom. Boom. Without any pleasantries, the two began to fight. After exchanging more than 100 moves, Nirvana Demon Emperor was no match for Golden Turtle Old Ancestor. He was hit by the opponent's claw and spat out a mouthful of blood. Borrowing the strength of the claw, he quickly left this place. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, remember this. Nirvana Demon Emperor's voice came from afar. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's huge body shrank and turned back into a human. In the void millions of miles away, Nirvana Demon Emperor sneered, "It's really not good to suppress my strength. Unfortunately, I can't expose it now or it will arouse suspicion." Chapter 962. This is my Pill King Island's best pill tea. It can cleanse the impurities in your body and improve your physique. This was a tea house on the mountainside of Pill King Island. On the top floor of the tea house, Yi Chen and the Spirit Pill King sat by the window, chatting while drinking tea. Outside the tea house, spirit clouds and pill clouds floated like a gorgeous sea of clouds. Good tea. Yi Chen took a sip and felt that his internal organs were much more comfortable, and the pores on his skin had relaxed. Spirit Pill King, thank you for what you did before. Putting down the teacup, Yi Chen expressed his gratitude. No problem. If a few million top-grade spirit stones can make friends with a genius like you, I would have made a profit. The Spirit Pill King poured another cup for Yi Chen. You flatter me. I'm not flattering you. Originally, I thought Xianho would be the most outstanding person in this era, but I didn't expect another person like you to appear. If it was only her, the possibility of clearing the path to death would only be 10 to 20%, but now with the two of you, it's more than 70%. The Spirit Pill King sighed. By the way, do you need more top-grade spirit tree culture liquid? The Spirit Pill King asked. Yi Chen said, I have a 3,000-year-old fire pear tree, I want to cultivate it to the top grade. Fortunately, I still have 1-year-old top-grade spirit tree culture liquid, and its effect is better than yours. It can increase it by 4,000 years in 1 year, I'll give it to you. The Spirit Pill King waved his right hand and an exquisite wooden barrel appeared on the ground next to the table. I don't deserve it, this gift is too much. Yi Chen shook his head. This was an item worth tens of millions of supreme-grade spirit stones. Even if it was a gift from others, he couldn't accept it. If it was just a small gift, it wouldn't be a problem. The Spirit Pill King said, top-quality spirit stones are just a number to me, and it is the same for you. Not to mention, when your fire pear tree grows to the top-quality level, you can give me more fire pears. Top-quality fire pears are good materials for refining pills. Seeing that Yi Chen still didn't want to accept it, the Spirit Pill King smiled bitterly. Actually, I have something to ask of you. Go ahead. Yi Chen nodded. I have a grandson called Yan Jianhui, 14 years old this year. Although he lives on Pill King Island, he doesn't want to become an alchemist. Instead, he's infatuated with sword arts. Originally, I wanted to send him to Sky Sword Continent and have him join either Blue Cloud Sword Sect or Snowflake Sword Sect. However, Sky Sword Continent is too far away, and it's not convenient to go there. And now, I've heard that you've entered life and death realm. Therefore, I've always wanted him to become your disciple. I don't have any other intentions. The Spirit Pill King looked at Yi Chen with hope. He didn't think that just because he gave Yi Chen a small favor, Yi Chen would agree to anything. After all, who would be willing to accept someone they weren't satisfied with as a disciple? Okay, sure. Take me to see him first. Yi Chen decided that if Yan Jianhui's sword Dao talent was not bad, then he would accept him as a disciple. If it was really bad, then he would be powerless. Yan Jianhui's residence was not luxurious. It was a small lakeside house. When the two arrived, they saw a youngster practicing sword arts on a lotus flower. His sword arts were elegant and sharp. Sometimes, it was like a small grass sprouting, sometimes it was like the reflection of water, sometimes it was like a spring breeze, and sometimes it was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. I'll accept this disciple. Yi Chen was excited. This Yan Jianwei's sword arts were even more spirited than his little brother Yi Xian's. He was definitely a sword Dao genius. Except, the Spirit Pill King didn't have much understanding of sword Dao, so he couldn't tell whether Yan Jianwei had potential in this aspect or not. After all, he was only 13 years old and was still in the initial stage of development. No matter how good his sword arts were, they were just child's play in his eyes. Yes. Yi Chen revealed a faint smile. After a set of sword arts, Yan Jianwei noticed the Spirit Pill King and Yi Chen and said excitedly, "Grandpa, he is Yi Chen?" "Well, Yi Chen. Yi Chen. From today onwards he is your master." The Spirit Pill King shouted. "Master?" Yan Jianwei was still a little confused. The Spirit Pill King scolded, "Fool, your master has already agreed to accept you as a disciple. You are his first disciple, why are you not kowtowing?" Yan Jianwei's face turned red. He quickly jumped to the lakeside and knelt in front of Yi Chen. "Disciple Yan Jianwei greets master. Get up." Yi Chen helped Yan Jianwei up. A master was like a parent, so there was nothing wrong with accepting this kowtow. At this moment, Yan Jianwei still didn't believe it. A few months ago he had only casually mentioned it to his grandpa. He didn't expect that he would really become Yi Chen's disciple today. It should be known that some of the masters who had taught him sword arts said that the number one sword art genius in this era was none other than Yi Chen. Even in the ancient era, Yi Chen was a sword art genius that could be counted on one's fingers. Yi Chen said solemnly, "I have never accepted a disciple. You are my first disciple. As the eldest disciple, not only must you set an example, you must also train diligently. You cannot slack off in the slightest." "Yes, disciple understands," Yan Jianwei said seriously. "On the first day of next month, you go to True Spirit Continent's Yi family. During this period of time, do everything you need to do." Yi family was tens of millions of li away from Pill King Island. Not returning for several years was normal. Saying goodbye to the Spirit Pill King, Yi Chen flew toward True Spirit Continent. As soon as he came back, Yi Chen refined the extreme grade yuan increasing pellet, which increased his cultivation by another 50 years, reaching 1,130 years. And he had only reached life and death realm half a year ago. 2 years of top-grade spirit tree culture fluid. One portion can increase the tree's maturity by 3,500 years, and the other can increase the tree's maturity by 4,000 years. Altogether, it is 7,500 years, which is enough to cultivate the fire pear tree into a 10,000-year top-grade spirit tree. However, watering the fire pear tree every day is also a troublesome thing. Sometimes Yi Chen would go into closed-door training for 10 days to half a month. Sometimes he would be so immersed in his sword training that he would lose track of time. So, it would be impossible to water the tree every day. Let Yian do this. Yian was a side-branch disciple of Yi family. His sword art talent was ordinary, but he was very hard-working. He would not complain about anything. A while ago, Yi Chen had his eyes on him and asked him to go to the Spirit Cloud Mountain to take care of some errands for him. When he was free, he would teach him some basic sword arts, helping him build a good foundation. Yian was very attentive to the things Yi Chen asked him to do. He knew that his talent was not good, and he was also a side-branch disciple. If nothing unexpected happened, he would at most be a normal attendant of the Yi family. However, he had caught the eye of Yi Chen. Yi Chen was the number one sword art genius in the outside world, but in the Yi family he was like a god. Not to mention a side-branch disciple like him, even a lot of geniuses of the Yi family would want to follow him. Because of this, a lot of people were envious of him. Some of the people who used to look down on him had now changed their attitudes. After leaving the cultivation fluid to Yi Chen calmed down and continued to study the sword move, Merciless Water and Fire. As the Fire Emperor's ultimate skill, Merciless Water and Fire was very difficult to cultivate, let alone turning it into a sword art. Not only did Yi Chen have to work hard to fuse the water and fire esoteric, he also had to create a sword move that could accommodate the two opposing esoteric. Fortunately, he had reached the 18th level of the sword realm and had seen thousands of sword arts. Each sword art contained a trace of sword art essence, which saved Yi Chen a lot of time to study. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Boom. An aquamarine flaming sword light swept out, and a row of huge rocks was burned into nothingness. A large crack appeared in the space, and the edges melted into crystals. Finally, small success. Merciless Water and Fire contained the water esoteric and fire esoteric. The color was the color of water, and the form was the form of fire. After reaching small success, it became an aquamarine flame. Don't look down on this aquamarine flame. Just a trace of it was enough to blast a mountain into pieces. It was very domineering. I wonder if my eldest disciple has sparred with Yi Xian? During this 1 month, the Spirit Dan King personally brought Yan Jianhui to the Yi family. After the ceremony, Yan Jianhui officially became Yi Chen's first disciple. Perhaps it was because their ages were similar, but Yi Xian and Yan Jianhui were a little unconvinced and often found opportunities to spar. However, Yi Xian was older by 1 or 2 years and he was often taught by Yi Chen. In their first spar, Yan Jianhui couldn't even take a single sword strike and was defeated in a very embarrassing manner. Yi Chen found it funny, and according to Yan Jianhui's style, he chose a spring wind rain sword art for him to practice. He also explained a little so that Yan Jianhui could understand the essence of the spring wind rain sword art. With Yi Chen's guidance, Yan Jianhui wasn't as embarrassed as the first time, but it was still very difficult for him to take a few moves from Yi Xian. This made him understand that within 1 or 2 years, it would be very difficult for him to surpass Yi Xian. Moreover, Yi Xian had killed people before, so his sword art was much more murderous than his. Sure enough, in a flat area of the Spirit Cloud Peak, Yan Jianhui and Yi Xian were sparring again, and Yi Xiaoxiao was teaching from the side. Shall we use your continuous drizzle to attack him? Sigh, it's continuous drizzle, not torrential rain. Yi Xiaoxiao had a look of defeat on her face. Don't blindly join in the fun. Yi Chen walked over and knocked Yi Xiaoxiao's head. Holding her head, Yi Xiaoxiao said proudly, with my guidance, we can already take 5 moves. This is Yi Xian going easy on him. Otherwise we won't be able to play anymore. Yi Chen sized up the 2 people on the field. In terms of style, Yan Jianhui was more agile. Every move he made seemed to be made by nature. However, compared to Yi Xian, he wasn't flexible enough, and neither was he sharp enough. Any random sword attack from Yi Xian would be able to hit his weak points. Jianhui, the essence of the spring breeze rain sword art is the word transform, not the spring breeze and rain. If you want to master this sword art, you must know how to change. Don't rigidly adhere to the form. Yi Chen said. Yan Jianhui had the root of wisdom. Hearing Yi Chen's words, his sword art suddenly changed, becoming more ordinary. When Yi Xian's sword art attacked, he would immediately change into the spring breeze, neutralizing his opponent's attack. When his opponent's old force had dissipated, he would change into the drizzle again, continuously attacking his opponent. Yi Xian was caught off guard and was forced to retreat. Ding! Suddenly Yi Xian squinted his eyes and waved his sword, knocking away the treasured sword in Yan Jianhui's hand. That sword was one of Yi Xian's ultimate moves. Normally he would only use ordinary moves to spar with Yan Jianhui. Compared to Yi Xian, Yan Jianhui was still lacking. He needed some time to convert his talent into strength. Chapter 963. As the days passed, Yi Chen's research on heartless water and fire became more and more thorough. As he perfected this move, Yi Chen could feel its destructive power more and more. Heartless water and fire meant heartless. Testing the sword art's power with inanimate objects is hard to find. I might as well go to the forbidden areas. Up until now, besides the Bloodlight Ocean, Yi Chen had not gone to any other king-grade forbidden areas. The Bloodlight Ocean was ranked 4th in the Blood Sky continent, but in terms of danger, it was only as dangerous as the top 7 king-grade forbidden areas. Yi Chen felt that it was time to go to some of the forbidden areas of the continent. According to Senior Yuan Emperor, the Savage Stone can only be formed in the Savage Mountains. Among all the forbidden areas of the continent, the Desolate Mountain Range, which is ranked 3rd, has the largest Savage Mountains. Perhaps I can find a Savage Stone there. Savage Stone was the pass to enter the Savage Star. This time Yi Chen not only wanted to go to the forbidden areas, but also to see if he could find a Savage Stone. Yi Xian Jianhui, if you want to comprehend the sword intent as soon as possible, you have to be sincere in your heart and in your sword. If you cannot do it now, you will have to rely on your cultivation to comprehend the sword intent in the future, which will be hard to achieve. Before leaving, Yi Chen said a few words to the 2. Sincere in your heart and in your sword? Yan Jianhui frowned. Indeed. In this aspect you can only rely on yourselves. No one else can help you. Sword intent was also the intent of the sword. If one did not comprehend it before the Sea of Souls realm, they would be able to comprehend it after reaching the Sea of Souls realm. However, it would have to rely on one's cultivation to comprehend it, so the potential would be very small. It was like building one's foundation. If one comprehended the sword intent at a very early age, the foundation would be very firm and indestructible. However, if one comprehended the sword intent after reaching the Sea of Souls realm, the foundation would be very unstable. Alright, I have taught you the lone peak of 13 swords a few days ago. You guys train well. When I come back, I will see which of you has a deeper understanding of it. Today's Lone Peak of 13 Swords was no longer the Sky Cloud Martial School's Lone Peak of 13 Swords. Back then, the Lone Peak of 13 Swords was just an incomplete version, and it was only a mid-rank Mortal Realm sword art. But after Yi Chen's improvement, the Lone Peak of 13 Swords became a top-rank Mortal Realm sword art. Actually, Yi Chen could even change the Lone Peak of 13 Swords into an Earth Realm or even a Heaven Realm sword art, but it would be pointless. If he changed it too much, it would no longer be the Lone Peak of 13 Swords. Yi Chen just made some minor changes to make it perfect. Big brother, don't worry. I won't lose. Master, I won't lose either. Yan Jianwei had been abused by Yi Xian countless times. This was his chance to make a comeback. Yi Chen smiled. At this age, it was good to be competitive. Let them fight for it. The Desolate Mountain was located in the northern region. As the third-ranked king-grade forbidden place in the whole True Spirit continent, the danger of the Desolate Mountain was naturally self-evident. Normally, only top king warriors would dare to enter the Desolate Mountain. The death rate for high-rank king warriors would be more than 50%. Even titled monarchs with 5-star battle power would be in grave danger if they entered the core area. In the past 100 years, 3 titled monarchs had disappeared in the Desolate Mountain, never to be seen again. Chem? Snowflake Sword Emperor? The outer perimeter of the Desolate Mountain was shrouded in a layer of 5-colored mist. It was an extremely poisonous 5-poison miasma. If a normal warrior breathed it in, they would immediately turn into a bloody puddle. If a life-and-death realm warrior stayed in the mist for a long time, his Zhen Yuan would be consumed at least 10 times faster than normal. Outside the 5-poison miasma, a human figure flashed past, flying into the miasma. Yi Chen could see clearly that the person who had entered was indeed the Snowflake Sword Emperor, whom he had met once in the Pill King convention. Someone from the Sky Sword continent actually came to the True Spirit continent? Yi Chen was a bit curious. After all, the Sky Sword continent also had king-grade forbidden places. Could it be for the Savage Stone? No matter if it was the Blood Sky Land or the Sky Sword Land, when it came to the Savage Mountains, they were not as good as the True Spirit continent. Without thinking too much, Yi Chen pushed his Zhen Yuan and flew toward the 5-poison miasma. As soon as the 5-poison miasma made contact with his protective Zhen Yuan, it immediately rushed over like a leech, letting out a sizzling sound like boiling water being poured on the ground. After about 10 breaths' time, Yi Chen passed through the miasma and arrived in another world. This was a world that had preserved its original appearance. The ground, mountains and all kinds of plants carried traces of ancient aura. The moment he appeared, Yi Chen had a feeling that he had gone back in time. This is the Tyrant Tree. As his feet landed on the ground, Yi Chen's gaze fell on a tree that was only as tall as 2 people. If Yi Chen remembered correctly, this seemingly ordinary tree was the Tyrant Tree. The Tyrant Tree was not some kind of precious species. It was only an ordinary tree, but for normal warriors, it was a supreme treasure because the quality of this tree was extremely hard. When made into a wooden sword, it would be much harder than ordinary ungraded swords. Some rich and powerful families would also use the Tyrant Tree to make precious furniture, but only 1 or 2 sets of furniture. As far as the eye could see, the forest formed by the Tyrant Tree extended far into the distance. Some of the more ancient ones were actually dozens of meters tall, and each of their leaves looked like iron leaves. So many Tyrant Tree. If ordinary people saw this, it would probably cause a huge commotion. Yi Chen chuckled. Those who could come in here were at least peak king warriors, and no one would sell the Tyrant Tree, since it would damage their reputation. At most, they would plant a patch of Tyrant Tree in their own sect. The savage desolate ancient place's savage chi was extremely dense. Being enveloped by this chi, no matter if it was the body or Zhen Yuan, they would all be greatly suppressed. Moreover, the desolate ancient place's savage chi was 10 times denser than the savage desolate ancient place. With Yi Chen's perception, even if a half-step king entered the desolate ancient place, they would only be able to fly at a low altitude. That horrifying savage chi would be like a huge mountain pressing down on their backs. Besides that, there were layers of dark clouds in the sky above the desolate ancient place. They were extremely thick, looking like lead clouds. These lead clouds could weaken the detection of soul power, making it impossible to see what was above. Indeed worthy of being the desolate ancient place. Yi Chen's understanding of the desolate ancient place came from books, so he did not know some of the details. Maintaining 100 meters distance from the ground, Yi Chen flew at a low altitude, gradually heading deeper into the desolate ancient place. A couple of tiny black shadows flew past Yi Qin, fast like phantoms. Even normal birds can be this fast. It must be as fast as the speed of sound. Yi Qin reached out his hand, and a black shadow was caught in his hand. Opening his palm, he saw that it was a little bird. It looked like it was only the size of an egg, but it was not light at all. It was like a rock of the same size. The little bird flapped its wings trying to fly. Its wings were flapping fast like blades. Raising his palm slightly, the little bird escaped from his control and flew away quickly. What happened next was a bit strange. More and more birds and beasts started flying in Yi Qin's direction. There were eagles, leopards, and wolves. It seemed like a large-scale migration, but there was also a trace of panic. Something is chasing them away? Yi Qin guessed. Not daring to be careless, Yi Qin slightly slowed down, not changing his direction. Faint gusts of wind brushed past Yi Qin's face. As he went deeper, the gusts of wind became stronger and stronger, eventually turning into a suction force. Yi Qin saw with his own eyes a flock of birds being pulled back by this suction force. Then they flew backwards at a speed even faster than before, unable to control themselves. On the ground, a mammoth the size of a house was lifted off the ground, also flying backwards, crazily neighing. What a powerful suction force. Yi Qin was extremely curious. Just what was in front of him that could cause so many animals in the desolate ancient place to flee? The skilled were bold. Yi Qin sped up, flying towards the source of the suction force. Soon Yi Qin saw a giant, black hole. This black hole was not a natural black hole, nor was it a black hole formed by the collapse of a planet. Instead, it was an open mouth. This mouth had a diameter of several dozen meters and could swallow a small house. But in Yi Qin's opinion, this mouth could swallow a giant mountain. With this open mouth as the starting point, a terrifying suction force burst forth. The nearby hills, trees, rocks, birds, and beasts were all unable to escape this suction force and were all pulled into the giant mouth. Yi Qin discovered that the closer these things got to the giant mouth, the smaller they became. For example, a several hundred-meter tall hill, when it approached the giant mouth, it became only several dozen meters tall. The owner of the mouth was a giant beast that Yi Qin had never seen before in Elysium. It had 4 limbs, its hind limbs were on the ground and its front limbs were small, hanging in front of its chest. Its head was long like a crocodile's, but it was several times thicker. It also had a long tail and its back was bulging. No matter how Yi Qin looked at it, he felt that this was a Tyrannosaurus rex that had been magnified several dozen times. The suction force gradually weakened. The Tyrannosaurus rex closed its mouth and coldly looked at Yi Qin. The surroundings were a complete mess and everything had been razed to the ground. Yi Qin floated in the air, extremely eye-catching. This should be the desolate demon beast, barbaric dragon. Desolate demon beasts were also demon beasts. They were the earliest batch of demon beasts in Elysium. Although they were called demon beasts at that time, they were now called desolate demon beasts because they were the most ancient. Many modern demon beasts had a trace of their bloodline flowing through their veins. Desolate demon beasts had a special characteristic, and that was that it was very difficult for them to transform into humans. Their intelligence was also not very high and they were quite ferocious. Many of their characteristics were similar to giant star beasts. The desolate mountain and Elysium were not directly connected. The desolate demon beasts here had survived generation after generation. Their bloodline was pure, and they would not become ordinary demon beasts. The barbaric dragon raised its head and roared. It took a big step and charged toward Yi Qin. "Big guy, I didn't provoke you." After releasing the sword domain, the barbaric dragon's speed slowed down, and it could hardly move. An ominous glint flashed through the barbaric dragon's eyes. It tilted its upper body and swung its 100-meter-long tail at Yi Qin like a sharp knife, which was covered with a layer of yellow light. Yi Qin was just about to make a move to teach this powerful barbaric dragon that was as powerful as a high-rank king warrior. Suddenly, 3 blade lights flashed, and the barbaric dragon was cut into 3. An earthy yellow beast core flew out and landed in the hand of a middle-aged man with a cold face. "My luck is not bad. I didn't get a beast core even after killing 3 desolate demon beasts, but this barbaric dragon actually has 1. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Qin and left. Chapter 964. Prison King. Yi Qin mumbled one word. The stern middle-aged man was none other than the sect leader of the Prison Gate, one of the 9 great sects of True Spirit Continent, the Prison King. According to the rumors, the Prison King was a peak king with battle strength similar to the Evil King, a 4-star tyrant. Unexpectedly, he was already a titled monarch, not any weaker than the yellow-robed old freak. However, it was understandable. After all, the rumors were in the past. Without stopping the other party, Yi Chen allowed the prison king to leave. This Yi Chen doesn't dare to stop me. It seems like he doesn't have the confidence to do so. While flying, a cold smile appeared on the corner of the prison king's mouth. He had only used 80% of his power to kill the barbaric dragon. The demonic beasts of Desolate Land had a special characteristic, and that was their huge bodies. They were bloodthirsty and cruel, unlike the current demonic beasts, which had big bodies and small bodies, cruel and docile ones. Since entering the Desolate Mountain, the smallest demonic beast Yi Chen had seen was the size of a water buffalo. It was a desolate poisonous mosquito, which could suck a mammoth dry in one breath. Unlike the prison king, Yi Chen did not kill the demonic beasts of Desolate Land and seize their beast cores. The beast cores of demonic beasts would transform into demonic power at the Sea of Soul realm. However, a small portion of the demonic beasts would still have beast cores, which were the essence of their demonic power. However, these demonic beasts could only be found in the Desolate Mountain and some other rare places. Killing them would be too much of a pity. However, there was one kind of demonic beast that Yi Chen had no choice but to kill, and that was the blood-winged dragon that came from the leaden clouds. This kind of demonic beast was obsessed with flesh and blood. Yi Chen had let them off time and time again, but he ended up being chased by a group of blood-winged dragons. It should be known that a blood-winged dragon was equivalent to a high-step king, and its speed was as fast as a bloody light. Even if Yi Chen was a titled monarch, he would still have to flee in a sorry state. Therefore he had learned his lesson. If he encountered a blood-winged dragon, he would kill it first. Otherwise, he would have to run for his life again when it called for its companions. Along the way, Yi Chen also obtained 2 beast dawn of the blood-winged dragon. One was as big as a bowl, and the other was a bit deformed, with many bumps, with dark yellow light flowing on its surface. The former contained a large amount of king-level beast chi, while the latter contained several times more beast chi than the former, and carried a trace of savage aura that made people's hearts palpitate. A shriek suddenly came from above the lead cloud. The voice penetrated everything, and it seemed to be extremely angry. This voice, could it be the blood-winged dragon king? An ordinary blood-winged dragon had the strength of a high-level king, an elite blood-winged dragon had the strength of a peak king, and a blood-winged dragon king had the strength of a titled emperor king. Of course, this did not mean that the weakest blood-winged dragon was a high-level king. The main reason was that the Great Desolate Mountain was not only extremely dangerous to outsiders, it was also dangerous to the life forms that lived within. Blood-winged dragons with strength lower than a high-level king would normally not come out to hunt. At least Yi Chen had never seen one. Running is the best choice. The blood-winged dragon king was not that easy to kill, and if the battle dragged on for too long, it would become a very troublesome matter. Releasing his sword domain, Yi Chen turned into a beam of sword light and flew out, disappearing into the depths of the Great Desolate Mountain. The lead cloud above Yi Chen's head cracked open, and a blood-red blood-winged dragon, which was 10 times larger than an ordinary blood-winged dragon, swooped down. His body was not only larger but also more robust. On the surface of its blood-red skin, there were also specks of yellow light flickering, which were similar to the deformed beast dawn that Yi Chen had obtained before. Crack! A hard mountain peak was crushed into pieces. Somewhere in the depths of the Great Desolate Mountain, a bewitching woman wearing dark green clothes was fighting with an elite blood-winged dragon. The bewitching woman's weapon was a pair of jade scimitars. As she waved the scimitars, countless jade scimitars flashed in the air, like crescent moons hanging in the sky, leaving behind bone-deep scars on the elite blood-winged dragon's body. If someone was here right now, they would definitely recognize her. The second king of the chaotic demon ocean, Cassiopeia King. However, this elite blood-winged dragon was even scarier than Cassiopeia King had imagined. Not only was it as fast as lightning, but it also managed to dodge most of the scimitars. The sharp claws on its wings would occasionally break through her protective genyuan, leaving traces on her green armor. The claw power passed through the armor, causing her blood to boil. I can only use my killing move now. Cassiopeia King yelled as she crossed her scimitars and slashed at the elite blood-winged dragon. Swoosh! Half of the elite blood-winged dragon's body was cut into 4 pieces. At the same time, Cassiopeia King grunted as her left arm and scimitar fell off her body. It turned out that the moment the elite blood-winged dragon was killed, it had also used its last bit of power to tear off her left arm with one claw attack. Come back. Cassiopeia King sucked back her left arm and the scimitar in her left hand, reconnecting them to the left side of her body. Her flesh wriggled and she recovered in an instant. This beast Dan is a bit strange. After killing the elite blood-winged dragon, Cassiopeia King was lucky enough to get a beast Dan. Her beast Dan was very similar to the one Yi Chen had gotten. Putting away the beast Dan, Cassiopeia King's body flashed and was about to leave. Not good. Very abruptly, the body that had been sent flying was bounced back and forth a few times. Hurriedly activating his soul power, the Cassiopeia King discovered that the air around him was filled with layers of spider webs that were hard to see with the naked eye. These spider webs were unbelievably large and faintly glowed with 5 colors. It was difficult to notice them with just a sweep of soul power. Only by careful observation could one notice them. Black Mountain Queen, there is no enmity between us. Let me go and I will pretend nothing happened. Cassiopeia King's body was stuck to the spider webs. She struggled a few times but could not break free. How did you know it was me? The Black Mountain Queen, who was wearing a long black robe and equally beautiful, appeared from the void. Other than you, only the Black Mountain Ancestor can trap me with spider webs. But with the Black Mountain Ancestor's power, there is no need for him to target me. Cassiopeia King said calmly. Indeed, my ancestor would not lower himself to deal with you. The Black Mountain Queen nodded. Then please let me go. Although the Cassiopeia King was a peak king, the Black Mountain Queen was even more famous. The Black Mountain Queen's actual battle prowess was at most a low-tier 4-star king, but even peak 4-star kings wouldn't provoke her. Her spider webs could be set up anywhere. Once caught, it would be extremely difficult to escape. However, the Black Mountain Queen could set up layers upon layers of spider webs. Letting you go is impossible, Cassiopeia King. 2 more figures appeared. The one who spoke was a yellow-robed old man with a jade-like face. Heaven Illusion King, Iron Bone King. Cassiopeia King's face turned unsightly. Heaven Illusion King was the Void Gate's first Supreme Elder. He had already reached peak 4-star battle strength many years ago, and now he might even have the battle strength of a 4-star tyrant. Iron Bone King was the leader of Lin Clan, one of the 4 great clans of True Spirit Continent. He walked the path of body refinement and could be said to be unparalleled in close combat. The 3 of you ganging up on me, aren't you afraid of my Chaos Demon Ocean's leader finding out? Cassiopeia King knew that today was not going to be a good day. How could the other party not know of the leader, Demon Flower Emperor's existence? The reason he asked this question was to buy him some time to escape. This is True Spirit Continent, not Blood Sky Continent. If you think that Demonic Flower Emperor and Mysterious Queen can act unbridled in Blood Sky Continent, they can do the same in True Spirit Continent, then you are gravely mistaken. If Demonic Flower Emperor doesn't come, then it would be fine. But since she has come, then let her suffer a bit. Sky Ethereal King's expression was calm as he looked down on Cassiopeia King. You should say this to my leader face to face. Cassiopeia King's face turned ashen. These 3 were too impudent. Less nonsense. You won't be able to escape today. As the great calamity of the foreign races approached, the voices against the demonic humans rose once again. Apart from a few kings, the majority of the kings didn't like the demonic humans. They had already begun to move in the dark, wanting to eliminate or imprison the demonic humans to prevent them from siding with the demons in the future. Demon Flower Emperor had made a deal with Yi Chen in order to prepare for a rainy day. He hoped that Yi Chen could help the demonic humans overcome this crisis one day. Shinho and Yi Chen are also my Chaos Demon Ocean's allies. Aren't you afraid of them denouncing us? Cassiopeia King could sense the gravity of the situation. Today she had to escape True Spirit Continent and inform the leader. Otherwise, who knew how many demonic humans would suffer? This was not something she wanted to see. Shinho and Yi Chen are merely ingrates. The human race nurtured them, but they helped outsiders. But it doesn't matter. If we kill you today, I don't think they will dare say anything. Iron Bone King sneered. Whirlwind Chop. All of a sudden, the Cassiopeia King's body that was stuck to the spider web began to spin. The jade scimitar in his hand spun along with his body like a giant spiral cutter. The sound of steel snapping rang out as it cut through the spider web. While speaking, Cassiopeia King had been accumulating power, wanting to break through the web in an instant. Run. Breaking through the web, Cassiopeia King's figure flickered as his curved blade slashed at the layers of web in front of him. Cassiopeia King, do you think we don't know that you're fighting for an opportunity for yourself? Heaven Ethereal King made a grabbing motion, and a powerful binding power shrouded Cassiopeia King. Damn it. Cassiopeia King's speed immediately slowed down. If he continued to break through at this speed, he would be stuck by the web again. At that time he would truly have no way out. Go back. Taking advantage of Heaven Ethereal King holding Cassiopeia King, Iron Bone King appeared in front of Cassiopeia King and punched out. The fist power was incomparably tyrannical. Because of its extreme speed and strength, a white halo appeared in front of the fist. Bang. Cassiopeia King was blasted back, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Cassiopeia King, you can't escape. Black Mountain Queen shook her head. Today no one can save you. Heaven Ethereal King also said. Is that so? I Yi Chin want to save her. How can you stop me? Right at this moment, a sword chi flickered. The layers of web couldn't even withstand it for a moment and a figure flew in. If it wasn't Yi Chin, who else could it be? Chapter 965. The spiderweb was connected to Black Mountain Queen's mind. Breaking one or two layers wouldn't have much effect on her. However, Yi Chin broke all of the spiderweb, causing Black Mountain Queen to let out a muffled groan and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Yi Chin. Black Mountain Queen stared at Yi Chin. Time flew, and the little genius in 4 Extreme Emperor's tomb had already grown to such an extent that even she had to look up to him. She had heard that Black Water ancestor, who had shaken Elysium for hundreds of years, had died at his hands. Nirvana Demon Emperor's soul had also suffered a heavy injury, and he was almost killed by Demon Flower Emperor and Jianghu. Although Nirvana Demon Emperor had obtained Heaven-abandoning Emperor's inheritance and could contend against Golden Turtle Ancestor, from the fact that Nirvana Demon Emperor didn't directly cause trouble for Yi Chin, it was clear that he was apprehensive of Yi Chin and his allies. Not only Nirvana Demon Emperor, but the news of Golden Turtle Ancestor's defeat at Yi family had also spread. Your Highness Yi Chin. Seeing Yi Chin, Cassiopeia King heaved a sigh of relief. With Yi Chin here, these 3 clearly couldn't kill her. Since Yi Chin hadn't been to conferred King Palace, Cassiopeia King addressed him as Your Highness out of respect. Patriarch had said that Yi Chin's strength had already reached an unfathomable level, and he was improving almost every day. Thus, addressing him as Your Highness was not inappropriate. Yi Chin nodded. Don't worry. With me here they can't touch you. Iron Bone King's brows creased. He didn't like this Yi Chin. When Yi Chin entered the life and death realm, Yi clan held a banquet. Among the 4 great clans, only Lin clan didn't attend. Yi Chin, I've heard of you. You're one of the few geniuses in this era. However, I advise you to put yourself in the right place. Don't go against the entire Elysium just because of the demonic humans. Anyone who stands in the way of the Elysium's advancement will be crushed to pieces. You're no exception. Is that so? However, you cannot represent Elysium. You are not worthy. Yi Chin turned his head and looked at the Iron Bone King. Clenching his fists, the Iron Bone King suddenly smiled and said, I heard you killed the yellow-robed old freak and the other 2. Iron Bone King, don't believe it. Your true strength should only be low 5-star. The Iron Bone King didn't believe that Yi Chin could kill the yellow-robed old freak and the other 2 alone. Jianghu and Demon Flower Emperor must have used some method to help him. After all, there was no bystander on the scene. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, hearing is believing. The saying was not a joke. Although he, the Iron Bone King, was a 4-star overlord, as long as he got close, even a low 5-star battle strength wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. You can give it a try, but don't blame me if I don't hold back and injure you. Yi Chin said indifferently. Injure me? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The Iron Bone King was a body-refining monarch, so his physical defense was extremely strong. In the past, he had also been chased by a titled monarch, but he had only suffered some light injuries. As he spoke, he secretly sent a message to the Heaven Oasis King. I'll test his strength first. If he's only low 5-star battle strength, the 3 of us together will be enough to suppress him. Be careful. The Heaven Oasis King remained calm. Yi Chin, please enlighten me. The Iron Bone King's eyes emitted a strong battle intent. Other than Yi Chin and the Iron Bone King, everyone else retreated hundreds of miles away. The Cassiopeia King secretly sent a message to Yi Chin. Your Highness Yi Chin, don't fight him in close combat. Although I know you don't fear him with your strength, it will still be troublesome. In fact, the Cassiopeia King really wanted to see what level Yi Chin's strength had reached. As the Iron Bone King had said, seeing is believing. Many things could only be believed after seeing with one's own eyes. Yi Chin smiled indifferently. In close combat he will lose even more miserably. Before the Cassiopeia King could figure out what this meant, the Iron Bone King made his move. His first move was a killing move, punching at Yi Chin's head with a black energy like mist. The Heaven and Earth Destruction Fist. The fist energy is quite strong. Yi Chin's figure flickered, and the black fist energy passed by him. Haha, you know that I specialize in close combat, but you still dare not pull away. You are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. The Iron Bone King was overjoyed. He instantly appeared in front of Yi Chin, his fists like arrows, throwing out countless punches. Having trained his body to this level, the Iron Bone King's every punch was unbelievably fast and powerful. He shouldn't be lying. The Cassiopeia King stared unblinkingly at Yi Qin, waiting to see how he would deal with this. Iron Bone King, I'll show you what speed is. Be it the Queen of Black Mountain, the Heaven Illusionary King, or the Cassiopeia King, none of them could see how Yi Qin drew his sword. Even the Iron Bone King only saw a blur before his eyes, and countless sword lights burst forth. Clang, 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 clang. The sword lights were not only fast but also very accurate. Following the gaps in the fist energy, they slashed at the Iron Bone King's chest. The Iron Bone King threw hundreds of punches, and Yi Qin threw thousands of sword attacks. But the difference was that the Iron Bone King's punch did not hit Yi Qin, while Yi Qin's sword hit him without exception. Wuxia. The last sword was like lightning in the night, sweeping across the Iron Bone King's neck. As blood spurted, the Iron Bone King's head flew up, his eyes filled with fear. How is this possible? How can I not hit you with one punch? The Iron Bone King roared. There is no sword in the hand, but there is a sword in the heart. You won't understand this realm. Reaching this realm meant that one had no flaws to speak of. Unless there was a huge difference in strength or an opponent of the same realm, no one could suppress Yi Qin in close combat. I won't kill you, but if there's a next time, I'll definitely kill you. The Iron Bone King was a body-refining king, and in the study of the physical body, he was comparable to ordinary monarchs. He was only one step away from the blood rebirth realm. Cutting off his head would not kill him. The head connected to the body, and the Iron Bone King spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Although he was a body-refining king with strong physical defense and supreme-grade armor that blocked most of the damage, it was already very rare for him to not die after thousands of sword attacks. With a swish, the Iron Bone King quickly retreated, away from Yi Qin. Just like the Iron Bone King, I don't want to kill you. Yi Qin looked at the Black Mountain Queen and the Heaven Illusionary King. The Black Mountain Queen said, Yi Qin, you have a lot of potential, but you will bring disaster upon yourself. This time, the matter of targeting the demonic human race has already been approved by many monarchs. With just you alone, even with Shen Ho and the Demon Flower Emperor, you won't be able to stop this momentum. If you forcefully stop it, you will only be crushed. The demonic human race has not betrayed Elysium. Just because there is this possibility, you want to kill them. In other words, it is not just the demonic human race that might betray Elysium. Is it impossible for some of the humans and beasts to do the same? Do you want to kill everyone in the world? Yi Qin said coldly. The Heaven Illusionary King said, the blood of demons flows in the demonic human race. They are born with demonic nature, which makes it easier for them to betray Elysium, just in case they have to die or be controlled. My true spirit continent cannot afford to lose and does not dare to lose. Yi Qin, if you don't want to become a sinner of Elysium, you'd better not interfere in this matter. What if I insist on interfering? Today you can save Cassiopeia King, but you can't save the entire demonic human race. What a joke. Since Elysium allows my existence, I'll show you how I stop them. As long as the demonic human race does not betray us, I will protect them. Insane. Black Mountain Queen shook her head. Yi Qin's actions were no different from smashing an egg against a rock. Today it was her who had come. If it had been her grandmaster, Yi Qin wouldn't have been able to escape, not to mention the other titled monarchs. Hearing these words, the Heaven Illusionary King's gaze turned cold. This Yi Qin was really stubborn. Did he really think that he was invincible after becoming a titled monarch? Why speak so much nonsense? Let me kill this Cassiopeia King. A figure suddenly appeared above Cassiopeia King. It was the Hell King. He stretched out his right hand and 3 blade lights shot out from his palm. It was precisely the move he had used to kill Barbarian Dragon. Yi Qin's figure shifted through the void, appearing before Cassiopeia King in an instant. The Sky Scorpio sword swept through the void, and a sword light shot out like a waterfall, shattering the 3 blade lights. Yi Qin, get out of the way. Otherwise don't blame me for being merciless. The Hell King said sternly. Hell King, I didn't find trouble with you, yet you came to find trouble with me. Do you think I'm a pushover that you can bully as you please? The Hell King had killed Barbarian Dragon right in front of him. Evidently he didn't put him in his eyes. After all, with Barbarian Dragon's strength, it was impossible for him to do anything to Yi Qin. If he was stronger than Yi Qin, then he would have done Yi Qin a great favor by killing Barbarian Dragon. On the other hand, he was completely ignoring him. However, Yi Qin didn't want to make things difficult for the Hell King over such a trivial matter. In his opinion, it wasn't worth it. As long as the other party didn't provoke him, it was fine. The Hell King sneered, Yi Qin, don't think too highly of yourself. Do you really think that no one in this world can do anything to you? It's just that they don't want to make a move. Get out of the way or I won't mind letting you see blood. There are some things that you can't and don't have the ability to care about. Let me see blood? Let's see if you have the ability. Ridiculous. Hell-breaking slash. The Hell King raised his arm high. His entire arm glowed with an intense grayish-black light, as though it had turned into a blade used to behead prisoners. Boom. Shockwaves rolled out, making way for the blade light. The Hell King's blade light was only tens of meters long at first, but in the next instant, it turned into a large expanse of grayish-black light. The blade light was everywhere, like the sun in the sky, sprinkling down its radiance and destroying the haze. Quick, the Hell King is making a move. Yichen definitely won't have an easy time. Black Mountain Queen, set up a spider web to prevent Yichen from escaping with the Cassiopeia King. The Heaven Illusionary King said to the Black Mountain Queen. All right. The Black Mountain Queen opened her arms, shooting out countless multicolored spider webs invisible to the naked eye. But soon her expression froze, and the speed at which she shot out the spider webs also slowed down. Facing the Hell King's killer move, Yichen slashed out with his sword. A cold sword astral tore through the boundless blade light, like a shooting star in the dark starry sky, streaking across the night sky. Autumn Water Sword Art's third style, bone-breaking. Pooh. Without any suspense, the Hell King was sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth. Chapter 966. Prison King, who had been famous for more than 100 years and was as famous as Jianghu and Evil King, couldn't even take a single strike from Yichen. Although they were both 4-star overlords when they were at the same level, after so many years, each of them had made great progress. For example, Jianghu had reached high stage 5-star battle strength. Prison King was slightly inferior, but he was also at mid-stage 5-star battle strength. Combined with Prison Sec's unique punishment martial arts, his battle strength was infinitely close to high stage 5-star battle strength. However, he still couldn't take a single strike from Yichen. Gasp. Cassiopeia King sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood why the Patriarch thought so highly of Yichen and made a deal with Yichen the moment he entered Life and Death Realm. Today's strike, I'll remember it. Prison King was both startled and furious. He felt that he was not Yichen's opponent, and he didn't have the face to stay here any longer. Borrowing the power of Yichen's strike, he flew off into the distance. Let's go as well. Sky Ethereal King expressionlessly turned around and left. The last to leave was the Black Mountain Queen. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Be careful. The Black Mountain lineage specializes in using spider webs to trap enemies. Therefore, it is very likely that my Grandmaster will be invited out of the mountain to deal with people like you who are proficient in the profound mysteries of space or extremely fast-titled emperors. Many thanks for the reminder. If possible, I don't want to become enemies with your ancestor. Black Mountain Ancestor, Dragon King, Black Dragon Old Ancestor and Golden Turtle Old Ancestor could be said to be 4 old antiques. Apart from Dragon King, the other 3 were all demonic beasts. Each of them was over 1,000 years old, and the oldest among them was Black Mountain Ancestor. Just like Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, he often went into seclusion. Therefore, not many people under Life and Death Realm knew of him. However, those who did know of him knew how frightening he was. Black Mountain Ancestor's battle strength was secondary. His spider webs were the most frightening. As long as you give up your alliance with demonic human clan, my ancestor won't deal with you. Black Mountain Queen glanced at Cassiopeia King and said. Yichen smiled. He wasn't afraid of Black Mountain Ancestor, but he didn't want another enemy. Of course he wouldn't explain too much either. I'll leave first. In a flash, the Queen of Black Mountain disappeared into the sky. Cassiopeia King, what are your plans now? After the Queen of Black Mountain left, Yichen turned around and asked the King of Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia King bowed towards Yichen. Many thanks to your Highness Yichen for saving me. I wonder if your Highness Yichen can send me to the chaotic demon ocean? I'm afraid that I'll be hunted down once I leave. The King of Cassiopeia was not afraid of the virtuous King and the Ironbone King. As long as she wanted to escape, they could not stop her. What she was afraid of was the Queen of Black Mountain. Yichen nodded. All right. Although the distance between True Spirit Continent and chaotic demonic ocean was hundreds of millions of li, it was not very far for Yichen and Cassiopeia King. Even the slowest peak kings could travel 100,000 li in a blink of an eye. On the outskirts of the desolate ridge, a little bird resting on a tree saw Yichen and the Cassiopeia King and flew out. It looks like this Yichen is determined to protect the demonic human clan. In the distance, the virtuous king's expression was gloomy. The demon flower emperor was temporarily not in the chaotic demon ocean. After asking, he found out that the demon flower emperor had gone to the starry sky and would return in a few days. Without the demon flower emperor, Yi Qin did not plan to linger in the chaotic demon ocean and return to the desolate ridge. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qin had stayed in the desolate ridge for 6 days. In these 6 days, Yi Qin had killed at least 20 if not 30 blood-winged dragons. On average he would encounter 5 or 6 of them every day. Moreover, this was the result of him finishing them quickly. Otherwise, there would have been even more blood-winged dragons. After killing 20 to 30 blood-winged dragons, Yi Qin obtained another 5 beast cores. However, among these beast cores, there were no longer any deformed beast cores. It was all very normal. Senior Yuan Emperor said that these deformed beast cores contain desolate power. As long as I collect enough desolate power, I can use it to sense the places that might contain desolate stones. When the blood-winged dragons devoured things with desolate power, their bodies would produce desolate power. This meant that the blood-winged dragons had been to those places. Unfortunately, the blood-winged dragons were very difficult to tame. Only by taming a blood-winged dragon with desolate power could one find the place. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort. On this day, Yi Qin encountered a formidable opponent. It was a blood-winged dragon king. Moreover, it was a blood-winged dragon king that had devoured desolate power. As soon as this blood-winged dragon king saw Yi Qin, it madly pounced at him. It was extremely ferocious, as if it had the intention and determination to tear Yi Qin into 1,000 pieces. Boom 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 boom, one human and one beast fought fiercely. This blood-winged dragon king is so strong. Yi Qin consecutively used the 8 trigrams extermination sword art and the autumn water sword art's third move, breaking bone, but it only left a few sword marks on the blood-winged dragon king's skin. It was harmless. This blood-winged dragon king's defense was not much weaker than golden turtle patriarchs. The blood-winged dragon king was also very angry. It wasn't that it hadn't fought with powerful monarchs before. Some monarchs were even stronger than Yi Qin, but it had a strong defense. It could at least make the other party look very miserable. However, Yi Qin's close combat strength was simply incredible. It had been hit countless times, but it hadn't injured him even once. How could it not be annoyed? Suddenly, a large amount of yellow light gathered at the front of the blood-winged dragon king's wings. This yellow light emitted an astonishing desolate power. The yellow light kept condensing and finally compressed into a thin line. It stuck to the blood-winged dragon king's wings like 2 sharp blades and slashed at Yi Qin. Its desolate power. Yi Qin didn't dare to be careless. The autumn water sword art's third move, breaking bone, met it head-on. Boom. As the yellow light gushed out, Yi Qin flew back, a trace of blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. The blood-winged dragon king's attack this time was more than twice as fast and powerful, causing Yi Qin to suffer a little. Swish. Unforgiving, the blood-winged dragon king attacked again, its wings like heavenly blades slashing. Fine, I'll use you to test the merciless water and fire's power and shortcomings. Eyes narrowed into a line, Yi Qin held the sky Scorpio sword with both hands and slashed upwards. Immediately, a dark green flame sword light crazily rolled out. The frightening sword aura seemed to be able to pierce through the blue dome of the desolate ridge. The next moment, it was as if thunder had struck the ground. An earth-shattering sound exploded, and Yi Qin and the blood-winged dragon king were blown backward. The former puked out a mouthful of blood, while the latter's wings were scorched black. Blood also flowed out of its mouth and nose. The result was that both sides were injured, and the blood-winged dragon king's injuries were more serious. Good, come again. Yi Qin's battle-intent sword. His body twisted in the air, following an arc he attacked the blood-winged dragon king. At the same time, the blood-winged dragon king's scorched black wings also recovered instantly. With a flap of its wings, its huge body was like a blood-red shooting star, fiercely slamming towards Yi Qin. One human and one beast continuously collided and separated, going back and forth dozens of times. It was incomparably violent. Break for me. Relying on the sword in hand, and sword in heart realm on the 20th collision, Yi Qin took the initiative and slashed at the joint of the blood-winged dragon king's right wing. That place was covered with the least yellow light, and was also the weakest part. The dark green flame sword light cut through the yellow light, almost cutting off the blood-winged dragon king's entire right wing. Brr. The blood-winged dragon king miserably screamed and unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of yellow light towards Yi Qin. Caught off guard, Yi Qin's protective Zhenyuan layer was easily shattered by the yellow light like tofu. His bronze armor, which was not an extreme rank defensive item, had a huge hole punctured through it, and his body was pierced through. Dragon breath. Yi Chen was shocked. This blood-winged dragon king had actually spat out a dragon breath that only a giant dragon could do. However, it was obvious that the blood-winged dragon king was not in a good condition either. Its spirit was extremely weak, and it did not have the time to take this opportunity to kill Yi Chen. Instead, it flapped its wings and shot up into the sky, disappearing above the dark clouds. The flesh and blood squirmed, and the punctured chest recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. So close. If it had been aimed at my head, I would have died for sure. Taking off the bronze armor, Yi Chen stored it in his storage ring. This pseudo-extreme rank item had finally come to an end. Fortunately, after killing the Black Water ancestor, Yi Chen had obtained his extreme rank battle armor, Black Demon. Even though it was only a low extreme rank armor, its defensive power was still far beyond the bronze armor. Putting on the armor, Yi Chen quickly left the place in order to avoid being surrounded by a large number of blood-winged dragon kings. In the vast starry sky, an unbalanced battle was taking place. The weaker side was the Demon Flower Emperor, and she had as many as 3 enemies: the Air Emperor, the Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor, and a white-haired elder in colorful robes. Demon Flower Emperor, watch my spear. The Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor's spear art was extremely aggressive. With one spear thrust, it was like a meteor shower, covering the Demon Flower Emperor with an astonishing aura. The Demon Flower Emperor activated her demon eyes and easily saw the most threatening spear light within the meteor shower. She threw out a punch and sparks flew everywhere. The Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor's figure appeared, holding a golden long spear. The tip of the spear pressed against the Demon Flower Emperor's fist, unable to move an inch forward. The golden long spear even started to bend. This Demon Flower Emperor is indeed powerful. The golden long spear straightened, and the Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor bounced back. Boundless smoke dust sky. Just as the Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor bounced back, the Air Emperor's ace attack arrived. His whole body was shrouded in an illusory white smoke, which covered the sky and the ground. Accompanied by the Air Emperor's fist aura, it bombarded the Demon Flower Emperor. At this moment, the Devil Flower Emperor had just repelled the Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor. Just as he was about to unleash his new strength, he exchanged a punch with the Space Emperor and was instantly defeated. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, the Demon Flower Emperor frowned. 5 Poison King, you dare to poison me? As soon as the protective Zhen Yuan was broken, the Demon Flower Emperor inhaled a strand of qi. This qi was extremely sinister, directly fusing with the Demon Flower Emperor's demonic power. The multicolor-robed old man laughed heartily. Demon Flower Emperor, how can you say such foolish words? We're enemies. If I don't poison you, who will I poison? Today you'd better obediently let yourself be captured. The multicolor-robed old man was the leader of the 5 Poison sect, one of the 9 great sects of True Spirit Continent, 5 Poison King. He himself only had the strength of a peak king, but his poison skills were second to none. Even titled monarchs were apprehensive of him. After injuring the Demon Flower Emperor with one punch, the Air Emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said, "In this starry sky, no one can help you. We were waiting for you to enter the starry sky before making our move." The Demon Flower Emperor was a titled monarch like him. If the 3 of them joined hands, defeating him would be easy, but killing or capturing him would be extremely difficult. The 5 Poison King's purpose was to weaken the Demon Flower Emperor's strength, making him weaker and weaker. Chapter 967. Very good. I didn't think that you would be so impatient to act against the demonic human tribe. However, if you want me to surrender, that will depend on whether you have the ability or not. At the same time, the Devil Flower Emperor's eyes turned pure red, and a flower image floated within them. Devouring blood flower. Both hands rapidly formed seals. The Demon Flower Emperor's aura continued to rise. The violent aura caused the nearby meteorites to explode, sending dust everywhere. Be careful, she's about to erupt. Among the 3, the Air Emperor was the strongest. He said with a solemn expression. In a one-on-one fight, the Air Emperor wasn't confident that he could deal with the Demon Flower Emperor. Although the Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor and 5 Poison King had joined them, it didn't mean that they could ignore the Demon Flower Emperor. On the contrary, they had to be extremely careful. Who knew what kind of battle strength the Demon Flower Emperor would display when she risked her life? Perhaps she could even kill 1 or 2 of them. Without the need for the Space Emperor to transmit his voice, The sky-splitting Spear Emperor could tell from the Devil Flower Emperor's aura that the other party was preparing his strongest attack. At this time, it was extremely unwise to appear. They only needed to wait for the poison released by the 5 Poison King to slowly spread within the Devil Flower Emperor's body. There was no need to risk their lives to resist it. As for 5 Poison King, he had already arrived behind the Air Emperor and the Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor. With the two of them blocking the Demon Flower Emperor's full-power attack, he was confident he could deal with the remaining shockwaves. All of a sudden, a blood flower materialized from below, swallowing the 3 of them. This blood flower had a diameter of more than 10,000 miles. Not to mention swallowing people, it could even swallow a small planet. After swallowing the 3 of them, the blood flower became smaller and smaller. Finally, it stabilized at a size of 1,000 meters. The flower bud was tightly wrapped, like a flower that hadn't bloomed yet. However, its color was blood red, and it was filled with a frightening aura. After doing all of this, the Demon Flower Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face was pale to the extreme. She didn't hesitate to turn around and fly into the depths of the starry sky, and it wasn't long before she disappeared without a trace. A moment after the Demon Flower Emperor left, the blood-colored flower swelled up. When it swelled up to a few hundred times its original size, the blood-colored flower suddenly exploded. The terrifying shockwave sent the nearest star flying away. Along the way, the star quickly disintegrated. Dazzling fireworks exploded, bringing a moment of light to the pitch-black starry sky. In the center of the explosion, the Air Emperor and the other 2 had ugly expressions. As expected of the Demon Flower Emperor, he still has this move. The Air Emperor thought that he had prepared everything. He was proficient in Space Profound, and the 5 Poison King was proficient in Poison Profound. In addition, he had the powerful Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor, so he didn't have any flaws. After all, the Demon Flower Emperor's escaping ability was only average, not the best. The 5 Poison King sneered, "Although it's a pity to let her escape, she has also been poisoned by my Rong Yuan poison. Unless she disperses all of her cultivation, she won't be able to expel the poison." A poison Demon Flower Emperor isn't scary, and a Demon Flower Emperor dispersing all of her cultivation is even less scary. Once she disperses all of her cultivation, she won't be able to recover even 1/10 of her original strength within a few years. Moreover, dispersing all of her cultivation should be done as soon as possible. If it's too late, the Rong Yuan poison isn't something to be trifled with. What a frightening Rong Yuan poison. The Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor couldn't help but frown. Even the Demon Flower Emperor was in such a sorry state. If he was poisoned, he wouldn't be any better off. Fortunately, the Rong Yuan poison couldn't penetrate the protective Zhen Yuan. As long as the protective Zhen Yuan wasn't broken, the 5 Poison King wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At most, he would be on guard. After all, the 5 Poison King's poison research was the best in the world. Who knew what other poison abilities he had? The plan to capture the Demon Flower Emperor has failed, but the next plan must be carried out. The Air Emperor said expressionlessly. The Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor nodded. "It's just the chaotic demon ocean. Even if she betrays Elysium, it won't be a big deal. What can truly affect the overall situation is the human-demon homeland." In the depths of the starry sky, on a desolate star, thousands of li below the surface of the star, the Demon Flower Emperor was sitting cross-legged with a layer of green qi covering her body. What a good Rong Yuan poison. Unless I destroy all of my cultivation, even a little bit of it will revive and become stronger. The Demon Flower Emperor frowned. As a human demon, she had inherited the bloodline of the demon's flower demons. Flowers were beautiful, but there were naturally evil ones. The demon's demon flower was a flower that contained dark power. Normally, as long as it wasn't those forbidden poisons, ordinary poisons should be ineffective against her. However, a flower demon was a flower demon, and a human demon was a human demon. Although the two were related, human demons had only inherited part of their abilities. If she was a real flower demon, she would naturally be able to ignore the Rong Yuan poison. They only want to deal with me because they want to find the human demon homeland. There's still time. I should first think of a way to seal most of my cultivation. The level of one's cultivation didn't have much of an impact on one's battle power. Even if she sealed most of her cultivation, it would only reduce the Demon Flower Emperor's battle power by 10%. Of course, the main reason was that she was a human demon. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to suppress the Rong Yuan poison. In the depths of the desolate mountain, this is already the 3rd time I've fought with the Blood-Winged Dragon King. Is it because of that deformed beast pellet? It had been a week since the first battle with the Blood-Winged Dragon King. Yi Qin originally thought that the Blood-Winged Dragon King wouldn't bother him anymore since it knew that it couldn't do anything to him. However, he didn't expect that it would come back after a few days. In the end, both sides still ended up with heavy losses. The Blood-Winged Dragon King's dragon breath was extremely powerful. Even with the Black Demon battle armor, which had blocked most of its destructive power, the remaining half was still enough to hurt Yi Qin. 3 times in a row. It seems like it wants to waste my Zhenyuan. Demonic beasts were different from humans. Before reaching life and death realm, the demonic power of a demonic beast was dozens of times, even hundreds of times or even thousands of times more than a human. Normally, the size of a demonic beast's body corresponded to its size. However, although there was a lot of demonic power, it wasn't as pure as a human's. It was like a pot of rice. No matter how delicious it was, it would never be able to be eaten. After entering life and death realm and becoming a demonic beast king, the demonic power of a demonic beast would be extremely pure, almost reaching the level of a human king. However, because of this, the demonic power would shrink by 80 to 90%, not even 10%. Even so, the demonic power of a demonic beast king was not something a human king could compare to. If one were to say that 100 years of cultivation base was the most perfect state for a human to reach life and death realm, then 1,000 years of cultivation base for a demonic beast would be enough to make one's hair stand on end. Fortunately, demonic beasts also had a weakness, which was that their mental state improved very slowly, unlike humans who could improve rapidly. Therefore, the further one advanced, the less obvious the advantage of demonic beasts became. On the contrary, the advantage of humans became more and more obvious. This Blood-Winged Dragon King's cultivation base was at least 3,000 years, 3 times that of Yi Qin. Even if Yi Qin were to exhaust his Zhenyuan, it would still be able to retain at least 2/3 of its demonic power. If Yi Qin's guess was right, this was the Blood-Winged Dragon King's goal. Since you want to exhaust my cultivation base, I can also use you as a whetstone to continue studying my merciless water and fire. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. This principle was applicable at any time. Yi Qin could actually go back and recover his cultivation base in the 9-9 Return to Origin Great Array, but he didn't do so. Very straightforwardly, Yi Qin decided not to explore other parts of the Great Desolate Mountain, and instead found a place to slowly recover his cultivation base while waiting for the great battle with the Blood-Winged Dragon King. The night passed and the day arrived. A strange roar resounded in the sky. It's here. Yi Qin opened his eyes and lightning appeared in the void. Leaving the seclusion area, Yi Qin stood on top of a mountain peak and looked up at the huge blood-red dragon. Without any nonsense, the Blood-Winged Dragon King flapped its wings and swooped down. Its millstone-like claws shone with a layer of yellow light, seeming to have the power to tear through everything. Both sides fought at high speed, exchanging moves and attacks. It was extremely dangerous. Merciless water and fire. Finally, at the critical moment, Yi Qin attacked with merciless water and fire. The Blood-Winged Dragon King also spat out a yellow dragon breath, clashing head-on. At the cost of losing one of its left arms, Yi Qin heavily injured the Blood-Winged Dragon King for the 4th time. Watching the other leave at an extremely fast speed, Yi Qin didn't have any intention of chasing. Merciless water and fire is showing signs of breaking through. After consecutive life and death battles, Yi Qin had a deeper understanding of the life and death Tao. Entering the life and death realm required one to comprehend the life and death Tao, but it didn't mean that one would completely comprehend it. In fact, the life and death Tao was much more profound than any profound. He discovered that the merciless water and fire were closely related to the life and death Tao. Only by making progress in the life and death Tao would he be able to study the merciless water and fire to completion. This Yi Qin has such a high battle power. But fortunately he only has less than 30% of his Zhenyuan left. Far away, a mountain tortoise saw all of this. Even further away in the desolate ridge, Golden Turtle Old Ancestor coldly gazed into the depths of the void. His mind was connected to the mountain tortoises so he could see what the mountain tortoise could see. The battle power Yi Qin displayed in the battle with the Blood-Winged Dragon King shocked Golden Turtle Old Ancestor greatly. Previously, when Yi Qin killed the yellow-robed old man and the other two, he already had a high-level 5-star battle power, which was close to Demon Flower Emperor and Shinho. But now, the strength Yi Qin displayed was not inferior to the two, and even faintly showed signs of surpassing them. I can't let him progress any further. Heaven Illusion King, I owe you a favor. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor came to the desolate ridge to deal with Yi Qin, and the news was naturally told by Heaven Illusion King. However, Golden Turtle Old Ancestor also knew that although he had a peak 5-star battle power and could easily defeat Yi Qin, he didn't have full confidence in killing Yi Qin. Yi Qin was proficient in the profound of space, which was what he feared the most, and also what he hated the most. These people who were proficient in the profound of space were all extremely slippery. Therefore he was waiting for Yi Qin's Zhen Yuan to be almost consumed, and then he would make his move, making his original 60 to 70% chance of success become 100%, without any other possibility. After killing Yi Qin, it is said that the others are also dealing with Demon Flower Emperor. Only Xianhou is left, and there is nothing to worry about. I will also make her pay the price she deserves. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's body emitted a trace of coldness. Chapter 968. Unknowingly, Yi Qin had already stayed in the desolate mountain for more than half a month. In this half a month, he had exchanged blows with the Blood-Winged Dragon King 6 times, and only 10% of his Zhen Yuan remained. If converted to cultivation base, it would be equivalent to 110 years, which was about the same as when he had entered life and death realm. Soon, merciless water and fire will reach completion at any time. However, Yi Qin did not feel uneasy at all. In the 5 exchanges with the Blood-Winged Dragon King, Yi Qin had gotten stronger each time, and the latter had also gotten more injured each time. On the 6th time, Yi Qin had almost beheaded the Blood-Winged Dragon King. His strength had increased by more than 50%. After all, merciless water and fire had gone from small completion to completion, and its destructive power had increased by an unknown amount. Once I complete merciless water and fire, my battle power will probably reach 6 stars. Merciless water and fire was not an ordinary top profound sense martial skill, and its destructive power was several times higher than other martial skills of the same rank. Therefore, even if Yi Qin's water and fire profound were only at completion, merciless water and fire were still comparable to top-grade profound sense martial skills. In this case, Yi Qin's martial skills would not be weaker than anyone else's. Under 6 stars, no one would be able to surpass him. Added with the 6th step Destruction Sword Intent and the Heaven Realm mid-rank Green Lotus Sword spell, his Zhen Yuan would not have any shortcomings. The limit of life and death realm martial skills is 10 stars. I wonder what will happen after 6 stars. At the same time, the higher his strength increased, the more curious Yi Qin was about the realm after that. In this era, the highest battle power in Elysium was only 6 stars, and each of them was elusive. The only 6-star king Yi Qin had seen was the Fire Emperor. Unfortunately, he was already dead. Therefore, nobody knew what 7-star battle power was like, not to mention 8 or 9 stars. Of course, Yi Qin could actually ask Yuan Emperor. However, there were some things that could not be said. One had to see it with one's own eyes. Yuan Emperor was very powerful. In his era, he was unrivaled under the heavens, and was regarded as one of the strongest titled monarchs in the history of Elysium. Yi Qin learned from him that Yuan Emperor's peak battle power was at the peak of 7-star. Once he used the 3 flowers borrowing Dao, his battle power would double, reaching the level of a 7-star tyrant. However, Yuan Emperor did not pass through the death path. Because Yuan Emperor's fame was too great, and there were always scouts of other races in Elysium, the people guarding the death path were all abnormally powerful. However, Yuan Emperor was able to escape unscathed, and even killed a foreign race expert. In the current era, Elysium was in a weakened state and there were very few 6-star kings. As long as one had a low-level battle power of 7-star, they would be able to pass through the death path. The only thing they lacked was a 7-star king. Passing through the death path depends on both strength and luck. Yi Qin will not rely on luck to pass through the death path. There was always a chance of survival in the world. Although the foreign race monarchs guarding the death path were ridiculously powerful, sometimes, no matter how powerful they were, there was no guarantee of success. In a situation where one's strength was not enough, one could only rely on luck. If one's luck was heaven-defying, one might not even meet the foreign race monarchs guarding the death path, and one could easily pass through the death path and leave Elysium. However, Yi Qin knew that the chances of this were too low. If one relied on luck to pass through the death path, one would die in 100 and only 1 in 1,000 would survive. One would not be able to control one's own life and death. Yi Qin did not like to rely on luck. One could not always rely on luck in life because luck would eventually run out. Before that, I have to live well first. Any pursuit, any dream was based on survival. Without life, no matter how many pursuits and dreams one had, they would all be nothing but an illusion. Therefore, in order to reach the peak, in order to walk out of Elysium, in order to explore higher realms, and even the legendary next great realm, Yi Qin could only destroy one obstacle after another. If people stood in his way he would kill gods, and if Buddhas stood in his way he would kill Buddhas. Intentionally or unintentionally, Yi Qin glanced at the mountain tortoise that was staring at him from thousands of miles away. On this day the Blood-Winged Dragon King came for the 7th time. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Qin looked at the Blood-Winged Dragon King with a burning fighting intent. The Blood-Winged Dragon King's huge emotionless eyes flickered with yellow light several times. To be honest, it was somewhat afraid of the human in front of it. Every time it exchanged blows with him, the latter's strength would always increase, as if there was no limit or limit. If it were not clear that the latter's Zhen Yuan was almost exhausted, it would not have come at all. This time I must kill him. With a low roar, the Blood-Winged Dragon King pounced at Yi Qin. Kill? Holding the sword with both hands, Yi Qin crushed the mountain under his feet and soared straight up, sword chi crisscrossing everywhere. Less than 10% left. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor saw everything through the eyes of the mountain tortoise. Originally, before the Blood-Winged Dragon King came, he already had the idea of attacking. He was confident that he had a 90% chance of taking care of the opponent. But after thinking about it he still gave up. After all, 90% was 90%, not 100%. He had already waited for so many days, so why would he care about a little more? When the Blood-Winged Dragon King leaves, it will be the time of your death. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor revealed a cold smile. Boom, boom, boom. Violent air waves swept in all directions. One man and one dragon fought hundreds of rounds in a short time. After all, the Blood-Winged Dragon King had the savage power, and its attack and defense speed were both astonishing. Plus, Yi Qin wanted to comprehend the merciless water and fire, so he did not plan to end the battle quickly. Therefore this battle was even more intense than before. Swoosh! The dragon claw, as big as a millstone, tore over, and the space was immediately torn into a ragged state. Yi Qin's figure flashed, avoiding the claw. With a flash of sword light, the Blood-Winged Dragon King's right claw suddenly flew out. Roar! The Blood-Winged Dragon King discovered that although this exchange seemed intense, the other party seemed to be stronger. Its claws were filled with the power of desolation, and their hardness had increased by a level. However, when the other party's sword slashed over, the thin power of desolation did not have much effect. Without hesitation, the Blood-Winged Dragon King spat out dragon breath at Yi Qin. This dragon breath it could only spit out once every few days. It was not a giant dragon, but it had the blood of a giant dragon. Even if it was a giant dragon, it could not spit out dragon breath without limit. Breakthrough. This time Yi Qin did not dodge the dragon breath. Instead, he faced it head-on, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Just as the dragon breath was about to devour Yi Qin, a dark green flame suddenly ignited on Yi Qin's Sky Scorpio sword. As Yi Qin swung his sword, the dark green flame crazily rolled out. Silently, the yellow dragon breath was extinguished, turning into specks of yellow light and dissipating. The slightly weaker dark green flame, like a waterfall, streaked across the body of the Blood-Winged Dragon King. The Blood-Winged Dragon King's body slightly trembled, and in the next moment, its huge body exploded into a blood mist. A Zhen Yuan giant hand reached in and grabbed a yellow beast core. All of this happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. A mournful scream resounded, and the blood mist once again condensed into the Blood-Winged Dragon King. However, at this moment, it was 10 times more dispirited than before it spat out the dragon breath. But this was not surprising. The beast core that it had refined for countless years had been taken away, undoubtedly injuring its foundation. Who knew when it would recover to its peak state? Unwillingly glancing at Yi Qin, the Blood-Winged Dragon King spread its wings and flew high, disappearing into the leaden clouds. Now is the time. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor was startled by Yi Qin's last sword strike. That sword strike already had peak 4-star battle power. Fortunately, Yi Qin could not kill the Blood-Winged Dragon King with one sword strike. If he could, he would not be a peak 4-star but an absolute 4-star tyrant. Peak 4-star battle power was not enough to scare Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, because he could see that Yi Qin did not even have 5% of Zhen Yuan left in his body. He still hoped that Yi Qin would clash with him a few more times. This way, his Zhen Yuan would be consumed faster, and he would not have the strength to escape. Whoosh! With a flash of golden light, Golden Turtle Old Ancestor flew rapidly in the direction of Yi Qin, like a dazzling golden meteor. Finally here? Yi Qin turned his head, and his cold eyes ignored the distance of space and locked on to the golden meteor. Ah! Yi Qin, today is the day you die. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor laughed loudly and clawed at him through the air. Boom! A large area of the mountain was plowed to the ground. The dragon claw, completely condensed from golden light, was extremely sharp, and the aura was rampant. Compared to the claws of the blood-winged dragon king, it was unknown how many times more powerful it was. His body moved through the void, and Yi Chen avoided the claw and appeared in front of Golden Turtle Old Ancestor. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor stopped, his expression grim. Yi Chen said, "Do you know why I let the blood-winged dragon king go? Do you have the ability to kill the blood-winged dragon king?" Golden Turtle Old Ancestor asked. "What can a mountain tortoise see? I didn't kill the blood-winged dragon king because I wanted to attract you here. If I show off too strong, I'm afraid you will just leave." In the last sword, Yi Chen only used 30% of his strength because at that moment his merciless water and fire had finally reached the great accomplishment, and its power was not inferior to ordinary top-tier profound martial arts. Combined with the Tier 6 Destruction Sword intent, it was easy to kill the Blood-Winged Dragon King. After all, the Blood-Winged Dragon King's strength was only 5-star advanced. How arrogant. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor didn't believe it, but Yi Chen's calm attitude made him feel like he had been fooled. His body expanded, and Golden Turtle Old Ancestor turned into his true form, Jianghu. His huge body, like a dragon and a tortoise, crushed over. The space seemed to have lost its pillar, and heaven and earth were chaotic, with nowhere to borrow strength. This was a move he had developed for the titled monarchs who were proficient in the profound of space, and it worked every time. Unless one ran away as soon as they came, there was no escape. Yi Chen didn't run. With the merciless water and fire at the great accomplishment, he didn't need to run anymore. Raising the Sky Scorpio sword in his hand, Yi Chen held it with both hands. After taking a deep breath, he heavily slashed out. Immediately, the raging green flame condensed into a green heavenly sword. With one slash, the horizon was split, and a green sword veil appeared. Half of Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's body was on the left and right side of the sword veil. Impossible. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's body froze in the void, his eyes filled with fear. Bang! The green light exploded, and Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's body exploded into pieces. Blood arrows flew in all directions, but these blood arrows were immediately burned into nothingness as soon as they were caught by the green light. Chapter 969. Just when the countless blood arrows were about to be destroyed by the green light, one of the blood arrows suddenly changed. A thumb-sized Jianghu's silhouette roared and moved around inside the blood arrow. With the help of Jianghu's silhouette, the speed of this blood arrow instantly increased by 10 times. With a swoosh, it disappeared without a trace. Primordial blood escape. Yi Chen slowly spat out a word. Primordial blood escape was an extremely powerful escape art, but it consumed a lot of soul power, and it was a permanent consumption. The soul was a person's foundation. Only with a strong soul could one unleash their strength to the limit. If the soul was weak, other aspects would undoubtedly be restricted. Therefore, unless it was a matter of life and death, very few people would use primordial blood escape. Of course, primordial blood escape wasn't something everyone could use. Very few people knew about it, and even fewer people could learn it. Yi Chen had also heard about this escape art from Yuan Emperor. Peak 5-star battle prowess is indeed not something people like Old Ancestor Blackwater can compare to. Among the monarchs that Yi Chen had fought before, Old Ancestor Redwater and Old Ancestor Blackwater were the easiest to kill because their immortal bodies hadn't reached the blood rebirth realm. Old Ancestor Yellow Robe was much harder to kill, but Old Ancestor Golden Turtle was 10 times harder. Time to go back and recover Zhen Yuan. At this time, Yi Chen still had about 1/30th of the Zhen Yuan in his body. Usually, 1/10 was the warning line, and right now it was undoubtedly below the warning line. Damn it, damn it. In the void turbulence, a blood arrow flew back and forth. Golden Turtle Ancestor had never been so miserable before. Not only was his body destroyed, but he was also forced to use the primordial spirit blood escape. Although he was at the blood rebirth realm and his body was destroyed, he was fine. However, the demon power he consumed would take at least a few months to recover. Compared to the great loss of cultivation, the consumption of his soul made Golden Turtle Ancestor feel more pain. Once used, primordial blood escape would incessantly burn the soul. Since learning this escape art, Old Ancestor Golden Turtle had never used it. He didn't expect that he would have to use it this time. Why is his strength increasing so quickly? This is simply preposterous. The Elder of Golden Turtle Island was furious, but at the same time he felt a tinge of fear. He had roamed Elysium for hundreds of years, and it was not that he had not seen geniuses before. However, this was the first time he had seen such a genius. Was it worth it to be enemies with such a genius? He began to consider. Perhaps it was time to stop. He hoped that Yi Qin would forget about this matter. Who is it? Suddenly, Great Ancestor Golden Turtle roared. The blood arrow expanded and turned into a human body. Golden Turtle Great Ancestor, long time no see. A figure broke through space and appeared in the void. Nirvana Demon Emperor. Golden Turtle Great Ancestor narrowed his eyes. Nirvana Demon Emperor smiled. Looks like you've been injured quite badly. What? Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because I'm injured? Golden Turtle Great Ancestor said so, but his eyes were full of vigilance. Nirvana Demon Emperor was not simple. Last time on Elixir King Island, he had already sensed this person's strength. Moreover, during the battle between the two sides, he faintly felt an uncomfortable aura from the other party. Golden Turtle Great Ancestor, actually, we can become friends. Nirvana Demon Emperor seemed to have sensed Golden Turtle Great Ancestor's nervousness. The corner of his mouth opened, revealing a sinister smile. Friends? What a joke. Why should I be friends with you? Do you want me to deal with Yi Qin together with you? To tell you the truth, the current Yi Qin, even if you and I join forces, we may not be able to do anything to him. I don't intend to be enemies with him. Oh? I didn't expect that you, who has always been overbearing, would take the initiative to give in. However, if you don't intend to be enemies with Yi Qin may not let you go. Before that, you plan to destroy his Yi clan. If not for the help of Demon Flower Emperor and Shen Ho, the entire Yi clan would have been dead long ago. So what? At worst, I'll just hide from the world. Golden Turtle Great Ancestor really didn't want to be enemies with Yi Qin. His own potential had already been exhausted, and he could only improve a little bit after countless years. On the other hand, Yi Qin had grown so much in just a few months. Being enemies with him was really not a wise thing to do. This time, he would go into closed-door training again, and only come out when the great calamity of the foreign races arrived. Who would have thought that the great Golden Turtle Great Ancestor would be scared out of his wits by a genius who had just entered the life and death realm? What a pity. Nirvana Demon Emperor shook his head. Whatever you say, I don't have time to waste with you. A golden light flashed, and Golden Turtle Great Ancestor was about to leave. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Perhaps you misunderstood me. I want you to be my friend, not your person but your body. How can you, Golden Turtle Great Ancestor, become my friend? Nirvana Demon Emperor smiled, and a powerful evil domain burst out, enveloping Golden Turtle Great Ancestor. Damn, you are not Nirvana Demon Emperor. I can't accept this. The voice gradually faded away. Returning to Yi family, Yi Qin immediately went into seclusion, using the 9-9 Origin Return Great Array to recover his Zhen Yuan. At the same time, the sky above Chaotic Demon Ocean was filled with lingering dark clouds. This was not because the weather was bad, but because of the dark clouds in one's heart. On this day, a large number of human kings and beast kings had gathered at the center of Chaotic Demon Ocean, surrounding the island where the 10 great families resided. As time passed, more and more human kings and beast kings arrived. There were those from True Spirit Continent, Blood Sky Continent, Sky Sword Continent, and even some kings from the ocean. Nobody had counted the number of kings in Elysium. Just True Spirit Continent alone had about 100 kings, which was roughly an increase of 10 every 100 years. Although Blood Sky Continent and Sky Sword Continent had fewer kings, they definitely exceeded 100 in total. Moreover, there were also kings living in the ocean. In other words, in Elysium, the human race alone had more than 300 kings, not to mention the demi-beasts and demi-beasts. At this moment, the number of kings gathered in Chaotic Demon Ocean had exceeded 100, and was increasing with every passing moment. There were low-level kings, mid-level kings, high-level kings, peak kings, and even titled monarchs. Waves of kings' aura converged together, causing the entire Chaotic Demon Ocean to change color as if doomsday had arrived. What's happening? Some of the cultivators who had come to Chaotic Demon Ocean in search of resources felt the boundless king's aura, and their legs turned soft. Even their voices were trembling. Kings descending upon Chaotic Demon Ocean. Could it be that they are preparing to bathe the demonic human clan in blood? Some people seem to have guessed something. Chaotic Demon Ocean's demonic human clan has always been tyrannical. Who would have thought that such a day would come? Times have changed, and Elysium is going to change. In the past, many people had been bullied by the demonic human clan in Chaotic Demon Ocean, but they had never thought that the demonic human clan would provoke so many kings. It was beyond their imagination. There were 5 Lotus Islands in Chaotic Demon Ocean. On the outer 4 Lotus Islands, dozens of demonic human kings walked out of their palaces. They looked at each other in fear. Patriarch is right. Our demonic human clan will face this calamity. This is too much. Why can't the vast true spirit world contain my trifling demonic human clan? For countless years, my clan has never stepped foot on the 3 continents. Only a few clans have lived on the 3 continents. Although we're a bit tyrannical in our own territories, we're always cautious in other places and don't easily offend others. Cassiopeia King's face was full of bitterness. She had thought that the demonic human clan would only act in secret. She had never thought that the kings of Elysium would attack the demonic human clan in such a large scale. Why was it like this? Her heart was filled with confusion and despair. Taking a deep breath, Cassiopeia King stood up and said loudly, "I wonder what matter you have come to my chaotic demon ocean to discuss?" Since the patriarch was not here, she was the only one who could represent the demonic human clan. Besides Su King, the Sky Ethereal King said expressionlessly, "We have 2 matters. First, tell us how to find the demonic human village. Second, accept our control." Hearing these 2 conditions, Cassiopeia King's expression changed. She said with a pale face, "We don't know where the demonic human village is. As for accepting our control, how is that possible?" Accepting their control was equivalent to putting her life in the hands of the other party. The other party could kill her if they wanted to. Then find someone who knows the demonic human village. As for the second condition, you have to accept it even if you don't want it. Otherwise, the demonic human clan will cease to exist in the chaotic demon ocean. The Sky Ethereal King was Su King's representative. His words were the will of Su King as well as all the kings who had come. "You guys are going too far." The Flash Demon King could not help but say, "Umph." The Jail King sneered, "For countless years, various alien calamities have been happening. Who knows if the demonic human village is behind all of them? Perhaps the demonic human village is the place where the alien races are hiding." "Absolutely impossible." Cassiopeia King refuted. "Impossible is not something you can say with your mouth. Tell us where the demonic human village is. Otherwise you guys will not be able to bear the consequences." The one who spoke was Zhan Tianxiang Emperor. "In my opinion, why waste words with them? Kill half of them first. Let's see if they still dare to be stubborn." The Black Dragon Patriarch was an old man in black robes. He had a wide mouth and a prominent nose, and he looked very domineering. Cassiopeia King and the other demonic human kings had ugly expressions. At this moment they had been forced to the edge of a cliff. If they took a step back it would be doomsday. If they took a step forward it would be doomsday. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly a dozen figures flew over. The one in the lead was the white-clothed woman, Jianghu. Behind her were human kings and demonic beast kings. "Everyone, what's the matter? Why don't we sit down and talk?" Jianghu frowned. She had not expected that the plan against the demonic human clan would have such a change. However, she was a little curious as to what kind of place the demonic human village was. Since ancient times, the reason why countless kings had targeted the demonic human clan was not because they were afraid of the demonic human clan, but because of the demonic human village. Therefore, she felt that they could talk about the first condition. After all, no one was willing to believe that there was an unknown place hidden in Elysium. Moreover, that place might be filled with danger. Chapter 970. Yin Qingxian, you don't have to worry about this. Su King, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Mysterious Queen glanced at the Lotus Island and said, "No matter what, the demonic human clan is still a force to be reckoned with. By doing this, we are pushing them to the opposite side. The foreign race's calamity hasn't arrived yet, but we are already in a mess. Wouldn't this be a joke to the other foreign races hiding in the dark? I feel that we can just sit down and talk, there's no need to go to war." Zhan Tianxiang Emperor sneered, "This time is different from the past. It might be the biggest alien race calamity since ancient times. We must deal with the outside world first. Otherwise we will be the ones to suffer. If the demonic humans are innocent, why would they mind letting us know where the demonic homeland is? Right, we won't be at ease until we find the demonic homeland." Some kings agreed. They couldn't be blamed for being aggressive. The demonic humans in Elysium weren't scary on the surface, but the mysterious demonic homeland wasn't under their control. Cassiopeia King said, "Throughout history only the patriarch knows where the demonic homeland is. We don't know." At this moment the evil king who used to be as famous as Jianghu Jail King and the others stood up. "I heard a secret rumor that the demonic homeland is a demonic land. The rules there are completely different from those in Elysium. It's very suitable for demons to live there. Therefore, the demonic humans mustn't be taken by the demons. It must be under our control, and the demonic humans must also accept our control. If you betray us and give the demonic homeland and the chaotic demonic ocean to the demons, they will have a chance to grow stronger. The chaotic demonic ocean was full of demonic energy, which could allow the demons to recover their demonic energy faster. Everyone, do you really want to know where the demonic homeland is? Just as the evil king finished speaking, a clear and cold voice descended from the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. Unknowingly, when the Devil Flower Emperor dressed in a gorgeous black robe had appeared. Patriarch, King Kasyapa and the others quickly bowed and cupped their fists. The Demon Flower Emperor waved his hand. He looked at Su King's group and said, "The Human Devil Village is a secret of my demonic human clan. However, aside from the demonic human clan, it is not unknown to others. Since ancient times, every monarch knew where the Human Devil Village was and added a seal to it. Up until now, there have been several hundred seals placed on the Human Devil Village. The last one was added by the Yuan Emperor." "What exactly is in the Human Demon Village?" Su King asked. The Demon Flower Emperor said, "A demon ancestral tree that came from the demons. The Human Devil Village is a space that was opened up by a demon emperor in ancient times. He planted a demon ancestral tree in it to change the rules of this space and make it the habitat of the demons. After the end of the ancient war, every monarch would use a method to seal the Human Devil Village to prevent the aura of the Human Devil Village from leaking out and bringing disaster to Elysium." Demon Ancestral Tree. Many people who had heard of the Demon Ancestral Tree were shocked. The Demon Ancestral Tree was the tree of life in the world of the demons. It was said that no matter how injured the demons were, as long as their souls were not destroyed, they could recover under the Demon Ancestral Tree. The Demon Ancestral Tree was equivalent to the Undying Tree in Elysium's legends. As soon as the Demon Flower Emperor said this, many people became silent. "This is just your words. No matter what, let us see the Human Devil Village first." After a long silence, the Sky Sword Continent's Azure Cloud Sword Emperor spoke. The Demon Flower Emperor nodded. "Since you want to see it, I can agree. However, I have to remind you that the seal of the Human Devil Village can still last for 100 years. However, once it comes out, the Demon Ancestral Tree will awaken in advance. Perhaps in just a few years all the seals will be broken. At that time, no one will be able to seal it again. Let's not see it." The Demon Flower Emperor doesn't seem to be lying. That's right. The outsider's great calamity is already difficult enough. With the addition of the Demon Ancestral Tree, who can stop it? Some of the kings looked at each other and discussed. The evil king laughed loudly and said, "With several hundred seals, even if the Demon Ancestral Tree wants to break free, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Moreover, what's the difference between 100 years and a few years? It will still be a disaster for Elysium. Instead of waiting, it's better to see if it's true or not. At least we can be at ease." The evil king is right. Now bring us to the Human Devil Village. If what you said is true, this matter will be over. Su King lowered his eyes. When he raised them again, he said, "All right." The Demon Flower Emperor knew that if he didn't let everyone see the Human Devil Village, the Human Devil Clan's disaster would be right in front of them. In order to preserve the Human Devil Clan, it was necessary to expose the Human Devil Village. "I don't know the location of the Human Devil Village, but I can summon it." The Demon Flower Emperor's expression was solemn. He started forming seals with his hands. At first, the seals weren't fast. Everyone could see them clearly. But as time passed, the seals became so fast that they looked like phantoms. In an instant, dozens of seals were formed. As time passed, a boundless fluctuation burst out of the Demon Flower Emperor's body and radiated into the depths of the void. Rumble. The sound of chains rubbing against each other came from the depths of the void. It was getting clearer and clearer. About the time it took to make a cup of tea later, the sound of the chains rubbing against each other became 100 times louder. A huge object was dragged out of the void. Terrifying demonic power fluctuations swept out in all directions. The sky above the chaotic demonic ocean was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. This kind of darkness wasn't the darkness of the starry sky, but the kind that devoured everything. Such terrifying fluctuations. The expressions of most of the kings changed. They had never felt such a terrifying energy aura before. In front of this energy aura, they seemed so insignificant, like they were floating. They couldn't even think of resisting. The huge object that had been dragged out was a spherical space. It was about 100,000 meters in diameter. It wasn't very big, but everyone knew that although this space didn't look big from the outside, there was definitely something else inside. After all, the size of a space couldn't be determined with the naked eye. This is the Human Devil Village? Someone doubted. From the name, the Human Devil Village should be related to the human devils. Could it be that the human devil race lived in this spherical space? When they looked again, everyone's expressions changed. So many seals. The exterior of the spherical space was covered in circles of runes. These runes could be easily distinguished. Some runes were tadpole-shaped, some were T-shaped, some were yin and yang runes, some were small people, and some were translucent. Every rune gave off extremely powerful fluctuations. As the spherical space appeared, the fluctuations became stronger and stronger. The runes also started to move, moving irregularly around the spherical space. This is too terrifying. Previously, they had heard from the Demon Flower Emperor that there were hundreds of seals in the Human Devil Village. Each seal represented the means of a titled monarch. At that time they hadn't thought much of it. But now they were all shocked. In ancient times, titled monarchs had to have at least 7-star battle prowess. They knew that they wouldn't be able to break each seal in their lifetime. With hundreds of seals stacked together, it was extremely terrifying. However, they could also see that many of the seals' runes had become blurry. It seemed that as time passed, the rune's power would gradually dissipate until it disappeared. Among the many runes, the clearest one was the Golden Yuan rune. Without a doubt, this was the seal left by the last titled monarch, the Yuan Emperor. It was also the strongest seal in the spherical space. The fluctuations it emitted seemed like any strand of it could crush space and destroy everything. Look, there seems to be a black tree inside. A person pointed at the interior of the spherical space and blurted out. Everyone activated their eyesight to the limit and looked over. It is indeed a black tree, but it also seems to be a shadow created by the folding of space. From the outside it was difficult to tell whether it was a tree or not. Soul power couldn't penetrate the spherical space barrier to see what was inside, so everyone could only guess. Demon Flower Emperor, are you lying to us? No matter how I look at it, this doesn't look like the Human Devil Village. The Zhan Qinxiang Emperor questioned. Hearing this, everyone looked at the Demon Flower Emperor. The Demon Flower Emperor explained, in ancient times the Demon's Emperor transplanted a demon ancestral tree inside, but later the demon ancestral tree was destroyed by the first titled monarch, the ancient emperor. With the defeat of the demons, this space became the habitat of the Human Devil clan. But later, no one expected that a seed of the demon ancestral tree would germinate inside. Countless people were devoured and became its nourishment. At that time, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan had no choice but to give up this space and was the first to use a method to seal it. Therefore this place was called the Human Devil Village a long time ago. The first titled monarch who sealed the Human Devil Village was the patriarch of the Human Devil clan at that time. That patriarch was an invincible figure in that era. I see. Xianhou nodded. Boom. Just as the Demon Flower Emperor was explaining, the runes on the surface of the spherical space suddenly collapsed. There were hundreds of them and half of them were translucent. The collapsed ones were the most transparent ones. Not good. Even if they hadn't eaten pork before, they had seen pigs run. How could they not understand that the seal had been broken? Boom, boom, boom. This was just the beginning. Soon, dozens of transparent seals disappeared. As the number of seals decreased, the mana fluctuations emitted by the spherical space became even stronger. Everyone could faintly feel that the surrounding Elysium law seemed to be distorted by the mana fluctuations, which made them feel extremely uncomfortable. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have summoned the Human Devil Village. No, the demonic space. Some of the weaker monarchs were regretting their actions. While the Demon Flower Emperor was secretly angry, she couldn't say anything. She formed seals with both hands, which were completely different from the previous seals. This was a seal that sent the demonic space into the depths of the void. Clatter. The sound of metal chains rubbing against each other resounded as the demonic space gradually entered the void. However, the moment it entered the void, many people saw that the runes outside the demonic space had decreased by dozens. The mana fluctuations caused the void to boil, and spatial storms appeared frequently. The Elysium law was distorted and shattered, and foreign laws were formed. This was the law of the world of demons. Fortunately, the Demon Flower Emperor's hand seals were very fast, and the demonic space instantly disappeared. The mana fluctuations also gradually dissipated, and the Elysium law recovered. Chapter 971. Slowly letting out a breath, Demon Flower Emperor lowered his hands and looked at Su King's group. I've already shown you the demonic human village. It is not a place of filth. Can you leave my chaotic demon ocean now? Hehe. Battle Sky Elephant Emperor chuckled. As you said, the demonic human village is indeed not what we imagined. However, the threat your clan poses to Elysium is not small either. Sky Illusion King has already stated the purpose of coming here. One is to investigate the demonic human village, and the other is for your clan to submit to our control. Demon Flower Emperor, you're a smart person. You should know what choice you'll make. Sky Illusion King reminded Demon Flower Emperor. Demon Flower Emperor's face turned cold. What if I say no? You better not say no. Your choice will decide the life and death of the demonic human race. We have nearly 200 life and death kings on our side. Even if only a third of us stand out, it'll be enough to sweep through the entire chaotic demon ocean and flatten the entire demonic human race. Jail King said coldly. Ridiculous. Demon Flower Emperor sneered. From ancient times until now, there has never been a movement to exterminate the demonic human clan. In this era, Elysium is in a weakened state and you're forcing my clan instead. If those titled monarchs of ancient times were to come back to life, they would definitely be angered to death by your actions. Saying so much is useless. What the titled monarchs of ancient times would not do, I will do in this era. I believe they will approve of my actions. Su King's eyelids drooped as he said indifferently. Su King, although you're the #1 expert here, it's not that I, Demon Flower Emperor, am looking down on you, but you'll never be worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as the titled monarchs of ancient times. Cut the crap. Demon Flower Emperor, you managed to escape last time in the Blood Sky continent. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. Last time, the Demon Flower Emperor and Jianghu had come to Blood Sky continent to attack Terminator Demon Sect, which made Zhan Tianxiang Emperor lose a lot of face. He had long since wanted to give the Demon Flower Emperor a taste of bitterness. However, he also knew that with his speed, he couldn't catch up to the Demon Flower Emperor. This was an opportunity. With the demonic human clan as a hindrance, and nearly 200 life and death kings present, the Demon Flower Emperor couldn't leave, nor could he. From a few miles away, the Zhan Tianxiang Emperor threw a punch at the Demon Flower Emperor. The tyrannical fist force filled the entire world, and the force was overflowing. Battle Celestial Elephant Emperor. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. The Demon Flower Emperor let out a delicate shout and slapped out with her palm to meet Zhan Tianxiang Emperor's attack. Boom boom boom. Both of them were well-known figures among titled monarchs. As soon as they exchanged blows, an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything appeared. The space constantly shattered and shattered like a mirror. All of a sudden, the Demon Flower Emperor's face paled and he spurted out a small mouthful of blood. Haha, Demon Flower Emperor, you're only SOSO. The Zhan Tianxiang Emperor became more and more valiant. A powerful aura coiled around his body, emitting an ancient battle elephant trumpeting sound. The Demon Flower Emperor's strength has decreased? Jianghu saw some clues. Among the crowd, 5 Poison King revealed a sneer. The Demon Flower Emperor had been poisoned by his Rong Yuan poison, and it was impossible to expel it. The only way was to seal the majority of his cultivation base and temporarily seal the poison. However, this way his battle power wouldn't be able to reach its peak without his cultivation base being at its peak. It would be good if he could reach 80 or 90%. In this world, aside from the Spirit Dan King, no one can cure the Rong Yuan poison. 5 Poison King crossed his arms in front of his chest and watched the battle. When the Demon Flower Emperor was at her peak, the Zhan Tianxiang Emperor was on par with her. Now that her strength had decreased, it was naturally difficult for her to resist the Zhan Tianxiang Emperor's violent attacks. She retreated step by step and her face became paler and paler. Demon Flower Emperor, lose for me. The Zhan Tianxiang Emperor let out a long roar and leaped up, directly attacking the Demon Flower Emperor's face with a domineering fist aura. Gotcha. The Demon Flower Emperor's arms in front of her chest made a bone-cracking sound, and she was sent flying. If it wasn't for her immortal body, this blow was enough to make her lose her battle power. Zhan Tianxiang Emperor, I'll fight with you. Jianghu suddenly moved, wanting to stop the unforgiving Zhan Tianxiang Emperor. Yan Qingshen, you should go back. Not far away from Su King, the Air Emperor's figure flashed, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Jianghu, sending Jianghu flying with a punch. In terms of space profound, he was not inferior to Jianghu, and in terms of foundation he was superior to Jianghu. Fight with them. Seeing that the Demon Flower Emperor was injured, the Cassiopeia King and the other kings of the demonic human clan were furious, and they rushed forward. Mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating themselves. The Sky Ethereal King sneered and said, Everyone, since the demonic human clan is so stubborn, then there is no need for us to be polite. Today we must eliminate the hidden danger of Elysium, so that we can use all our strength to deal with the catastrophe of the foreign races, and leave a bright world for our descendants. Sky Ethereal King is right, we have given the demonic human clan a choice, but they are not willing to accept it. Kill? Those who did not come were either hesitant or had other reasons. Of those who came, 80 to 90% were the radicals who wanted to eliminate the demonic human clan. Almost 90% of them stood up, ready to bathe the demonic human clan in blood. A great war was about to begin. Jianghu sighed, turned around and said to the people she had brought, I will stay to help the demonic human clan. If you are not willing to help, you can leave. I will not blame you. Jianghu, don't worry. Since I have come with you, I will not choose to leave. They have gone too far. The Demon Flower Emperor has already taken a step back, summoning the demonic land where the demon ancestral tree is sealed, violating the ancestors' will, but they still won't let the demonic human clan go. They should be punished. That's right, what has the demonic human clan done wrong? Just because they have the bloodline of the demons they must be eliminated? I, Earth Yuan King, may only be a high-level monarch, but I will not stand by and do nothing. Back then, Dragon King and Jianghu were the representatives who wanted to protect the demonic human clan. Many people followed them. Although Su King and the others were strong, some didn't follow them due to various reasons. But there were still a few who came without any hesitation. Among them, none of them were monarchs, but they were all hot-blooded. If you want to destroy the demonic human clan, you will have to ask me, the innate demon emperor, first. In the distance, a group of people suddenly came over. The person in the lead had broad shoulders and a tall body. He wore a dark silver robe, and the demonic energy ripples that his body emitted were quite similar to the Demon Flower Emperor's, but there were also some differences. It was clearly more berserk. It is the Blood Heavenlands clan master, the innate demon emperor. Someone shouted. In True Spirit World there were many demonic human clans, but the two largest ones were the Chaotic Demon Ocean's demonic human clan and the Blood Sky Continent's demonic human clan. The patriarch of the Chaotic Demon Ocean's demonic human clan was the Demonic Flower Emperor, while the patriarch of the Blood Sky Continent's demonic human clan was the Innate Demon Emperor. Innate Demon Emperor didn't have the perfect demonic human bloodline, but he had mastered the complete demonic transformation. At the life and death realm, he could also possess demonic power after the transformation. In terms of strength, Innate Demon Emperor wasn't much weaker than the Demon Flower Emperor. Originally, Su King and the others planned to take control of the Chaotic Demon Ocean's demonic human clan first, then go to Blood Heavenland and take control of the Blood Heavenland's demonic human clan. Unexpectedly, Innate Demon Emperor had already received the news and brought all the monarchs of his clan. Behind Innate Demon Emperor, there were more than 10 demonic human kings, similar to those in the Chaotic Demon Ocean. They all had the same hatred for the demonic human clan, and their eyes were filled with unflinching fear. The Blood Heavenland's bloodline is here. Cassiopeia King's face lit up. Although they only had 40 to 50 monarchs with the addition of the Blood Heavenland's bloodline, which was still far inferior to the monarchs on Su King's side, at least their strength had increased by a lot. They're all here? Fine, let's deal with them all at once. Su King's expression didn't change as he said indifferently. Demon Flower Emperor, this should be the first time we fight side by side, right? Innate Demon Emperor said to the weak Demon Flower Emperor. Demon Flower Emperor nodded. Yes, I hope it's not the last time. Whether it's the last time or not, I, Innate Demon Emperor, will fight until the end. Innate Demon Emperor's gaze swept across everyone on Su King's side, and his demonic power surged again. His aura turned the space blurry, and his figure became indistinct like a black shadow. Hee, Innate Demon Emperor, I didn't expect the cowardly you to also come. The reason why Zhan Tianxiang Emperor mocked Innate Demon Emperor as a cowardly mouse was because the demonic human race was the weakest in Blood Heavenland. Both the human race and the demonic race were above the demonic human race, and the demonic race was the overlord of Blood Heavenland. Innate Demon Emperor usually kept a low profile, and it was rare to see him come out. Is that so? Innate Demon Emperor didn't reply as if he didn't want to explain. With the arrival of Innate Demon Emperor, the atmosphere above Chaotic Demon Ocean became even more intense. Countless killing intents interweaved together, and it was 100 times colder than winter. Ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts simply couldn't survive here. This was the battlefield of kings, and only kings had the qualifications to interfere. In the end, everyone's gaze fell on Su King. There were many titled monarchs present, but in terms of influence and strength, Su King was naturally the leader. His attitude could sway many people. As long as he made a move, this battle would be unavoidable. However, most people knew that Su King's attitude had already been made clear. Yan Qingxian, I'll give you one more chance. Leave this place, Su King said to Xianhou. Xianhou shook her head. Go. Shifting his gaze away from the mysterious queen, the illusionary emperor said emotionlessly. Go. As soon as Su King opened his mouth, the atmosphere in the sky flared up. It was as if a titan steel wire had snapped. The majority of people started circulating their Zhenyuan or demonic power, and a king's aura soared into the sky. Who dares to kill? Just at this moment, a thunderous roar resounded from afar. That shocking aura was like a peerless treasured sword, mercilessly piercing through the atmosphere, causing everyone to subconsciously want to dodge, as if they didn't dodge they would be killed by that sword. Yi Qin had arrived. Chapter 972. Yi Qin. It's Yi Qin. Sure enough, he came. Nobody dared to look down on the most dazzling genius of this era, a sword Dao genius. Not long after entering life and death realm, he dared to challenge Demon Emperor and killed 3 titled monarchs, Yellow-Robed Old Monster, Black Water Ancestor and Red Water Ancestor. Who would dare to look down on him? Given enough time, he would definitely surpass the ancient Sword King and become the #1 Sword Dao expert since ancient times. Yi Qin. A faint smile appeared on Demon Flower Emperor's face. She knew that the other party wouldn't go back on his words. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he would still rush over without any hesitation. Sword artists were proud, and Yi Qin was a noble among sword artists. The sword aura. He's made another breakthrough. Sword aura was different from sword intent. Although sword aura was a transition period for sword intent, sword aura would grow stronger as one's strength grew. It was unlike sword intent, which was extremely pure and couldn't tolerate anything else. Judging from this sword aura that could pierce through the sky, Yi Qin's strength had undoubtedly increased again. Even she couldn't see through it. He's the Yi Qin that Kuang Zun spoke of. Innate Demon Emperor was the patriarch of Blood Sky Continent's demonic human clan. The clan's genius Tai Kuangzun had once told him about Yi Qin's deeds. Demon Flower Emperor has made a good ally. Innate Demon Emperor could sense the unruly and willpower of this sword aura. The newcomer was precisely Yi Qin. However, he didn't come alone. Behind him were a large number of life and death kings. Tantai clan's Moon Empress, Bai clan's patriarch, Dugu clan's patriarch, Blood Sky Continent's demonic blade sect's patriarch, Demonic Blade King, as well as Pill King Island's patriarch, Spirit Pill King. All of them were famous kings. Adding the kings of their clans and sects as well as some solitary kings, the total number had already exceeded 30. Spirit Pill King. Su King frowned. Yi Qin's arrival was within his expectations, but the appearance of the Spirit Pill King surprised him. The Spirit Pill King might not be strong, but the status of the Spirit Pill King Island in Elysium was extraordinary. Even Su King wasn't willing to be enemies with the Spirit Pill King Island. The Spirit Dan King smiled and said, "My grandson is Yi Qin's eldest disciple." This time he came to see the scenery with Yi Qin. Hearing this, everyone curled their lips. Enjoy the scenery? What scenery was there to enjoy here? They had probably already boarded Yi Qin's warship and become Yi Qin's allies. I'm late. Yi Qin looked at the Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou. Not long after he returned to the Yi family, he found out from a secret channel that Su King and the rest had gathered a large number of kings to go to Chaotic Demon Ocean. There was no time for him to slowly recover his Zhenyuan. Therefore he refined all the Zhenyuan crystals he had obtained from the Devouring Island, temporarily recovering his cultivation base to 60 to 70%. Then he started to contact kings who were interested in befriending him. Perhaps because of his great reputation, everyone had confidence in his future, and the majority of people were willing to follow him. In a short period of time, he had gathered more than 30 kings and rushed over without stopping. A bit later would have been troublesome, but now is the time. The Demon Flower Emperor let out a sigh of relief. Adding the people brought by Yi Qin, they had 80 to 90 people on their side. Although it was still less than half of the opponents, they at least had the strength to fight back. Yi Qin, you are my disciple Sikong Sheng's heart devil. As his master, I've come to ask for some advice today. I want to see what kind of mysteries you have. The evil king flew out. The evil king was a king on the same level as Xianhou, Hell King and Dragon King. Currently he was also a titled monarch. Judging from his aura he seemed to be even stronger than Hell King. As for Sikong Shing, he had already become Evil King's disciple a few years ago. Evil King, you are not my opponent. Hearing the name Sikong Shing, Yi Chen's expression didn't change in the slightest. As far as he was concerned, this name was a very old memory belonging to the past. Arrogant. When had the Evil King ever been looked down upon? Moreover, it was a rookie like Yi Chen. Evil God Claw. The Evil King's weapon was a pair of claws, blue and gold in color. Spreading his 5 fingers, he clawed at Yi Chen. The sinister claws tore the space apart, exuding an evil chi. Clang. Facing the furious attack of the Evil King, Yi Chen only pulled out the Sky Scorpio sword and swung it horizontally, precisely blocking the claws. Instantly, a light blue flame exploded. Yi Chen didn't move an inch while the Evil King's body swayed slightly, his footsteps becoming unsteady. Yi Chen's sword arts had already reached the level of controlling the sword with his heart, and there were no flaws to speak of. A casual sword strike had already cut through the weak point of the Evil King's attack. The Evil King was slightly startled. Closing his left hand into a beak shape, he suddenly pecked at Yi Chen's temple. This move was called Evil Bird Sun Strike, and if hit, one's head would definitely explode. Yi Chen didn't dodge. Instead, the power on the Sky Scorpio sword increased by 30%, slightly bending like a drawn bow. In the next second, the Sky Scorpio sword straightened, and the sword energy exploded, bouncing the Evil King away. The beak-shaped light merely flashed in front of Yi Chen's body, not even touching his protective Zhen Yuan. Evil King, you're far from being my opponent. Yi Chen shook his head. The Evil King was only slightly stronger than the Jail King, and even the Jail King couldn't withstand one move from Yi Chen, not to mention the Evil King. Moreover, Yi Chen's merciless water and fire had already reached completion, and he was no longer a match for ordinary titled monarchs. Among everyone here, perhaps only Su King could fight him. Hearing this, the Evil King's face alternated between green and white. In front of so many kings, he was sent flying by Yi Chen's sword, and he didn't even have the qualifications to threaten the latter. This was simply a humiliation. In the crowd, the Jail King was rejoicing in the Evil King's misfortune. He and the Evil King weren't on good terms. Although he had also suffered at the hands of Yi Chen, at least it wasn't in front of so many people. But soon after, the Jail King felt a chill in his heart. Compared to the previous time, Yi Chen's sword art seemed to be even more mysterious. Just an ordinary sword move was enough to neutralize the Evil King's ultimate move. How could he know that the completion of merciless water and fire had not only given Yi Chen a super sword move, but it had also allowed Yi Chen to comprehend the essence of thousands of sword arts from the sword world. This was an increase in one's foundation, and it had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. The Evil King flew into a rage out of humiliation. Evil Bird seizes the sun. The Evil Bird seizing the sun was one of the 2 killing moves of the Evil God Claw art. It was several times more powerful than the Evil Bird attacking the sun. More importantly, this attack was majestic, unlike the Evil Bird attacking the sun, which was fast and precise. Pouring all of his Zhen Yuan into the claw, the Evil King's entire body leaped toward Yi Chen and pecked at him. Screech. A sound sharper than any other ferocious bird rang out. An evil and ferocious bird image spread its wings and flew toward Yi Chen, its claws as sharp as blades. This move has more flaws, but it's more powerful. The Sky Scorpio sword spun in the air as Yi Chen stabbed out, piercing the head of the bird image. In the next moment, the bird image's head exploded and its body scattered. The moment the sharp claws touched Yi Chen's protective Zhen Yuan, they disintegrated helplessly and dissipated. Yi Chen, you've lost. Just as the bird image disappeared, the Evil King's body arrived. Actually, Evil Bird seizes the sun was only his cover. The true killing move would come later. Rumble. An even bigger bird appeared out of nowhere, swallowing Yi Chen in one gulp. Evil Bird seizes the sun was a move very close to a top-grade profound sense martial skill. Not good. The life and death kings on Yi Chen's side were startled, thinking that Yi Chen had been careless and allowed the Evil King to turn the tables. After all, both sides had 5-star battle strength. If one side was careless, it wasn't impossible for the other to turn the tables. Only Xianho, Demon Flower Emperor, and Innate Demon Emperor knew that things weren't so simple. Evil King, you can be considered as the most brilliant genius of your era. However, your research in martial skills has disappointed me. This is also the biggest reason why you can't compete with Senior Yen. A sword light shot out from the void, piercing through the bird image's body and slashing toward the Evil King. The Evil King was like a startled grasshopper as he bounced off, wanting to avoid this sword light. However, Yi Chen seemed to have already predicted his dodging path. The sword light turned and pierced through the evil king's body. Void Yuan Chop. Yuan Emperor's ultimate move. Yi Qin had long since seen through it and modified it according to his own style. Although its might wasn't as powerful as the original Void Yuan Chop, its subtlety was not inferior. Puchi. Blood splattered in the sky as the evil king miserably tumbled away. The flesh on his chest wriggled and quickly recovered. However, he had lost at least a third of his cultivation base. This sword had the power to destroy everything. Enough. Su King stopped the unwilling evil king and said indifferently, "Now is not the time to ask for advice. What's the point of winning against someone who's about to die?" The evil king coldly snorted as a sharp light flickered in his eyes. Yi Qin raised his brows and looked at Su King. "Su King, no matter who wins or loses in this battle, it will be Elysium's battle strength that will be damaged. Do you think this is necessary? When you killed the yellow-robed old monster and the other two, did you think of this? They wanted to kill me, so their deaths are not to be regretted. However, this is an all-out battle. It's not just one or two people dying." Su King looked down at Yi Qin. "To me, eradicating the demonic human tribe is something I must do. As for losing you guys, it's your own fault. I don't know why the Spirit Pill King wants to help you, but as long as he kills you, I believe he will make the right choice. Sometimes, being too much of a genius is not a good thing for Elysium. It might even be a disaster. You've caused too much trouble, and the internal strife of Elysium is also caused by you. Without Yi Qin, Xianhou and the Demon Flower Emperor wouldn't be so close. If they wanted to control the demonic human tribe, there wouldn't be so many disturbances. They could completely reduce the losses to the minimum." "Ah." Yi Qin laughed. "Su King, do you think I'm afraid of you? Isn't that so? Otherwise, there's no need for you to say so much to me. Alright, I want to see how capable the famous Su King is. My point of view is the same as yours. As long as I defeat you, this battle will be over." Although they were at a disadvantage in numbers, Yi Qin wasn't afraid at all. Since the other side wanted to cause trouble, he would accompany them. At this moment, it was time to change the situation in Elysium. They couldn't let this group of people dominate Elysium. Chapter 973. Senior Demon Flower Emperor, come here. Yi Qin suddenly said to the Demon Flower Emperor. The Demon Flower Emperor was confused, but he still flew over. Yi Qin raised his palm and hit the Demon Flower Emperor's body. At the same time, a transparent energy entered the Demon Flower Emperor's body through Yi Qin's palm. The Demon Flower Emperor subconsciously wanted to resist, but Yi Qin's attack was too fast. Not only was the Demon Flower Emperor shocked, but Yi Qin's people were also shocked. They didn't know what Yi Qin was going to do to the Demon Flower Emperor, but after seeing that the Demon Flower Emperor was fine, they relaxed. It was a false alarm. Perhaps Yi Qin was giving the Demon Flower Emperor some benefits. This is. The Demon Flower Emperor was shocked at first, but then he revealed a smile. Boom. A powerful fluctuation of demonic energy came from the Demon Flower Emperor's body. The Demon Flower Emperor's strength instantly recovered to its peak, and he was no longer weak. Impossible. The Five Poison King's eyes widened. If the Demon Flower Emperor recovered to his peak, didn't that mean he had cured the Origin Rong poison? In his view, only a Spirit Pill King could cure the Origin Rong poison, and even with the power of a Spirit Pill King, they couldn't cure it directly. Instead, they had to refine an antidote based on the characteristics of the Origin Rong poison. How could Yi Qin easily cure the Origin Rong poison and allow the Demon Flower Emperor to recover to his peak? It's a detoxification technique. The Air Emperor squinted his eyes. A method that didn't require an antidote could be said to be a kind of secret technique that specialized in dispelling poisons. Although he didn't know what kind of poison-dispelling secret technique Yi Qin was practicing, he was sure that it was no small matter. He had a good understanding of the Five Poisons King's Yuan Rong poison. Even if he was poisoned, it would be difficult for him to completely dispel it. The Air Emperor was right. What Yi Qin was using was indeed a detoxification secret art, which was taught to him by the Yuan Emperor. The detoxification secret art was a heaven-rank high-rank secret art. It could only be used to save people or save oneself, but it was very useful. The Great Poison Conversion art was very difficult to cultivate, and there were many steps. If one wanted to get started, they had to first learn how to use the Great Poison Conversion art to understand the basic composition of any poison. From the macroscopic to the microscopic, they had to break down the poison. This was because some strange poisons, once broken down, were not very harmful. Finally, he used the Great Poison Dissolving technique to gradually refine it. Of the above three steps, one could be considered to have achieved the first step. The other two steps would be considered to have achieved the minor accomplishment. After the minor accomplishment, one had to turn the great poison dissolving technique into an instinct. The reason why one had to turn it into an instinct was because some poisons spread very quickly. One had to race against time with it. If one couldn't beat it, then one would naturally lose and it would be a loss of life. Reaching this step would be considered to have reached the great accomplishment. As for the great perfection realm, it was the most difficult step. When the great poison dissolving technique reached the great perfection realm, the body would produce an incomparably wonderful detoxification energy. This detoxification energy had spirituality, and it had already merged with one's instinct. Most poisons that came into contact with it would immediately be broken down and refined, as if they had met their nemesis. What Yi Qin injected into the Demon Flower Emperor's body was the detoxification energy. Naturally, Yi Qin's great poison dissolving technique had already reached the great perfection realm. Most poisons that came into contact with the detoxification energy would immediately be broken down and refined. Although the Yuan Rong poison was considered a very powerful poison, when it came into contact with the detoxification energy, it was easily dissolved as if it had met its nemesis. Battle Elephant Emperor, didn't you want to fight with me? Come. The Demon Flower Emperor's battle strength had recovered to its peak, and his aura was like a rainbow. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Battle Elephant Emperor's eyes were filled with intense battle intent. Only by defeating the Demon Flower Emperor at his peak would he feel a sense of accomplishment. Otherwise it would be too boring. Air Emperor, your opponent is me. Xianhou knew that the time for the final battle had arrived. Although she wasn't confident in defeating the Air Emperor, it would be more dangerous for the others to deal with the Air Emperor who was proficient in space. I'll fulfill your wish. The Air Emperor said calmly. Haha, since there are no veteran titled monarchs, Hell King, Evil King, you two new titled monarchs will be my opponents. There were too few titled monarchs that supported the demonic humans. The innate Demon Emperor was filled with pride, and he wanted to fight against the Hell King and Evil King alone. Although he wasn't confident in defeating the two, he was confident that he could hold them back for some time. Innate Demon Emperor, it seems like you want to die. Hell King sneered coldly. He might not be able to defeat Yi Qin, but other than Yi Qin he wasn't afraid even if it was Xianhou or the Demon Flower Emperor. Innate Demon Emperor, you will be the first titled monarchs to die. Evil King had nowhere to vent his anger. The arrogance of the innate Demon Emperor had undoubtedly enraged him. They should be able to hold on for some time. Thoughts flashed across Yi Qin's mind. He didn't have to worry about Senior Demon Flower Emperor fighting against Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor, and Senior Xianhou Yen fighting against the Air Emperor. Although it seemed a little difficult, he knew that Xianhou cultivated a profound Tao that couldn't be judged by common sense. She often had a way to turn the situation around. As for the innate Demon Emperor fighting against the Hell King and Evil King alone, it was too much for him. After all, the two of them were close to 5-star high tier. However, Yi Qin believed that the innate Demon Emperor could hold on for some time. Leave the rest of the titled monarchs to me. Other than Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor, Air Emperor, Hell King and Evil King, there were still a few titled monarchs on Su King's side. Needless to say, there was also Su King, one of the two sword monarchs, Azure Cloud Sword Monarch, Blood Sky Continent's nine-headed serpent monarch, Black Dragon Grand Ancestor who dominated the eastern deep sea, and together with Su King there were 4 titled monarchs. None of them were to be trifled with. Even the weakest, the nine-headed serpent monarch, had a mid-tier 5-star battle prowess. The Azure Cloud Sword Monarch and Black Dragon Grand Ancestor were no weaker than the Air Emperor. Especially Su King, before he obtained the Violent Tiger Dragon Inner Pellet, he was already at the peak of 5-star battle prowess. No one knew what was going through Yi Qin's mind, or else, they would all be shocked and dumbfounded. After all, to them Yi Qin was barely able to deal with Su King. At most he could barely contend with Su King. If he were to go against the other 3 titled monarchs, he would be courting death like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It wasn't that Xianhou and the others didn't want to fight 1 or 2 more titled monarchs, but with their current prowess, it was too difficult for them to do so. After all, the Air Emperor and Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor weren't on the same level as Hell King and Evil King. They could only fight one-on-one, not 2. On Yi Qin's side, other than Yi Qin himself, not even Xianhou and Demon Flower Emperor dared to say that they could defeat Hell King and Evil King together. Innate Demon Emperor chose the 2 of them because he wanted to hold them back for a while, lessening the pressure on the others. With another innate Demon Emperor, he could only run away unless he fought with his life on the line. Since you all have opponents, I have no choice but to deal with these demonic human kings. Black Dragon Old Ancestor sneered coldly. He looked at Cassiopeia King and the other demonic human kings with emotionless eyes, only murderous intent. Red-eyed black dragons were violent beasts to begin with. Black Dragon Old Ancestor, this battle doesn't have to last for so long. Let me help you. Let's finish it quickly. Nine-headed Snake Emperor stood beside Black Dragon Old Ancestor. All right. Black Dragon Old Ancestor didn't decline. In the end, only Azure Cloud Sword Emperor was left. No one knew what he was thinking, but no one was in the mood to think about it. Judging from the situation, whether it was the number of ordinary monarchs or titled monarchs, Su King's side had the absolute advantage. It was an unequal battle. The atmosphere between Su King and Yi Chen was the most tense. They were the core of their respective camps. Once they started fighting, it would be the fuse of an all-out war. 10 moves, I'll defeat you. The illusionary emperor made his move. He slowly drew his hands out from behind his back. Before, I was a small figure, so I admired you a lot. But now, I know that a titled monarch is nothing more than a mortal. Arrogance, ignorance, these are all the same to you. Come, I Yi Chen want to see how you'll defeat me in 10 moves. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen sheathed the Sky Scorpio sword. At the same time, he took out a pseudo-extreme grade sword from his storage ring. This sword was silver with a hint of blue, with a blood-red mark in the middle. This was the only pseudo-extreme grade sword that Yi Chen had forged before, called Iron Blood Silver Blue Sword. Extreme grade swords were too hard to forge, but Yi Chen had already grasped the ability to forge pseudo-extreme grade swords, although the success rate was not high. Abandoning the extreme grade sword? Everyone was a bit baffled. Shinho seemed to have vaguely guessed something. A complicated expression flickered in her eyes, followed by admiration. It was an admiration for a true expert, just like how she admired Dragon King. Although Dragon King was not as powerful as Su King and Air Emperor, he was a true expert. She had never thought that she would admire Yi Chen so early. This was a young man who was half her age. What kind of environment and what kind of training could forge such a peerless sword artist? A peerless sword artist. A symbol of strength, a symbol of spirit. First move. Su King was wearing a bright yellow robe flickering with yellow light. He was like a jumping sun, ignoring the distance of space and the bindings of heaven and earth. With a flicker, he arrived before Yi Chen and stretched out his right hand, which seemed to be forged from gold, striking at Yi Chen's face. Su King had made his move. The atmosphere was shattered. A horrifying aura soared into the sky and swept into the starry sky. A sword intent that could destroy everything burst out from Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen was like a peerless sword that was unsheathed, releasing a cold light that could pierce through the starry sky. Clang. The iron-blooded silver-blue sword streaked across the sky, also ignoring the distance of space and the bindings of heaven and earth. It clashed with Su King's palm at an even faster speed. Boom. Berserk chi waves tore apart space one after another. Yi Chen and Void Emperor's figures flickered, directly ignoring the harsh environment as they continued to exchange blows. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Their flickering figures gave off a decisive feeling. Kill? Everyone fought fiercely. Demon Flower Emperor against Celestial Elephant Emperor, Shenho against Air Emperor, Innate Demon Emperor against Jail King and Evil King. As for Black Dragon Patriarch and Hydra Emperor, they smirked and charged at Cassiopeia King and the others. Your opponent is also me. All of a sudden, a sword aura that could destroy everything swept over, engulfing Black Dragon Patriarch and Hydra Emperor. 8 trigrams Annihilation Sword Art. All the figures in the battle stopped almost at the same time. The one who made the move was actually Yi Chen. He actually planned to deal with Black Dragon Patriarch and Hydra Emperor at the same time when he was fighting with Su King. What kind of confidence and imposing manner did he have? Haha, Yi Chen came to this world under the blessing of fate. In the past it was just a small fight. Today let me fight the 4 great monarchs alone. Yi Chen laughed loudly. The ostentatious sword aura expanded uncontrollably, engulfing the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor and causing the void to tremble. Not only Yi Chen's side but the way everyone looked at Yi Chen changed. At this moment Yi Chen seemed to be glowing in their eyes. They couldn't see his face clearly, only his soaring sword aura and fluttering black hair. Chapter 974. Yi Chen, you are too arrogant. The Black Dragon Old Ancestor was enraged. Yi Chen was fighting against Su King, but he still wanted to kill him and the 9-headed Serpent Emperor at the same time. Did he think that he could kill the Black Dragon Old Ancestor and the 9-headed Serpent Emperor by himself? This was the first time that the Black Dragon Old Ancestor was looked down upon to such an extent. He was extremely furious. The Nine-Headed Serpent Emperor's reaction wasn't as intense as the Black Dragon Old Ancestor, but he also felt that Yi Chen was a little too arrogant. He wanted to fight against 4 titled monarchs by himself. This was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Not to mention the others, just Su King alone was enough to suppress Yi Chen, not to mention the 4 of them. Yi Chen, I thought you were a genius. It turns out that you are just an arrogant person who has been blinded by success. The Azure Cloud Sword Emperor's expression was very cold. Divine light shot out from his eyes. Chi. The 8 trigrams extermination sword art was one of Yi Chen's strongest sword arts apart from the merciless water and fire art. It was comparable to the autumn water sword art's 3rd move, Bone Break. Once it was used, countless sword lights formed an 8 trigrams diagram. It swept out and covered the 2 titled monarchs, the Black Dragon Old Ancestor and the Nine-Headed Serpent Emperor. The Black Dragon Old Ancestor and the Nine-Headed Serpent Emperor shouted together. The Black Dragon Old Ancestor's black robe fluttered even though there was no wind. He suddenly punched out, creating a huge gap in the sword lights. A dragon's roar resounded through the heaven and earth. Behind the Nine-Headed Serpent Emperor, the Nine-Headed Serpent Emperor's shadow condensed. The 9 heads either spewed out flames, frost, or meteor-like attacks towards the incoming sword lights. Each of the 9 attacks was enough to severely injure an ordinary titled monarch. One person was equivalent to 9 ordinary titled monarchs. However, the 8 trigrams extermination sword art wasn't so simple. The 8 trigrams contained yin and yang, reversing the heaven and earth. The sword formation only changed slightly, and the lost sword lights condensed again, rushing towards the 2 again. This Yi Chen. Innate Demon Emperor thought that he was arrogant enough to fight against the Hell King and Evil King alone, but little did he expect that Yi Chen was even more arrogant than him. He fought against 4 monarchs alone, and among the 4 monarchs, other than the Nine-Headed Serpent Sovereign, the other 3 were stronger than the Hell King and Evil King. No matter what, today's battle is enough to make Yi Chen's name resound throughout the world. In terms of fame, his fame might even surpass that of Su King and those veteran titled monarchs who have lived for hundreds of years. Everyone thought to themselves. Multitasking, Yi Chen controlled the 8 trigram sword formation to attack the Black Dragon Old Ancestor and the Nine-Headed Serpent Emperor while he held the iron-blooded silver-blue sword and fought against Su King. This kind of multitasking had already surpassed the ordinary multitasking. This was because it was different from using dual swords. Dual swords required one to hold a sword in each hand and use different sword arts. Right now, he was using sword arts while using his soul power to control the 8 trigram sword array. The difficulty had increased by several times. It couldn't be compared to before. Great Destruction Golden Burning Palm. The surreal Emperor's expression was as cold as 10,000 years old ice. He didn't say anything, but his attacks became several times fiercer. He threw out a palm attack and his palm was like a burning iron. Wherever his palm hit, there would be a clanging sound and dazzling sparks. This was the terrifying effect that could only be created by combining the metal profound and fire profound to a certain degree. The sword light danced and refracted in the void. Yi Chen's figure was like a ghost, flickering and shifting. The sword law he used came from Yuan Emperor's Void Essence Slash. Void Essence Slash contained the Space Profound, which was much stronger than the Orbit Slash. After all, Yuan Emperor was a peak 7-star expert. The Space Profound martial arts that he had researched were not something that Yi Chen could compete with. If Yi Chen hadn't comprehended the essence of thousands of sword arts from the sword world, he might not have been able to use the Void Essence Slash. Although the Golden Flame Palm Shadow was as fast as light, it didn't have many variations. In comparison, the Void Essence Slash was not only faster but also had more variations. Sometimes it attacked in a straight line, sometimes it refracted in the air, and sometimes it curved forward. In the hands of Yi Chen, the style of the Void Essence Slash was completely different from that of Yuan Emperor. After all, Yuan Emperor wasn't a swordsman, so his fighting style was somewhat different. The refracted sword light lingered around Yi Chen's body, protecting Yi Chen tightly. From time to time, several sword lights would shoot out and attack Su King's body. Demon Flower, pervasive entanglement. Apart from Yi Chen's side, there were battles everywhere. Among them, the battle between the Demon Flower Emperor and Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor was the most direct and violent. Both of them were fighting head-on and didn't have many variations. There were only naked attacks. The Demon Flower Emperor's hands quickly formed seals, and a huge demon flower condensed below her, holding her up. The roots of the demon flower extended out dark green vines that were like giant pythons and wrapped around Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor. These vines were densely covered with barbs. Once entangled, one could imagine the consequences. 8 Desolation Heaven Warring Saint Technique. Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor was a physique-refining king, and head-on battles were his forte. It was no exaggeration to say that although his battle prowess was at the advanced 5-star level, he could even fight against a peak 5-star king. In the past, the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor was stronger than him, but he only sent him flying with a slap and didn't do much to him. It was imaginable how strong his head-on battle power was. The Demon Flower Emperor knew his strength, so she didn't dare to fight 1 against 2 at the same time. She knew that in order to reduce the burden of others, she must first not be a burden. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of air soared into the sky, and Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor's body expanded, reaching a height of 6 meters like a giant. At the same time, his appearance began to change from human to beastman. This was his strongest form. As a physique-refining king, strength alone was not enough. Speed was necessary. Transforming into his original form would increase his strength, but his speed and agility would undoubtedly decrease. After all, he was different from the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor. The Golden Turtle Great Ancestor didn't walk the path of physique refining. The reason why his physical defense was so strong was because of the natural advantage of the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor. Haha, a mere little snake dares to be so insolent in front of me. Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor laughed loudly. He grabbed the entangling vines with each hand and pulled forcefully. The vines straightened and pulled the Demon Flower Emperor and the Demon Flower below her over. Whip him. The Demon Flower Emperor's expression didn't change. Waves of demonic power were poured into the Demon Flower. Suddenly, the Demon Flower emitted a dazzling black brilliance. The giant python vines seemed to be on steroids as they shook violently and lashed at the 6-meter-tall Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor. The sound of them breaking through the air almost pierced through people's eardrums. There were too many giant python vines. There were dozens and hundreds of them attacking at the same time. Even the Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor couldn't block them all. In the blink of an eye, he was immediately whipped dozens of times. The treasured clothes on his body were torn apart, revealing the supreme-grade treasured armor inside and the thick-veined arms. Looking down at his unprotected arms, there were faint red marks on them. These were marks left behind by the vines. The Battle Sky Elephant Emperor grinned and suddenly punched out. The violent fist energy crushed the space and shattered all the vines in front of it, heading straight for the Demonic Flower Queen. The Demon Flower Emperor finally understood the Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor's defense. It was not weaker than the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor. The vines whipped over and seemed to leave faint red marks on the Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor's arms, but the barbs didn't pierce through at all. They all collapsed as if these barbs were made of tofu. Seeing the Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor's punch, the demonic power outside the Demon Flower Emperor's body rapidly thickened. At the same time, the huge demon flower below changed from an open state to a closed state, wrapping the Demon Flower Emperor inside. Rumble. There were dozens of layers of petals on the demon flower. With a loud explosion, dozens of layers of the demon flower were broken in one fell swoop, exposing the Demon Flower Emperor inside. Go! The Demon Flower Emperor held a huge demonic light ball in his hand. This demonic light ball was the energy absorbed in the battle and converted into demonic power. The Demon Flower Emperor's strength lay in the fact that the more he fought, the more powerful he became. The Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor also knew this, so he immediately crossed his arms and sealed his chest and face. If the battle between the Demon Flower Emperor and the Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor was violent and direct, then the battle between Jianghu and the Air Emperor was elusive and unpredictable. Both of them were experts proficient in the profound meaning of space. When they fought, they would inevitably use the profound meaning of space to dodge an attack. Occasionally, they would also use other profound meaning martial arts as support. Swish. Jianghu took a step into the spatial door, which quickly closed and disappeared into the void. The next moment, the Air Emperor blasted a punch over, shattering the space. When she reappeared, Jianghu was already at another angle. However, the Air Emperor seemed to have captured Xuanhu's fluctuations. His figure flickered and appeared behind Jianghu. Xuanhu's expression was normal. In front of her, a mirror that looked like a spatial door reflected brilliance. Xuanhu's figure seemed to have changed time and space. She appeared on the other side of the mirror, and it became the Air Emperor facing the mirror. The mirror shone brightly and spewed a light beam with 5 colors at the Air Emperor. How can a grain of light compete with the sun and the moon? The Air Emperor sneered. His figure spread out like a ripple and disappeared. The light beam passed through him and didn't hurt him at all. Sky Realm. Clang clang clang. Pieces of glass appeared from the void, forming a space made of glass covering Jianghu. After the space was formed, the essence of the glass rapidly faded, turning into a void that was deeper than the void. Jianghu was in the void. There was no sky, no earth, no direction. Mysterious Tao reverse heaven and earth. Xuanho's expression didn't change at all. She formed a hand seal and an ancient gate appeared. As the gate appeared, the void seemed to lose its meaning and was forcefully twisted, turning into a normal space. With a snap, Jianghu broke through the space barrier and reappeared in reality. What a mysterious Tao. The Air Emperor's expression turned solemn. In terms of combat prowess, his opponent was clearly weaker than him. However, her mysterious Tao wasn't something to be underestimated. Her methods were unfathomable and she could even reverse his sky realm. At this moment, a beam of sword light suddenly appeared on the huge battlefield. This beam of sword light pierced through the sky, illuminating the world. It was like a heavenly sword that came from the underworld, slashing straight at Yi Qin. Anyone who faced this beam of sword light would have no way to dodge or retreat. This was because this beam of sword light seemed to have a direct trajectory, but it also seemed as though it didn't exist in this world. Even an expert like the Air Emperor was momentarily distracted by this beam of sword light. It's the Azure Cloud Sword art of the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor. Someone exclaimed. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.